Chapter 702. Something appeared in Yan Zhaoge's hand, a metallic fragment that was half black, half white. This was a relic of the legendary dim radiant sect that he had obtained from Old Man Mo. During the dim sun cold moon ritual, it had once performed a miraculous feat in helping Yan Zhaoge and the others refine the power of reverse sun and moon. Yan Zhaoge, who had already had his suspicions, had also refined a portion of the power of cold sun and dim moon after hearing Feng Yunxing and Ah Hu's narration of what had happened back then. Analyzing this object again, he had many different feelings. As Yan Zhaoge's group headed to the headquarters of the North Sea Sword Pavilion on Grinding Hut Island, news gradually came from outside. The Grand Xian dynasty had indeed split their forces earlier, attempting to launch a pincer attack from the front and back. They had sent out a secondary force to circle behind the main force of the anti-Xian coalition, attempting to cut off their path of retreat to the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. Afterwards, the Grand Xian dynasty had changed its mind and retreated, contacting this division as well, informing them to retreat as well. However, due to time and geographical location, the movements of this secondary force were ultimately slower than those of the main force of the Grand Xian dynasty. Having received Yan Zhaoge's timely message, Gu Hong, Zhou Haoxing and the others searched and pursued as they finally caught up to the other party. As expected, it's Gu Zhang who disappeared earlier. He's the number 2 of the Shenling 10 swords. He also has the cloud-rotating heavenly light sword with him. Yu Baoqi sighed in admiration. If not for young Master Yan inviting the lineage of the southeastern exalt to intervene, the outcome of our anti-Xian forces would have been worrying. With Yan Zhaoge's words, everyone now knew that the descendants of Shenlingzi's lineage were not the 9 that they had originally thought. Apart from Gu Zhang, Madame Kong and the rest of the 9, there was also Kong Ping who had yet to make an appearance. At the same time, he was also the strongest expert of Shenlingzi's lineage. They were both early immortal bridge martial saints. While Gu Zhang was Kong Ping's senior apprentice uncle, Kong Ping's strength surpassed Gu Zhang's. Hearing Gu Zhang's name, a figure surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind. He had the appearance of a young man, but his gaze was incomparably vicissitude, as if he had experienced countless years. Back then, it was precisely this person who had joined forces with King Xuanmu in breaking through the Dim Darkness sect's main altar. If not for Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion arriving in time, the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, might have perished on the spot. Meanwhile, of the Shenling 10 swords, the other immortal bridge martial saint apart from Kong Ping and Gu Zhang, He Dongqing, was that old man with an ancient appearance but a spirited gaze who had intercepted the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, in the battle of breaching the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect back then. Before this, He Dongqing and King Xuanmu had presided over the Grand Xian dynasty's main army, concealing the truth of Gu Zhang's departure before joining hands to launch a fierce attack on the anti-Xian coalition. When the anti-Xian coalition had retreated as per usual, He Dongqing and King Xuanmu had led the other experts of the Grand Xian dynasty in a decisive retreat. It was just that although Gu Zhang's detachment also retreated, they were caught up by Gu Hong and the others. Gu Zhang had the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly lightsaber, so no one in the anti-Xian alliance was a match for him in a neutral field. But this time, the peak experts of the anti-Xian coalition had all gathered together, and even Gu Zhang found it somewhat difficult to deal with them. With the Grand Xian dynasty also unable to provide him with sufficient support, Gu Zhang could only lead his subordinates in retreating as they fought. The final result was that Gu Zhang himself had returned wounded while a large majority of the other Grand Xian dynasty experts under his command had perished. Having pursued to a certain point, seeing that they were nearing the core region controlled by the Grand Xian dynasty, while Gu Hong and the others felt rather regretful, they could only give up. If this were to continue, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely retaliate. At the end of the day, the Grand Xian dynasty was still stronger, their foundation more solid. However, even so, the anti-Xian coalition had already gained a great advantage by turning defeat into victory. The Dim Darkness sect's chief Zhou and my sect's Pavilion Lord Gu will be returning to the Grinding Hut region very soon, Yu Baoqi said. Yan Zhaoge nodded before asking, what about the Radiant Light sect and Coppermen Island? Yu Baoqi answered, the fellow Taoists of the Radiant Light sect and Coppermen Island who rushed to reinforce our sect have already begun to leave in recent days. While they had left, the various powers of the anti-Xian coalition would not be making any major movements in the Royal Reed Sea in the near future. As the Grand Xian dynasty maintained a low profile, the anti-Xian coalition would unceasingly devour the Grand Xian dynasty's territory, new waves arising once more. However, there wouldn't be many big movements. Everyone was actually waiting for news and scouting. After the matter over at Golden Court Mountain had been concluded, it could be said that the person who would decide the fate of the Royal Reed Sea was currently outside the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone had once again entered the stage of accumulating their own strength and slowly expanding outwards. Under such circumstances, it was hard to predict what the Radiant Light sect would do. While shifting their focus to attack the Eight Extremities world was a little impulsive, the Radiant Light sect's true target, the Extreme Yang Seal, had been brought to the world beyond worlds by Yan Zhaoge after all. Still, if their target was Yen Di and Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge would not be surprised. Yan Zhaoge did not wish to be on the defensive. He preferred to take the initiative to attack. After exchanging greetings with Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and having a pleasant conversation, Yan Zhaoge met the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing. Little friend Yan mentioned that there is something we should discuss together. I wonder what it is about. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Haoxing asked. The white-clothed old man smiled, his expression benevolent as he did not appear arrogant at all. Whether it was the Grand Shen dynasty or the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect stood on the same side as Yan Zhaoge. Something unexpected had occurred during the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual. The higher echelons of the Dim Darkness sect all suspected that Yan Zhaoge had mysteriously come to their main altar from the Flourishing Peace region back then. Still, with things having already come to this, all of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing included, had chosen to forget about this problem. He had broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and established a connection with Golden Court Mountain, causing the Grand Shen dynasty to be defeated without a battle. All of this had caused the Dim Darkness sect to want to further strengthen their relationship with Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Chief Zhou is polite. This Yan coincidentally obtained a treasure which I would like to invite you to study together with me. Still, forgive me for being presumptuous, but before this, there are some things that I would like to ask Chief Zhou about. Zhou Haoxing said, please speak freely, little friend Yan. Yan Zhaoge considered his words for a moment. The entire world knows that your sect and the Radiant Light sect originate from the same source, both originating from the Dim Radiant sect that year. It was only when the Dim Radiant sect declined that a split occurred. Zhou Haoxing nodded, not feeling offended. That's right, it is precisely so. Yan Zhaoge met the white-clothed old man's gaze. This Yan would like to ask about something. Does Chief Zhou know how the Dim Radiant Emperor perished that year and how the Dim Radiant sect declined? The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia was a hegemon figure who had risen to prominence after the Great Calamity, a legend of a generation. He had once been one of the 5 emperors. Only many years after his death had another expert risen to fill the void, causing the name of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to reappear. When Yin Tianxia had reigned, the Dim Radiant sect had once flourished for a time as well, possessing innumerable experts who had rampaged through the entire world beyond worlds. It had not been like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect who were currently trapped in a corner of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. After so many years, the lineage of the Dim Radiant sect had truly declined. Flowers bloomed sometimes, but it was difficult to determine their prosperity and decline. The world was constantly changing and this was vividly reflected. Zhou Haoxing fell into silence. Yan Zhaoge did not rush him, patiently waiting for Zhou Haoxing to speak. Chapter 703. Yan Zhaoge sat across from Zhou Haoxing, who was silent for a long time before asking, Little friend Yan said that you obtained a treasure. Could it be related to the Emperor and the Sacred Light sect that year? I can't be sure either. Yan Zhaoge said truthfully, this was obtained by this Yan in the past, and the original owner of this treasure was once pursued by the Radiant Light sect. Hearing his words, Zhou Haoxing instantly raised his snowy white brows slightly. Yan Zhaoge continued, after analyzing it myself, I could feel that this treasure should indeed be related to the Dim Radiant Emperor and the Dim Radiant sect that year. Zhou Haoxing was silent once more as Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at him. After a while, Zhou Haoxing said slowly, actually, this old man does not know the truth behind the Emperor's death that year. He paused for a moment before adding, besides the Emperor, the higher echelon of the Sacred Light sect had mostly perished as well. Those who remain are few and far between. Yan Zhaoge frowned. The Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia could be said to be one of the peak experts who had appeared after the Great Calamity. His death had affected them greatly. Yet, even those of the Dim Radiant sect themselves actually did not know the truth behind it, not knowing who their enemy was. Did the 3 sovereigns act? Or did other figures with the title of Emperor surround and attack him? Yan Zhaoge asked straightforwardly. Zhou Haoxing's voice was much deeper. Our predecessors all had their guesses, but were ultimately unable to grasp the gist of it. There are many things that we are also powerless to investigate. His gaze was distant as the scenes of old legends surfaced within his mind. Back then the dim radiant sect had still been at its peak. The dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had led his subordinates in leaving their main altar, rumored to be heading to a foreign land. Everything had seemed very normal. Who knew that he would never return? The bigwigs of the dim radiant sect who had remained behind had tried to contact him, yet received no reply. One day the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had returned alone to the main altar of the dim radiant sect, perishing in meditation on the very same day. Before his death, the disciples of the sect had asked him about it. Yin Tianxia had remained silent as he had written a strange rune amidst space. After his death, that rune had expanded into a black hole, sucking his corpse in. The structure of the dim radiant sect's main altar had collapsed on a large scale, the fragments surrounding the rune and Yin Tianxia's corpse forming a massive mausoleum. In the end, the mausoleum disappeared into the depths of the black hole. The black hole rotated and transformed into a stream of light that shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Words appeared in the empty space saying, "Disperse." Everyone in the sect was at a loss. Still, they knew that their dim radiant sect had met with a great tribulation this time. Henceforth, the dim radiant sect which had been renowned in pre-Great Calamity times and possessed even more shocking power in the post-Great Calamity world gradually fell into decline. In the process of the dim radiant sect's rise to prominence, they had made quite a few enemies as well. Now that they were weak, they had been kicked by many when they were down. Thus they had grown even weaker. In the end, light and darkness split apart, and a huge monster vanished into thin air. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he asked, "Invading a foreign dimension, the 9 underworlds?" Zhou Haoxing shook his head. "I don't know the details either." He looked at Yan Zhaoge. The whereabouts of the emperor's corpse as well as any treasures that might have been there are unknown. Ever since then, there has been a legend amongst us descendants, a legend regarding the dim radiant mausoleum. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Does Chief Zhou mean that this thing in this Yan's hands is related to the dim radiant mausoleum? That is what this old man thinks. Zhou Haoxing said slowly, after the emperor perished he did not leave behind any relics. If I must say, when the mausoleum was constructed that year, some fragments were scattered down. These might be the only treasures that are related to the emperor himself. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, retrieving that metallic fragment that was half black and half white and placing it on the table before slowly pushing it towards Zhou Haoxing. A shocking glow suddenly erupted from Zhou Haoxing's eyes. He did not reach out to take it. Instead, his gaze turned condensed to the point of being tangible as he focused on that metallic fragment. A dim yet condensed, vigorous light flickered slightly within his pupils, growing dimmer and dimmer until it finally transformed into deep, tranquil darkness. A wondrous scene appeared on the metallic fragment. The white half turned incomparably dim while the black half emitted bright light. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. Experts at Zhou Haoxing's level indeed possessed great power with just a casual movement of their hands. The metallic fragment that was half black and half white shook unceasingly, the surrounding space actually showing signs of collapsing with it as its center. Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing's spirits both rose. From the looks of it, it really is strange. Zhou Haoxing pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, a probing look appearing within his gaze. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, indicating that he could do as he pleased. Zhou Haoxing immediately extended a finger, lightly tapping on that metallic fragment. An unusual luster was instantly refracted from the surface of the metallic fragment. The surrounding space collapsed completely, actually forming a tiny black dot from which a terrifying suction force was emitted, vaguely resembling a spatial crevice. Zhou Haoxing stabilized it before retrieving an item from his shadow-shrinking pouch. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was clearly a roof tile. It was completely black in color, not showing any luster at all as it seemed to contain a profound aura. It was just that this black tile was damaged. Thinking of what Zhou Haoxing had mentioned earlier, Yan Zhaoge knew that this should also be the remnant fragments left behind by the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia when he had constructed the mausoleum after his death. As the metallic fragment met that damaged black tile, the two instantly shook, the surrounding space growing even more unstable. Seeing this, Zhou Haoxing retrieved 2 more items. There was wood and stone, clearly also similar in nature to the black tile. When gathered together earlier, these items had not reacted at all. Now, however, gathered around that metallic fragment that was half black and half white, they all shook as a profound luster was emitted from them. Zhou Haoxing's brows relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. Yan Zhaoge observed carefully for a moment. This alone still seems insufficient to confirm the location of the dim radiant mausoleum? Zhou Haoxing smiled. We have already seized the initiative greatly, far surpassing those rebels of the Radiant Light sect. Yan Zhaoge smiled as well. This is indeed good news. Streams of light circulated amidst that dark space, seemingly guiding one in the right direction. Zhou Haoxing memorized the changes in space within, as did Yan Zhaoge. Waking, Zhou Haoxing suddenly found himself unable to smile as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. While they were mortal enemies, whether it was the Radiant Light sect or the Dim Darkness sect, they both believed themselves to be the most orthodox descendants of the Dim Radiant sect. The Dim Darkness sect had always believed themselves to be the most logical successor to the items left behind by the Dim Radiant sect that year. There was naturally even less to say about the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. The Dim Darkness sect would definitely want to monopolize such an existence. While their current relationship with Yan Zhaoge was not bad, the Dim Darkness sect would be more willing to compensate and thank Yan Zhaoge in other areas, not wishing to share the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. The white-clothed old man sighed, suddenly feeling rather troubled. Chapter 704. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing's gaze hardened slightly as he seemed to want to say something, yet ultimately did not. A person who had just stepped into the martial saint realm, what right did he have to share the Dim Radiant Mausoleum with a massive entity like the Dim Darkness sect? If it was an ordinary person, even if they did not resort to any violent methods at all, the Dim Darkness sect would also have countless methods to exclude them. However, against Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing did not have such confidence. If it was about suppressing others through momentum, first not mentioning that Yan Zhaoge was on good terms with the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt, just the fact that he had previously broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation and even caused the Grand Shen dynasty to retreat, the Dim Darkness sect would not be able to make things difficult for him. Yan Zhaoge's enmity with the Radiant Light sect could not be resolved as he was a natural ally of the Dim Darkness sect. Radiant Light sect. Zhou Haoxing's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Before him, Yan Zhaoge had opened space alongside him, seeking the path to the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. With Zhou Haoxing's understanding of the Radiant Light sect, they should have some clues over there as well. They should have been alerted as well. Although his side had the upper hand, they were not completely confident. If Yan Zhaoge entered, he would be able to draw the attention of the Radiant Light sect to a great extent. This would also be beneficial to the Dim Darkness sect. Glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing thought, if there really is danger, I might as well help him out. Still, since I am attempting to share in the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, I will naturally have to bear the corresponding risk. Having made up his mind, Zhou Haoxing immediately said, my sect will make some preparations before setting off. If little friend Yan is free, why don't we go together? Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying, this Yan is very free recently and can set off at any time. At the same time, the higher echelon experts of the Radiant Light sect were gathered on the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region in the Royal Reed Sea. Everyone's expressions were gloomy. That kid surnamed Yan must be eliminated. Otherwise he will become a great calamity. Someone said coldly, he has already become a great threat. Even though he has only just attained the Martial Saint realm, having broken the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation and escaped from the hands of two experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, how can such methods be measured by ordinary early merging avatar stage martial practitioners? Who knows if he will suddenly do something unexpected again? Another person said, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect are both protecting him now, and Copperman Island will not help us either. If he does not come to us on his own accord, it would be very hard for us to capture him. That person from before said, if he isn't easy to capture, let's go to the Eight Extremities world and first flatten his broad Creed Mountain, pulling up all those related to him by the roots. For the time being, the Grand Shen dynasty will not be able to do much within a short period of time. We might as well flatten the Eight Extremities world first. An old man opposite him frowned, there isn't much value to it. The Extreme Yang Seal has been brought to the world beyond worlds by that kid. There would be no tangible gains from our raising of the Eight Extremities world. The other party said tit for tat, let's vent our anger first. Our sect adheres to the Holy Sect's orthodoxy. No matter how much we have declined, when has it ever been the turn of a kid from the lower realm to strut around our heads? First it was Deng Sen and the others, and then Yu Xuan and junior apprentice brother Qing perished as well. Even the losses we suffered at the hands of the Grand Shen dynasty have not been this great. That old man was still about to say something when another longtime elder of the Radiant Light sect beside him suddenly said softly, "It might not be that there are no tangible gains. There might even be great gains." Everyone was taken aback. That Radiant Light sect longtime elder said, "When this old man was conversing with that Mr. Zhang Chao who ascended from the Eight Extremities world earlier, I noticed something. In the Eight Extremities world, there is a person known as the Painting Saint Old Man Mo. He is of the same generation as Zhang Chao, just that he is rather mysterious. Even Zhang Chao did not understand this person. Still, according to Zhang Chao, he once coincidentally saw this old man Mo execute the extinguishing spirit sword Qi. Still, it was only once. This person's martial arts are rather diverse, making it hard for one to see through them." Hearing his words, everyone fell into deep thought. That Radiant Light sect longtime elder continued, "Zhang Chao did not recognize this martial art. Still, from his description, this old man is at least 80% certain that it is the extinguishing spirit sword Qi." The faces of the other Radiant Light sect elders sunk. If it is the extinguishing spirit sword Qi, could it be that we have been searching for him all these years? Could it be that he is in the Eight Extremities world? He likely possesses a treasure that is related to the Emperor and the dim radiant mausoleum. This time we have truly worn out iron shoes in search of it. Everyone said, "It looks like we will have to make a trip to this Eight Extremities world." Even that old man who had been opposed to this earlier nodded slowly after pondering for a moment. The black-robed Luo Ziyuan watched all this quietly from his seat of honor. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He suddenly got up, vanishing from the great hall. The higher echelon experts of the Radiant Light sect exchanged looks, all feeling rather mystified. Still, a short moment later Luo Ziyuan reappeared in the great hall, his expression instead turning solemn. "Someone is attempting to locate the dim radiant mausoleum," Luo Ziyuan said in a heavy tone. "The response of the treasure is unprecedentedly strong. The other party is only a step away from finding the path to the dim radiant mausoleum at most." As soon as these words left his mouth, the great hall instantly fell silent. A Radiant Light sect elder inhaled deeply. "It must be those traitors of the dim darkness sect. There can be no one else but them." Someone felt puzzled. How did they suddenly make such great progress? Exchanging glances, everyone was suddenly shocked. Yan Zhaoge was currently very close to the dim darkness sect. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge also hailed from the Eight Extremities world, being acquainted with old man Mo. Coincidence, or? A Radiant Light sect elder said hesitantly. Luo Ziyuan now said slowly, "I'm afraid that it is not a coincidence. Yushuan once mentioned that during the dim sun cold moon ritual, that Yan Zhaoge was very unusual. With his cultivation base, he should not have been able to refine the majestic power of reverse sun and moon so easily. From the looks of it now, it was indeed not without reason. It is not just the extreme yang seal. The thing that we have been searching for all these years has also been brought along with him to the world beyond worlds." The expressions of the Radiant Light sect experts were gloomy. "Then now," Luo Ziyuan shook his head, "the dim radiant mausoleum is even more important to us and the dim darkness sect than the extreme yang seal. Nothing must go wrong." Everyone nodded in unison. "That's right. The dim radiant mausoleum is of utmost importance for us whether or not we can regain our former glory. Not only is it the resting place of the Emperor, many of the dim darkness sect's treasures should be stored there as well. Only by obtaining this legacy will we be able to break through our shackles, no longer having to remain cowardly in a corner of the royal reed sea." It was similarly of great significance to the dim darkness sect as well. As time passed, there was no need for words to be said about the gap between the two sides. Lowering their heads to the dim darkness sect, that sort of humiliation was something that even Yan Zhaoge's wrath was not worth mentioning at all. Luo Ziyuan said, "Pay close attention to the dim darkness sect's movements from now on, that Yan Zhaoge might make a move as well." Chapter 705. The dim darkness sect's main altar had been broken through by the Grand Xian dynasty, most of its branch altars having been destroyed as well. Zhou Haoxing and most of the dim darkness sect's experts and disciples had temporarily resided in the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island before this. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had retreated, those of the dim darkness sect had all returned to their respective territories, reoccupying them as they began rebuilding. The main altar of the dim darkness sect had been concealed amidst space in the past due to special circumstances. After having been destroyed, it would be hard for it to regain its former appearance. Still, the branch altars and other locations could be rebuilt. Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing and the others took their leave of Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion before leaving the Grinding Hut region. There was still a single branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect that had survived. Yan Zhaoge's group first arrived there. After settling down, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners went out to investigate the situation, confirming the movements of the Grand Shen dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoxing himself set up his altar, beginning his final preparations. Dim yet heavy radiance resembled the night sky as it expanded within the sky, enveloping this branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect. It seemed to serve the same purpose as a defensive formation. Yan Zhaoge was within, yet could feel that this barrier that resembled the night sky also served the function of isolating sound. Beneath the night sky, the higher echelon experts of the Dim Darkness sect with Zhou Haoxing at their head each held a fragment of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum that had fallen from the construction of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, activating it with their true essence. Yan Zhaoge placed that metallic fragment that was half black and half white at the center of the group. The metallic fragment that had originally appeared completely ordinary now gradually floated up, hovering in mid-air. With it as its center, a profound, graceful rune of radiance gradually took form. The light on the rune was bright at times whilst slow at others, flickering with a unique rhythm. Just by looking at this fragment, one would be able to feel the concept contained within, manifesting the profundities of the intermingling of light and darkness. Yan Zhaoge watched this scene silently as a tiny yet heavy black dot appeared amidst space once more. The black hole appeared once more, the surrounding space distorting and shattering. However, beneath that rune, a path vaguely appeared. That path was illusory and formless as one would not be able to detect its existence with the naked eye. That path was illusory and formless as one would not be able to see it with their eyes. Zhou Haoxing said, "Junior apprentice Brother Wu, you and the others maintain the formation and guard the surroundings carefully, preventing the Radiant Light sect or others from launching a sneak attack." A portion of the Dim Darkness sect's elders led by Wu Zixio answered, "Yes, Chief." Zhou Haoxing sucked in a deep breath, bringing along another portion of the Dim Darkness sect elders as he walked towards shattered space. Yan Zhaoge followed suit. Stepping into space, he felt the surrounding chaotic flows of space invading him, yet seemed to be separated by a formless power. In the chaotic void there was indeed an invisible path. The group continued forward. In the dark space before them, it was difficult to distinguish between north, south, east, west, up, down, left and right. It was dark and gloomy without any light. In order to determine the direction to go, he could only follow the path that seemed to not exist. If they did not speak, Yan Zhaoge would not be able to hear anything amidst the darkness of space. An overly quiet environment was actually a kind of torture to a person's mind. In the long run, even a strong-willed person would go crazy. However, Zhou Haoxing and the others had calm expressions on their faces. Instead, they seemed to be at ease. To martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness sect like them, they could not be any more accustomed to such an environment. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought as he walked. Extreme darkness breeds all things, extreme darkness giving birth to light, welcoming extreme brightness. This is like the darkness before the light. Feng Yunxing and who were traveling with him were fine in the Myriad Dragon Palace. Feng Yunxing said, "The Dim Radiant Emperor and many of the Dim Radiant sect's higher echelon experts never returned. Not only are there old enemies seeking vengeance, there are also others who covet the Dim Radiant sect's treasures who have come knocking, hastening the Dim Radiant sect's decline. Most of the Dim Radiant sect's treasures have been plundered, such that not much remains now. The Dim Darkness sect doesn't even have a high-grade sacred artifact to guard their headquarters, and the Radiant Light sect only has a single sun-moon wheels. However, the location of the legendary Dim Radiant Mausoleum that could possibly contain the Dim Radiant sect's greatest accumulation has always been unknown." Feng Yunxing raised her brows lightly. "There are probably many people who are also keeping an eye on the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. If they cannot find it, their gazes will fall on the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect." While a long time had already passed since the Dim Radiant sect had been destroyed, while the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect had not improved for many years already, still, those who were interested in the Dim Radiant Mausoleum would most likely not relax their surveillance of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. After all, these two sects were the most orthodox legacies of the Dim Radiant sect. From what everyone knew, wanting to find the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, the clues would most likely have to lie with the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. The actions of Zhou Haoxing and the others now seemed to prove this theory. Looking at Zhou Haoxing's back, Yan Zhaoge thought to himself, Zhou Haoxing and the others would definitely understand this principle. While the dim radiant mausoleum is an existence that they yearn for day and night, they should also know that only when the treasures are in their hands can their dreams truly be considered to have come true. They should not have been blinded and lost. If I am not wrong, they should have made special arrangements. Amidst his words, Zhou Haoxing, who stood at the forefront of the group, pressed one hand before his chest, the other pushing out horizontally. A speck of light suddenly lit up amidst the dim space before them. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated. The clues we have should still not be sufficient to confirm the exact location of the dim radiant mausoleum. At this point, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he vaguely guessed what Zhou Haoxing wanted to do. At virtually the same time, the dim space suddenly shook slightly. It was as if a black curtain had suddenly been slashed apart with a saber. Then, a streak of flame appeared, illuminating the dim space as it swept over towards that speck of light which had suddenly erupted amidst space. Now, however, space shook on the other side as a massive palm also extended out from amidst the darkness. That palm was incomparably massive, its fingers seemingly able to crush a planet as it raised its hand to block the flames, also grabbing towards that speck of light. Before this flame and palm, even the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, could only wait obediently, not daring to make any rash movements in the least. However, Zhou Haoxing was not nervous, as his gaze was instead deep and indiscernible as he scanned the surroundings attentively. Seeing him like this, Yan Zhaoge relaxed completely. Those people who intend for us to lead the way do not know how far we have progressed in our search for the dim radiant mausoleum. They do not know that we are actually unable to completely confirm the exact location of the dim radiant mausoleum. That speck of light which had suddenly appeared amidst the darkness earlier had been something that Zhou Haoxing had done in secret. He had intentionally startled the enemy just now. The flame and the massive hand collided intensely amidst the boundless space, neither giving way to the other as they affected the surrounding area. Suddenly, intense fluctuations suddenly emanated from amidst the seemingly endless darkness. An even more terrifying aura seemed to have been jolted awake from a deep slumber. The next moment, another streak of light that was bright to the extreme erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding space as the fiery light and the massive hand both paled in comparison. Chapter 706. That bright radiance was initially just a speck, but it eventually enveloped the entire surrounding space. It was not that the radiance was gradually expanding from far to near, illuminating the darkness. Instead, radiance seemed to even be emanating from the surrounding dark space at this moment. The world of darkness before them instantly transformed into a world of light. Light and darkness had reversed and reversed in this short instant. Yan Zhaoge's gaze lit up. This is the true reaction of the dim radiant mausoleum. Enveloped by bright radiance, it instantly swept through the flames, repelling that massive palm that seemed capable of plucking the stars and grabbing the moon. Now, faint light circulated amidst space, numerous pillars of green chi suddenly appearing before congregating to form a massive divine tree that connected to the heavens. This divine tree seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth as it descended towards the interior of the radiance. The aura of this divine tree was much more powerful than that of the flames in the massive palm. Yet, it was obstructed by the bright radiance as well, unable to descend. Space suddenly shook like ripples on water as a formless existence was revealed beneath the illumination of the all-encompassing radiance. Before this, no one had discovered this person. When Zhou Haoxing had intentionally alerted the enemy, this person had also refrained from appearing. Now, however, illuminated by the radiance, he finally had nowhere to hide. Since he had already been exposed, this person immediately ceased concealing himself as he approached Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing's group. His figure seemed to completely disregard space as he arrived before Yan Zhaoge and the others without any delay at all. Even illuminated by that bright radiance, only a faint silhouette could be seen as his appearance was still indistinct. Yan Zhaoge's gaze abruptly hardened, the spatial heavenly scripture. Now the radiance shone even more intensely, shockingly pushing away this person who was attempting to approach. That person snorted, his aura that had always been indistinct mightily erupting, powerful to the extreme as boundless space shook along with it. However, such a powerful force still met with a wall before that bright radiance, its path obstructed by it. The radiance swept along Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing's group, instantly disappearing into the distance. Space that had been as bright as day a moment ago immediately dimmed, regaining its original state of darkness. A long sigh resounded amidst space. The next moment, that massive tree that towered to the heavens vanished, the flames dissipating as well as the massive palm being retracted. As for the transparent figure hidden in the void, it was as if he had never appeared. Amidst the radiance, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he rubbed his palms. The dim radiant emperor lived up to his reputation indeed. Even in death, there were not many who could covet his mausoleum. People of the same level, if there was no special reason, would not disturb Yin Tianxia's peaceful rest. Those whose strength was inferior to Yin Tianxia's when he had been alive would find it very hard to break through the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum. Zhou Haoxing sighed and said, "If not for that, this old man wouldn't have dared to take such a risk." A dim darkness sect elder beside him smiled bitterly. That formless, boundless person concealed amidst space should be the Western Exalt, right? The one who wielded the towering divine tree should be the Eastern Exalt. We have offended both of them terribly this time around. The one controlling the flames seems to be one of the peak experts of the southern blazing heaven territory. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. The Western Exalt. He was certain that the martial art the person hiding in the void cultivated was the void heavenly scripture, one of the later heaven 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scripture. It was ranked alongside the life creation heavenly scripture, the Aeon light heavenly scripture, and the Yin Yang heavenly scripture. Zhou Haoxing said, "Searching for the emperor's mausoleum in this boundless void is one thing, but those 3 won't really step into the southeastern Yang heaven territory. So, as long as we don't get blocked by them when we leave the mausoleum, we'll be fine." He shook his head. "The worrisome one is that person who transformed his true essence into a massive star-plucking hand earlier. While that person's cultivation is inferior to the 2 exalts, he is a figure of the southeastern Yang heaven territory." The dim darkness sect elders all smiled bitterly. The star-plucking practitioner Guanlide was one of the few great experts of the southeastern Yang heaven territory who were inferior only to the southeastern Exalt. Yan Zhaoge appraised Zhou Haoxing from the side, a hint of a smile within his gaze. This chief of the dim darkness sect was not someone who was easy to deal with either. He had intentionally alerted the enemy and tricked Guanlide and the other expert into making a move. From a certain perspective, the 2 of them had once again alerted the enemy when they made their move. What had been alarmed was the true dim radiant mausoleum. While Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing had found the path to the mausoleum, they were still a little off as they were unable to ascertain its exact location. Knowing that Guanlide and the others were following them, Zhou Haoxing had tricked them into making a move, making use of this to trigger the defensive restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum, thereby ascertaining its location. Afterwards, they had been guided away by the restrictions of the mausoleum, stealthily evading it. The dim radiant mausoleum retracted its radiance, shifting space as it caused the Western Exalt, Eastern Exalt and Guanlide to lose track of it once more. This move had been played rather beautifully as even Yan Zhaoge could not help but want to applaud him. Of course, the repercussions were extremely severe as they had offended quite a few major figures. Zhou Haoxing's expression was calm as his gaze was resolute. While the Southeastern Exalt did not say it explicitly, it can be seen that he does not wish for outsiders to disturb the Emperor's mausoleum. The star-plucking practitioner's move this time was also done in secret. He might not cause a huge commotion. While there will still be many future troubles, if we do not take this risk, when will we be able to regain the former glory of our dim radiant sect? Moreover, if we gain anything from entering the Emperor's mausoleum this time and our sect's strength improves greatly, the star-plucking practitioner might not dare to invade lightly. Now that things had come to this, the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners all nodded. Yan Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at this scene, feeling the resolve of succeed or die trying emanating from Zhou Haoxing. He felt that other than to motivate himself, Zhou Haoxing's earlier words were probably meant for him to hear as well. Yan Zhaoge smiled, not saying anything as he just reminded, "Chief Zhou, if I am not wrong, the changes in the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum seem to be not just welcoming us in. There are others as well." While it was those of the dim darkness sect who wielded the formation, Yan Zhaoge had always maintained a telepathic connection with that metallic fragment which served as its core. Now, it felt like water had been mixed with impurities as it was no longer clear, yet extremely harmonious. This meant that the other party had not forcibly broken through the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum. Instead, they had also possessed a treasure related to it, making use of this chance to infiltrate it and be guided in by the restrictions of the mausoleum. It was most likely to be someone of the Radiant Light sect who possessed such methods. Zhou Haoxing's face sunk as he nodded slowly. This old man felt it too. It should be someone of the Radiant Light sect. Still, with the current situation, we can directly enter the core region of the mausoleum, leaping past the restrictions on the periphery. Those traitors of the Radiant Light sect will at most be able to reach the periphery. Amidst his words, the radiance gradually faded. Gazing over, the scene before Yan Zhaoge gradually grew clearer as a massive mausoleum appeared within his field of vision. Chapter 707. After the radiance had faded, Yan Zhaoge carefully appraised the world before him. The heavens and earth they were currently in was rather strange, with the distant horizon as the boundary between black and white. The great earth beneath their feet flickered with dense radiance, causing one to be unable to clearly see the truth within. The sky above their heads was completely dark. Even if light illuminated the great earth down below, it was still pitch black. Numerous streams of light formed of runes could be seen between the heavens and the earth, resembling numerous chains that connected the darkness above and the radiance below. A dim, unclear aura coiled around those rune chains, coming together to form layer after layer of barriers that resembled numerous thin veils. Yan Zhaoge knew that these were numerous layers of restrictions that protected the dim radiant mausoleum while also preventing outsiders from entering. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw a gigantic mausoleum before him, standing there quietly. The restrictive spells around the mausoleum were there to protect it. Due to the treasures they possessed, their group had directly passed through most of the restrictions on the outside, arriving directly in the vicinity of the mausoleum itself. Looking from the outside, the mausoleum of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia resembled a massive altar. Radiance circulated on the surface of the altar, yet it was not bright as it instead gave off a dim, gloomy feeling. The dim sky and the bright earth seemed to converge and merge, jointly forming this majestic structure. Inscriptions could be seen on the surface of the altar, seemingly condensing the flow of time. Zhou Haoxing and the others simultaneously bowed towards the dim radiant mausoleum, silently praising it. The voices of these martial saint experts were even trembling slightly as they spoke now, unable to control their emotions. Yan Zhaoge expressed his understanding towards this. The person who was slumbering here was one of the most important figures in the entire history of the dim radiant sect. Sometimes the words "one of" could even be removed. Within the dim radiant sect, besides its founder, there was probably no one who could be mentioned in the same breath as the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia. Whether it was in terms of individual strength or the glory of the dim radiant sect as a whole, Yin Tianxia was unquestionably the #1 figure in history, surpassing all his predecessors. After the great calamity, countless Tao legacies had withered. Yet, under Yin Tianxia's leadership, the dim radiant sect had ascended to unprecedented heights. The more glorious it had been, the more the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who were currently at a low ebb felt reverence towards that era. As Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Ah Hu entered, they all bowed solemnly towards the mausoleum as well. Entering the mausoleum of the predecessors meant that there was a possibility of obtaining treasures and fortuitous encounters. Zhou Haoxing and the others glanced back at Yan Zhaoge deeply. Yan Zhaoge could tell that they were actually not very happy about people like him who were not of the dim radiant sect's lineage entering the dim radiant mausoleum. Now, seemingly due to the approach of Yan Zhaoge and the others, a sound actually resounded from within the mausoleum. Zhou Haoxing's expression changed slightly as he no longer cared about Yan Zhaoge and the others as he hurriedly swiveled his head to look. Several figures of light appeared on the mausoleum that looked like an altar. These figures of light gradually turned into human figures. Their bodies were half black and half white, and light and dark intersected, giving off a strange feeling. Looking carefully over as well, Yan Zhaoge and the others discovered that these people all had lifeless gazes, their faces expressionless as they seemed completely devoid of life, resembling puppets. However, these strange figures all exuded a vigorous warrior's qi and blood. This meant that they were actually martial artists, but they were like the living dead that had lost their minds. A spirit that guards the tomb? The dim radiant emperor did not allow anyone to be buried alongside him that year. As Yan Zhaoge looked, his expression gradually turned strange. Could it be that someone entered the mausoleum earlier in an attempt to search for treasures, but ended up dying beneath the restrictions of the mausoleum, having been bound and enslaved instead? But still, if they were used to guard the mausoleum, their cultivation bases would really be a little too low. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing that there were more than 10 figures before him, one of whom was a martial saint while the rest were all martial grandmasters. Normally speaking, such a force could not be considered weak. In the world beyond worlds, they would be able to occupy a territory at the very least, and in the lower worlds they would be hegemons of a region. But what was this place? This was the burial ground of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia. Although Yin Tianxia had been dead for many years, the restrictions of his mausoleum had still been able to easily keep two exalts at bay. If one were to say that these people were guarding the mausoleum for Yin Tianxia, it would really be a cold joke. The problem then was that even two exalts had not been able to forcibly barge in. How had these people entered the mausoleum that year? Zhou Haoxing's face was livid as he said not a word, walking into the mausoleum. The other dim darkness sect experts followed closely behind him. The current situation meant that someone had already beaten them to it. These people who had already been turned into puppets were not important. What was important was that since they had been able to enter this place, it meant that they had most likely been led by an even stronger expert. Those people might not have been refined into puppets as they might have already entered the depths of the mausoleum and obtained some gains. Looking at the backs of Zhou Haoxing and the others, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. No one knew how long ago those who had beaten them to it had arrived. Perhaps they had already long since left after profiting greatly. It was just that there was no need to say this to provoke Zhou Haoxing and the others. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners were already feeling despondent to the point of erupting. Ahu secretly sent via sound transmission, "Young master, someone beat us to it. It might already have been emptied out. Is there still a need for us to take the risk and enter?" "Let's go in." Yan Zhaoge led the way and followed them. Gazing at the dim scene of the mausoleum before him, he vaguely felt like there seemed to be something within that was drawing him over. As soon as they neared the mausoleum in the form of an altar, those puppets came over of their own accord. Noticing their stance, Yan Zhaoge instantly frowned slightly. This was because he discovered that these martial practitioners' cultivation bases aside, the martial arts they executed were clearly extremely profound. It was roughly on par with the time-flowing sword of Shen Lingzi's lineage, even being more powerful than the martial arts of the Grand Shen dynasty, the dim darkness sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Carefully appraising them, Yan Zhaoge saw that the martial arts of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who had been alive actually seemed to be of the direct lineage of the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture. These people's origins are probably not ordinary. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Looking at these puppets, Zhou Haoxing's face was sunken as he inhaled deeply. "Emperor above, please forgive this disciple for his impoliteness." With the difference in their cultivation bases being too great, he casually swept out with a palm. Those puppets instantly all shattered. Zhou Haoxing took the lead, entering the mausoleum. Yan Zhaoge and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners entered as well. Truly stepping within, they did not feel any power obstructing them, also seemingly not triggering any other restrictions of the mausoleum. However, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly arose within Yan Zhaoge's heart. Walking within the mausoleum, dim radiance filled the entire area as the path seemed endless. With lower cultivation bases, Feng Yunxing and Ahu were the first to react. Yan Zhaoge noticed that Ahu's gaze had gradually turned dazed, but he himself felt nothing at all. Meanwhile, the cold sun divine saber behind Feng Yunxing's back was unsheathed. Feng Yunxing herself was slightly taken aback as dim blue radiance suddenly lit up within her pupils, resembling two cold suns. Chapter 708. Yan Zhaoge's expression changed as he immediately summoned the myriad dragon palace, keeping Ahu within. Feng Yunxing forcibly sheathed her cold sun divine saber, the dim blue radiance within her eyes vanishing before she too leapt into the myriad dragon palace of her own accord. "How did it feel?" Yan Zhaoge asked Ahu via sound transmission. Having entered the myriad dragon palace, Ahu seemed to have woken up, his gaze regaining clarity. However, he was still at a loss as to what he had felt earlier. There was no special feeling. It was like I was lost in thought or sleepy taking a nap. Feng Yunxing similarly shook her head. There was no obvious special feeling. When I was slightly lost in thought, the cold sun divine saber automatically reacted. Still, there is definitely something wrong. Otherwise, the cold sun divine saber would not have shown such signs of protecting its owner. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, keeping the myriad dragon palace as he appraised the surroundings before him earnestly. There still did not seem to be anything special about the dim mausoleum passageway. However he looked at it now, it just seemed strange. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners beside him were all martial saints as they could more or less detect this abnormality. This was especially so for the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, whose expression was even more solemn. "Something's not quite right. Everyone be careful." His true essence was released from the acupoints of his entire body, vaguely forming a layer of black qi which resembled the descent of night, dim and dim as it isolated the surrounding radiance. They walked for a while longer. Yan Zhaoge focused on observing the surroundings, yet vaguely felt as though his mind had been cast within that dim radiance as well, unable to extricate itself. He was vigilant. The more he observed and guarded against it, the easier it would instead be for him to lose focus. This was actually a kind of mausoleum's restrictions, formlessly injuring one as they would unknowingly fall for it. And the deeper they ventured into the mausoleum, the more powerful this strange mausoleum's restrictions became. Observing that dim radiance, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. Standing within, one will gradually be assimilated by this dim radiance, losing their consciousness as they become muddle-headed. In the end, they will become puppets that are like walking corpses. Those puppets outside all came this way. Yan Zhaoge's gaze began to turn calm, deep and chaotic as it was even more blurry and unclear than this dim radiance before him. Circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge appeared no different on the outside. Yet, his entire person seemed to have transformed into chaos as he was isolated from the assimilation of that dim radiance. As they proceeded forward, more and more dim darkness sect experts began showing signs of falling behind. Luckily, Zhou Haoxing and the other top few big shots were still clear-headed, and Bing was constantly paying attention to their own sect members. Zhou Haoxing sighed as he watched the power of the restriction grow stronger and stronger. With a wave of his hand, a long black banner appeared. As he waved it, streaks of black light sprinkled down like silk ribbons. A great part of the dim radiance within the mausoleum passageway was instantly cut off. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners all regained consciousness, their expressions all rather blank as they then rejoiced and fearful afterwards. Yan Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at the banner in Zhou Haoxing's hands that resembled a flag whilst also a spear. The dim darkness sect did not possess a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, it possessed a mid-grade sacred artifact, the Soul Brocade Banner. Its quality was rather outstanding and it had many wondrous uses. It could also be said to be a supreme treasure which had always been wielded by its chief. The long black banner in front of him must be the Soul Brocade Banner. Looking back at Yan Zhaoge now, Zhou Haoxing could not help but be slightly taken aback as he saw Yan Zhaoge's clear eyes. Aside from the two martial grandmasters, the one with the lowest cultivation base here was Yan Zhaoge of the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Yan Zhaoge's personal strength was shocking as it far surpassed most martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. This was something that everyone had gradually acknowledged now. However, Zhou Haoxing and the others were still taken aback by how relaxed he appeared within the dim radiant mausoleum. This youngster is even more unfathomable than my previous impression of him. Zhou Haoxing thought as he expanded the Soul Brocade Banner. The dim black light enveloped and protected Yan Zhaoge as well. Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, moving along with them. The further in they went, the stronger the assimilating force of the restriction became. Afterwards, even with Zhou Haoxing's cultivation base at the peak of the late-seeing divinity martial saint realm and the mid-grade sacred artifact, the Soul Brocade Banner, they were gradually unable to withstand it. Even Zhou Haoxing felt like he was in a trance. Fortunately, the fragmented treasures that were related to the dim radiant mausoleum that they possessed continued to be of use at this moment. Bolstered by the radiance of the fragmented treasures, a considerable portion of the pressure was lessened as Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing and the others were able to continue venturing deeper into the mausoleum. When they arrived at the very bottom of the mausoleum, they saw numerous dim streams of light that resembled chains congregating at the center of the mausoleum. A massive stone coffin hovered there. However, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as the lid of that stone coffin had been opened. Gazing into the distance, no corpse could be seen within. Zhou Haoxing and the others stared dazedly at this scene, unable to recover for a long time. Yan Zhaoge felt astonished as well. Could it be that the dim radiant emperor is not dead? Everything that happened that year was just a facade to deceive others? Or perhaps it was like the exalted solar luminary Gaohan, playing a trick of a cicada shedding its carapace and replacing it? Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant. No. That stone coffin had been used before, having been opened by someone afterwards. It was not that Yin Tianxia had not used it. The mausoleum was filled with the air of death and gloom. Such a majestic qi of death and extermination meant that an extremely powerful existence had indeed once been buried here. In that case, had the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia revived many years later and left this place? Or had someone opened the coffin and moved away Yin Tianxia's corpse? Whichever possibility it was, everyone's hairs would stand on end as a chill rapidly arose from their tailbones. The expressions of Zhou Haoxing and the others changed unceasingly. While they felt joyful that the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia might still be alive, they were also worried about the mysterious disappearance of their founder's corpse. This was especially so for those people who had entered the mausoleum earlier and turned into puppets. How exactly had they managed to do so had always been a mystery. Under such circumstances, looking at the currently empty stone coffin, one could not help but feel that things were not optimistic. Gazing carefully, everyone saw that there was a lone lamp placed atop the stone coffin. The lamp was half black and half white, but there was a clear distinction between the black and white as there were no impurities in it at all. Yet, it was perfectly and flawlessly formed as though it had been formed by nature without any traces of artificiality at all. The lamp had long since been extinguished. Still, streams of radiance connected the surroundings of the mausoleum. The expression of a dim darkness sect martial practitioner changed as he exclaimed, "Dim radiant lamp." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened. The dim radiant lamp, the legendary treasure of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia that year, a high-grade sacred artifact, had vanished alongside him. All these years, everyone had always guessed that the dim radiant lamp had been buried alongside Yin Tianxia in the dim radiant mausoleum. In having come to explore the dim radiant mausoleum this time, the dim radiant lamp had been their primary target. From the looks of it now, this dim radiant lamp seemed to have been greatly damaged as well. Still, it was clearly still a supreme treasure. This was clearly indisputable. Gazing at the dim radiant lamp, Zhou Haoxing bowed before walking forward, extending his hand towards that ancient lamp that was half black and half white. Chapter 709. Seeing Zhou Haoxing's hand extending towards that legendary dim radiant lamp, Yan Zhaoge said, "It's better to be careful." Some of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners guarded their surroundings vigilantly, while others simultaneously gazed at Yan Zhaoge. The meaning contained in their gazes was not subtle. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "We all suspect that someone might have entered before us. The dim radiant emperor's corpse is also nowhere to be seen within his coffin. Whether someone else has entered or the dim radiant emperor has come back to life, the current situation is a little strange. This place is completely empty, yet the dim radiant lamp is still placed there, not having been taken away. Does everyone feel that this is normal?" Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. "We have indeed arrived here a step ahead of the radiant light sect. Still, we were also the first to experience the mechanisms and restrictions within the mausoleum. Being the first to arrive is a joyous thing, but being the first to scout the path and set traps for others is not so joyous." The dim darkness sect martial practitioners did not speak, but looks of agreement could be seen on their faces. Zhou Haoxing's expression was calm as he said slowly, "Little friend Yan's worries are not without reason. Still, we do not have much time to quietly observe the situation. There are some risks that must be taken and cannot be avoided." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "I agree with this." Zhou Haoxing turned to look at the dim radiant lamp once more, his hand extended forward. As his palm neared the dim radiant lamp, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he noticed something unusual about Zhou Haoxing's palm. Amidst the darkness, an extremely dazzling light vaguely appeared. The Tao of light born from the extremity of darkness was a righteous martial art of the dim darkness sect. What Yan Zhaoge was concerned about was that there seemed to be something else within that speck of bright light. A figure gradually appeared from within that light. While it seemed to only be the size of a grain of corn, the majestic, powerful aura within caused even Yan Zhaoge to feel shocked. That person seemed to be an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage who was close to Zhou Haoxing's cultivation base. Next, however, Yan Zhaoge felt that while that figure possessed great strength, it lacked some intelligence. They were rather similar to the puppets controlled by the tomb's restrictions that he had encountered earlier. The dim darkness adept, is it? Yan Zhaoge realized. Although it was the first time he had seen it, it must be the famous darkness venerable. This was one of the foundations upon which the dim darkness sect had established itself in the Royal Reed Sea, having been voluntarily refined with a secret art by a senior of the dim darkness sect just as he was about to die. The requirements for a martial artist to refine themselves were extremely strict, and the success rate of refining was shockingly low. However, once the refinement was successful, one could obtain a body that had recovered its vitality. Its strength would be similar to when it was alive, but it would not be able to continue to improve. The Dim Darkness Adept was one of the most important reasons why the Dim Darkness Adept had been able to contend with the Radiant Light sect even without a high-grade sacred artifact guarding them. At the very least, they had not fallen to a clear disadvantage. Zhou Haoxing's current actions were indeed risky, but he wasn't advancing recklessly. While it looked like he was reaching out to grab the dim radiant lamp, it was actually a Dim Darkness Adept who was actually making a move. This Dim Darkness Venerable was actually equivalent to stepping on a mine for Zhou Haoxing. Still, while it was not Zhou Haoxing who was taking the risk, if they were to lose a Dim Darkness Adept of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm like this, it would still be an extremely great loss to the Dim Darkness sect. The Dim Darkness sect's resolve in entering the Dim Radiant Mausoleum this time could be seen clearly. Looking at that solitary lamp that was half black and half white, Yan Zhaoge did not move, nor did he speak any further. This was truly a good thing. Yan Zhaoge felt moved as well, but he still had many doubts within his heart. It was not just that someone might have long since entered the mausoleum chamber and the disappearance of the Dim Radiant Emperor's corpse. Before entering the mausoleum, Yan Zhaoge had vaguely felt as though there seemed to be something here that was drawing him over. Yet after entering he had discovered nothing at all. He could be certain that what was drawing him over was not the dim radiant lamp before him. What exactly could it be then? Ignoring the rather wary gazes of the surrounding Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge slowly appraised the dim mausoleum chamber around him, pondering slowly. While it was called a mausoleum chamber, its interior was actually extremely vast as it resembled a great hall. It was just that dim light was everywhere, causing one to lose their sense of distance as they were somewhat unable to distinguish between near and far. Other than those puppets they had encountered when they had first entered, there were no other guards in the mausoleum. Still, with that dim light that killed formlessly, there was actually no need for other guards. Those lights would transform all intruders into puppets that guarded the mausoleum. Even seeing Divinity Martial Saints and Immortal Bridge Martial Saints might not be able to resist them. It was all thanks to this supreme treasure that Yan Zhaoge and the others had been able to enter the mausoleum chamber. Meanwhile, there were also many protective restrictions around the exterior of the mausoleum. Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment, coming to a conclusion: someone else must have entered this place before. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why those puppet-like martial practitioners would appear outside. Swiveling his head, he saw that the Dim Darkness Adept on Zhou Haoxing's palm had not regained its normal size as it still resembled a grain of corn. However, this Dim Darkness Adept extended its hand, seemingly wanting to grasp the heavens and the earth with its palm as a dim darkness enveloped the dim radiant lamp. Suddenly the darkness dissipated. A speck of light suddenly lit up. The dim radiant lamp lit up. Bright light instantly enveloped the entire mausoleum chamber. The originally dense dim light within the mausoleum chamber turned bright and dazzling at this moment. If it was just a masterless, damaged high-grade sacred artifact, it might not be able to do anything to Yan Zhaoge, Zhou Haoxing and the others. Now, however, the dim radiant lamp caused the entire dim radiant mausoleum to shake at this moment. The Dim Darkness Adept on Zhou Haoxing's palm suddenly expanded in size, transforming into the figure of a tall old man. Threads of black qi surged unceasingly from this old man's body, yet dissipated unceasingly beneath the illumination of that all-encompassing light. Zhou Haoxing's expression did not change as he roared, pushing out with a palm. That Dim Darkness Adept did the same. As they struck out with their palms, light suddenly appeared amidst the extreme darkness, also bright and dazzling. This light met the light emitted from within the mausoleum chamber, the two seemingly resonating. The other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners here all did the same. The radiance was bright and dazzling, pure to the extreme as it repelled all things in the surroundings. If they were different, they would be repelled and destroyed by it, purified and destroyed. Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant as he circulated the exquisite techniques of the peerless heavenly scripture once more. The next moment, the radiance that was bright and dazzling to the extreme suddenly vanished. The dim radiant lamp was extinguished. Everyone could only feel darkness before their eyes as they were unable to see anything at all. The scenes within the mausoleum chamber vanished, the stone coffin vanished, the dim radiant lamp vanished, only darkness remaining. All of them were unable to sense the existences of others at this moment. Beneath the circulation of the peerless heavenly scripture, whether it was light or darkness, all turned formless. This allowed Yan Zhaoge to see that the space he was in was currently changing unceasingly. The originally majestic mausoleum chamber seemed to have suddenly transformed into chaotic flows of space now. Yan Zhaoge and the others were all trying their best to stabilize their figures. Yet they were unable to do so as they were swept towards different spaces. Zhou Haoxing, who was the strongest amongst them, wielded the soul brocade banner as well as the dim darkness adept beside him, still persistently pursued the stone coffin and the dim radiant lamp. Now Yan Zhaoge felt as though something else was drawing him over once more. Chapter 7:10. This time Yan Zhaoge felt it even more intensely. After carefully distinguishing himself, he discovered that it was not he who had been attracted, but rather the myriad dragon palace. This caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to jolt. The thing that attracted the myriad dragon palace? Space-time turbulence drifted about. In an instant, everyone scattered. Looking back in the direction of the stone coffin and the dim radiant lamp, Yan Zhaoge saw that Zhou Haoxing was still trying hard to approach the dim radiant lamp. However, the mausoleum chamber seemed to have disintegrated, scattering amidst space. Even the surrounding dim radiant mausoleum seemed to have turned into nothingness. Within the dark void, rays of dim light once again appeared. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was because the mausoleum that the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had built for himself was profound and indiscernible, being able to change between illusory and real. Sometimes, it looked like a huge mausoleum made of material, but the entire mausoleum could also turn into an illusory existence. The switch that could switch back and forth between the two was perhaps on that dim radiant lamp. Zhou Haoxing and the dim darkness adept beside him were still trying hard to approach the dim radiant lamp. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure, but only saw the space before him changing. He could clearly feel that in different spaces, the flow of time seemed to be different as well, with some fast and some slow. This caused the space-time turbulence in front of him to become even more chaotic, forming a complex feeling of distortion. Yan Zhaoge summoned the myriad dragon palace, drifting amidst the chaotic flows of space as the massive palace suddenly shook intensely. This time, the shaking of the myriad dragon palace was especially intense, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge did not suppress the changes in the myriad dragon palace as he instead quietly watched on, allowing the myriad dragon palace to move on its own. There seemed to be some sort of existence drawing the myriad dragon palace towards the depths of space step by step. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him. Within the light, streams of light and illusory dust converged. The illusory, ethereal existence began to transform into a tangible form once more, gradually reappearing in the dim radiant mausoleum. The ground beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet solidified once more, the walls of the mausoleum appearing around him. In front of him was a closed stone door. Turning to look, it was pitch black. Zhou Haoxing and the others could not be seen, nor could the dim radiant lamp be seen. After the transformation of the illusory and the real, the people scattered in different spacetimes are also in different places in the mausoleum? Yan Zhaoge frowned. Still, this change seems to have affected the space outside the mausoleum as well. It is the protective restrictions of the entire mausoleum being activated. I wonder if it will instead bring those of the radiant light sect in as well? Shaking his head, Yan Zhaoge knew that there was no point in thinking too much about it. He turned his attention back to the stone door before him. After shrinking, the myriad dragon palace stuck close to the stone door, still shuddering unceasingly. At this moment, the sealed stone door began to tremble. Gazing at the stone door, Yan Zhaoge saw numerous patterns surface on its surface, emitting a seven-colored radiance. The seven-colored radiance merged with the dim light in the mausoleum, as if they were indistinguishable from one another. Still, they each contained different concepts. As compared to the omnipresent dim light of the dim radiant mausoleum, Yan Zhaoge was even more familiar with this seven-colored radiance. Seeing this radiance and then looking at the profound runes on the surface of the stone door, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "It is indeed the remains of the Heavenly Court's divine palace." This stone door was clearly related to the Heavenly Court's divine palace beyond the clouds of the nine heavens in pre-Great Calamity times. Yan Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace had been forged from the corpses of numerous dragons. Its original frame had been a low-grade sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers. However, the main beam and pillars at the very core of the palace had all been the remains of the Heavenly Court's divine palace that year. This sealed door before him was actually an existence similar to the pillars and beams of the divine palace. Carefully comprehending the concept within, Yan Zhaoge reached out and pressed on the surface of the stone door. The scenes before him changed, as if recorded throughout the ages as one figure after another flickered past. The final scene that settled was that of a majestic man garbed in black with a white robe, black hair and white brows, his eyes tightly shut as he sat in the meditative position within the air. A great amount of debris flew into the air, congregating by his side as they slowly formed a massive structure that resembled a palace whilst also an altar. This is the scene of the dim radiant mausoleum being completed after the death of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly, that is, he clearly saw a great door formed of white jade being sealed at the center of the mausoleum alongside Yin Tianxia's corpse. With it as its core, the other materials had gradually come together to form the massive, majestic mausoleum of today. The scenes before Yan Zhaoge's eyes returned to normal. Looking at that tightly shut stone door, he thought, that great door of white jade is your original appearance? What is the situation now then? Carefully analyzing it, Yan Zhaoge felt that there should be another foreign dimension behind the stone door. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge placed his other hand on the myriad dragon palace. Feng Yunxing, Hu Panpan and the Northern Ocean clone all leapt out from within the palace. The myriad dragon palace gradually changed its appearance, transforming into a light dragon. The surface of this light dragon shockingly flickered with the same seven-colored radiance as the great door. Controlled by Yan Zhaoge, the light dragon gradually merged within the great door. Time slowly passed. Just as the tightly shut stone door was beginning to loosen somewhat, the mausoleum suddenly shook once more. The dim radiance turned bright and dazzling at once. Yan Zhaoge was shocked. Someone has touched the dim radiant lamp again? The next moment, the radiance vanished completely as boundless darkness enveloped the area. The dim radiant mausoleum turned into space once more, becoming chaotic space. Yan Zhaoge brought Feng Yunxing and the others along, sticking closely to the stone door. Indeed, there were no changes to the stone door. Circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, the darkness before them was unable to obstruct Yan Zhaoge's vision. Gazing about, he instantly saw a lone lamp still standing atop the open stone coffin in the distance, drifting amidst the chaotic flows of space. Streams of dim light surged amidst the darkness of space once more. Meanwhile, close to the stone coffin, two great experts were currently in the midst of an intense battle. One was garbed in white, sweeping along boundless darkness. The other was garbed in black, light emanating from every single movement of his. One was the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, while the other was his sworn enemy, the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan. If it were anyone else, the earlier abnormalities would not have been sufficient for them to pass through the restrictions on the outside and directly enter the mausoleum. However, Luo Ziyuan and the other radiant light sect experts also possessed a considerable amount of legacy treasures. In the end, the changes in the mausoleum caused by the dim radiant lamp had instead benefited them. The dim darkness sect's advantage in the lead had been largely erased. Zhou Haoxing's expression was calm. If he had not taken the initiative to plot against the dim radiant lamp, instead just waiting bitterly, he would only have been able to watch as Luo Ziyuan and the others caught up to him. It could only be said that the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect were destined to be entangled in a stalemate. At the very least, with a portion of the dim radiant lamp already having been refined by him now, he was still in the lead. Exchanging glances with Zhou Haoxing, Luo Ziyuan did not reply as he directly made a move. At this moment, there was already no need for any words. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance, scanning the surroundings. He saw that the other experts of the dim darkness sect and the radiant light sect were all struggling to break free of the chaotic flows of space, approaching the dim radiant lamp. Chapter 7:11. The storyline has reached a new stage, with many subsequent plots needing to be considered and the general outline needing to be organized. While Luo Ziyuan and the others had also successfully entered the internal region of the dim radiant mausoleum, the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing, was still a half-step ahead. He wielded the soul brocade banner, battling Luo Ziyuan in battle. Meanwhile, that dim darkness adept grasped the dim radiant lamp with one hand, similarly executing a supreme martial art of the dim darkness sect with the other as he faced Luo Ziyuan. Luo Ziyuan's expression was cold as he raised a golden sun and a bright moon with each hand, rising slowly into the air. As the sun and moon alternated, immeasurable radiance illuminated the surrounding area. Where the radiance passed, the dimness dissipated. The sun and moon intersected, light and dark changing illusory as the boundless majestic force of the reversal of extremities was shockingly infused within, resembling the momentum of the heavens and the earth as it swept through everything unstoppably. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. High-grade sacred artifact, Sun-Moon Wheels. The chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, who was a seeing divinity martial saint, was still unable to fully exert the power of a high-grade sacred artifact. Even so, he resembled a divinity at this moment as he resembled the ruler of the heavens and the earth, majestic to the point of being the ruler of the heavens and the earth. Zhou Haoxing could not afford to clash head-on with him as he brandished the soul brocade banner, transforming into a boundless dark abyss that slowed the advance of the sun and moon. The long banner that resembled a flag whilst also a spear expanded amidst space, dim and dim. The Dim Darkness sect's supreme martial art, the Thousand Darkness lackluster spear, its momentum transforming into a world of no light which virtually stood independent of space itself. All the radiance that intruded into this world was extinguished into nothingness. The attacks and forms of enemies ceased to exist within this world as well. The world of no light resembled an abyss that devoured all things, a land of eternal darkness that destroyed all life. However, wherever Luo Ziyuan wielded the sun-moon wheels, immeasurable radiance seemed to surpass the tolerable limits of this world of no light. As the radiance of the shining sun and moon was devoured, more surged, the boundaries of space blurring as it circulated. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, it was like a world of light which unceasingly advanced, pressuring that world of darkness as well. The dim darkness adept grabbed the dim radiant lamp with one hand, the other chopping out with a palm. The half-bright, half-dark radiance formed a saber light that was not dazzling but was very oppressive, wearing down the golden radiance of the sun and moon. Under Zhou Haoxing's control, he sped up the refinement of the dim radiant lamp while attempting to borrow its power to face Luo Ziyuan in battle. Numerous dark patterns appeared on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. There was not the slightest bit of light as they extended unceasingly. The two sides fought intensely. At this time, one could see the majestic momentum of the alternating rising and setting sun and moon. The great sun was as glorious as ever, but the bright moon seemed sluggish as it wavered. The bright moon never seemed to be a full moon. It was often rumored that the moon wheel of the golden wheels of sun and moon had been damaged and had never been repaired. The scene before him seemed to prove this point. It was precisely because of this that even though Luo Ziyuan was pressing on and advancing continuously, Zhou Haoxing was still barely able to hold on with the help of the Tenebrous Paragon. If things continued to drag on, by the time Zhou Haoxing had completely refined the dim radiant lamp, even if the dim radiant lamp was damaged, the situation would immediately change. The other dim darkness sect martial practitioners frenziedly approached where the two clashed. However, the radiant light sect martial practitioners were similarly unwilling to fall behind. As the two sides clashed unceasingly, the black runes on the surface of the dim radiant lamp grew denser and denser. Bright light seemed about to be born amidst the boundless darkness. The dim radiant lamp looked like it was about to be lit once more. Seeing this, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners all felt reassured. However, Yan Zhaoge did not feel optimistic. Even as he hastened the process of opening the sealed stone door, he narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the moon wheel of the sun and moon wheels, feeling that something was wrong the more he looked at it. Just as the dim darkness sect martial practitioners were feeling slightly reassured, Yan Zhaoge suddenly raised his voice, "Be careful of his tricks. The sun and moon wheels might already have recovered." Amidst the chaotic space, those who were situated in different spaces might not be able to hear each other. However, Yan Zhaoge's voice still resounded stably within their ears. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners were all taken aback upon hearing his words. Zhou Haoxing's heart jolted. The originally expressionless chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan, instead suddenly smiled. The radiance of the alternating rising and setting sun and moon suddenly grew even more powerful. The bright moon, which had always been incomplete before, now transformed into a state of perfection, streams of clear radiance scattering outwards. As the sun and moon intersected, their power suddenly rose as some intrinsic changes seemed to have occurred. Zhou Haoxing's pupils dilated intensely. The moon will has really been restored? Luo Ziyuan simultaneously raised his palms above his head, bringing them together in mid-air before he smiled coldly as he chopped downwards. The radiance of the sun and moon rotated interchangeably, transforming into a terrifying saber which chopped downwards, directly breaking through the dim world formed of Zhou Haoxing's thousand dim lackluster spear. Seeing this, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners were all greatly shocked. The moon wheel, which had not been restored all this time, how has it suddenly recovered completely? The current sun and moon wheels were a perfect, flawless high-grade sacred artifact, no longer having any flaws as it had returned to its peak that year. Even though Luo Ziyuan was unable to fully wield its power, the sharpness of a high-grade sacred artifact was indisputable. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows, his earlier bad premonition coming true. The Extreme Yin Crown. Having obtained the Extreme Yin Crown, while the Radiant Light sect might not be able to use it freely, they had still benefited from it. Luo Ziyuan's sudden increase in strength surpassed Zhou Haoxing's predictions as he was instantly forced into retreat by Luo Ziyuan. Fortunately, with Yan Zhaoge's reminder, he virtually instinctively controlled the dim darkness adept to retreat along with the dim radiant lamp, evading Luo Ziyuan's sudden attack. Luo Ziyuan glanced coldly at Yan Zhaoge and Zhou Haoxing, a useless struggle. He waved his palm once more, the immeasurable saber formed of the sun and moon chopping downwards once more. His movement technique was faster than Zhou Haoxing's. As soon as Zhou Haoxing's stable spear technique was broken, it would be hard for him to restrict his speed. As the dim darkness adept barely managed to block it, this great radiant saber of Luo Ziyuan was a feint. The immeasurable radiance of the saber suddenly split into two amidst space, transforming into a sun and a moon, one golden and one silver. The golden sunlight dimmed, transforming into a dim black sun, the silver moonlight turning colder as it transformed into a cold blue moon. The two intertwined in mid-air, instantly locking the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp in place. As light and darkness intersected, they actually vaguely resonated with the dim radiant lamp. Luo Ziyuan's figure moved, fast as a flash of light, arriving in front of the tenebrous overlord in an instant, striking out with a palm. The dim darkness adept was only a puppet at the end of the day. While its strength had reached the 6th level of the martial saint realm, it was hard-pressed to stand against an expert like Luo Ziyuan who was just a half-step away from the immortal bridge stage. The first palm clashed head-on, and the darkness overlord was barely able to block it. However, Luo Ziyuan's second move changed, and the tenebrous overlord's reaction speed could not keep up. She was instantly heavily injured by Luo Ziyuan's palm. Zhou Haoxing bellowed angrily as he chased after Luo Ziyuan and attacked him from behind with all his might. However, Luo Ziyuan did not turn around at all. Streams of light surged from his body, transforming into a set of golden armor that was immeasurably bright and engraved with eternity. It was clearly a mid-grade sacred artifact, helping him defend against Zhou Haoxing's attack. Chapter 7:12. Zhou Haoxing's face was livid as he activated the Soul Brocade banner and attacked Luo Ziyuan with all his might. Boundless darkness covered the void, and the chaotic spacetime turbulence seemed to have fallen into darkness at this moment. The radiance and heat had all disappeared, leaving only an extreme chill in the void. It was as if the universe had come to an end, and everything had returned to a cold and deathly stillness. It was also as if the universe was in primordial darkness at the beginning of the world. The next moment, the primordial darkness was destroyed, and the first light bloomed. The dim darkness sect's supreme martial art, primordial darkness extinguishing. This strike of Zhou Haoxing's at full power was aimed at Luo Ziyuan's vital point, helping the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp out of their predicament. However, the golden armor on Luo Ziyuan's body lit up. The mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable radiant armor, forcibly withstood Zhou Haoxing's full-powered attack with the Soul Brocade banner. As for himself, he did not stop. The sun-moon wheels locked the dim darkness adept and the dim radiant lamp in place before he continued with his third move. Luo Ziyuan's index and middle fingers formed a sword, and he executed the instant radiant sword at lightning speed, tapping towards the forehead of the already injured Tenebrous Adept. If this sword struck, Tenebrous Adept would die immediately. The Tenebrous Paragon barely managed to raise her hand to block Luo Ziyuan's instant radiant sword. Her palm was pierced through by Luo Ziyuan's finger. Zhou Haoxing, on the other hand, used the Ghost Brocade banner as a spear. The tip of the spear swirled with an indestructible radiance, bombarding the inextinguishable light armor. The boundless radiance was instantly extinguished. The mighty mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable radiant armor, was directly destroyed by Zhou Haoxing and the Soul Brocade banner's full-power attack. A mid-grade sacred artifact was completely destroyed. However, the inextinguishable light armor had bought Luo Ziyuan sufficient time. The instant light sword transformed into the great light blade, brazenly chopping off the dim darkness adept's arm that was gripping the dim radiant lamp. All the dim darkness sect martial practitioners let out enraged howls, watching helplessly as the dim radiant lamp that was about to be refined by Zhou Haoxing lost its owner once more. The dark runes on the surface of the dim radiant lamp rapidly dissipated like the ebbing tide of the sea. Yan Zhaoge circulated his true essence, all of it connected with the myriad dragon palace and the stone door behind him as he was unable to divert his attention to other matters. The light dragon formed of the myriad dragon palace had already virtually completely merged with the stone door. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy as he focused on the battle. Having paid the price of a mid-grade sacred artifact, the dim darkness sect's half-a-step lead had been overtaken by the radiant light sect. After Zhou Haoxing destroyed the inextinguishable light armor, he immediately attacked again, continuing to attack Luo Ziyuan. However, the golden wheels of sun and moon, which had become idle, once again shone with boundless light, blocking Zhou Haoxing's path. This time, Zhou Haoxing wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's defense so easily. Luo Ziyuan forced back the already heavily injured dim darkness adept with another move before grabbing the dim radiant lamp with one hand. In an instant, the dark runes dispersed, and the radiant runes spread rapidly on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. The holy weapon that the celestial the Arch always carried with him. I finally obtained it. Luo Ziyuan faced the sky and let out a long roar. The sun and moon wheels turned back into a golden sun and a silver moon, shining above his head as if they would never be extinguished. Despair and unwillingness appeared within the eyes of Zhou Haoxing and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. He had worked so hard only to end up benefiting the Radiant Light sect. How could they resist the Radiant Light sect that possessed two high-grade sacred artifacts? The tables had turned, with the offensive and defensive positions of the two sides reversed as the initiative had completely changed hands. Now the Radiant Light sect was in the lead. Now Zhou Haoxing and the others had to interfere and prevent Luo Ziyuan from refining the dim radiant lamp. However, with the protection of the sun and moon wheels, the difficulty of this would be much higher than when Luo Ziyuan had won the lamp earlier. Luo Ziyuan was in no rush to act against Zhou Haoxing at all now. He was already firmly in a position of invincibility. He would only need a short moment's time before he would be able to refine the dim radiant lamp. The Radiant Light sect who held the advantage in strength in the first place would directly suppress the dim darkness sect martial practitioners here, completely slaughtering Zhou Haoxing and the others without any suspense whatsoever. Zhou Haoxing's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding. Yet, he had to consider a very practical problem. Currently, they virtually had no hope of breaking through the defenses of the sun and moon wheels before Luo Ziyuan refined the dim radiant lamp. With that, they could only watch on as Luo Ziyuan refined the dim radiant lamp. After that, all the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, Zhou Haoxing included, would definitely die a tragic death. Then, should they make use of the time that Luo Ziyuan was still refining the dim radiant lamp to retreat, leaving the dim radiant mausoleum amidst space? To the chief of the dim darkness sect, this would undoubtedly be a humiliating choice to the extreme. As he refined the dim radiant lamp, Luo Ziyuan smiled coldly at Zhou Haoxing and the others. Your only choice is to flee now. Perhaps you might still have a way out of this. However, your dim darkness sect's main altar has already been destroyed. There is no place left for you to hide. This sect can find you at any time. Let's see how long you can hide for. Traitors of the dim darkness sect, the day of your destruction has arrived. He gazed at the surroundings, sighing towards the heavens. The relics of the emperor belong to our sect. The emperor's mausoleum will be consecrated by our sect in the future. As a direct lineage of the emperor's lineage, now is the time for heavenly justice. If the emperor knows of this in the afterlife, he will also be pleased with us descendants, cleaning up the sect for him, slaying you traitors. The faces of Zhou Haoxing and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners were livid, while the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were in high spirits. After so many years of conflict, victory was finally about to be decided today. Looking at the dim radiant lamp in Luo Ziyuan's hands, Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as well. Little thief, it is for the best that you are here as well. Luo Ziyuan's gaze now turned to look at Yan Zhaoge, icy cold to the extreme. We never had the time to deal with you before, instead allowing you to run amok, repeatedly spoiling the major matters of our sect, even killing many of our martial practitioners. I also have to admit that I have never seen a martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm who could cause such a great disturbance as you. Still, it is still too early for you to want to go against our sect. The reason you have been able to roam free and unfettered until now is not because of your own ability, but because our sect has never truly spent our energy on you. Luo Ziyuan said coldly, from now on your good luck ends. He tilted his head slightly. Junior apprentice brother Gua, this matter arose because you valued a youth of the Eight Extremities world. That disciple of yours who has yet to enter our sect has long since died at the hands of this kid. Now it is up to you to deal with him." A radiant light sect elder whose entire body was illuminated by radiance forcibly traversed the chaotic flows of space, walking towards Yan Zhaoge step by step. One of the bigwigs of the radiant light sect, the Lord of the Eternal Light Hall, Guosong, was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint. If Huang Jie had come to the world beyond worlds in the past, he would have been destined to become his disciple. Looking at the other party's hawk-like gaze, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "This is the third time we've met." When Yan Zhaoge had informed the anti-Shen coalition about the Grand Shen dynasty's retreat earlier, he had met Guosong during the confrontation with the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Still, only now did he know that he was Huang Jie's master in the world beyond worlds Radiant Light sect. Guosong said lightly, "This is also the last time." He stared at Yan Zhaoge with a gaze that was like that of a hawk's, a youngster even more outstanding than Huang Jie. "Huang Jie dying at your hands is not in vain. However, a youngster like you who doesn't know the difference between life and death, dying at this old man's hands is even less in vain." With that, he slammed a palm down towards Yan Zhaoge, immeasurable radiance illuminating the surrounding space. Yan Zhaoge was neither shocked nor afraid as he smiled calmly. "You think too much." With a thought he retreated. The stone door behind him suddenly opened. Chapter 7:13. The stone door behind Yan Zhaoge opened, the dim radiance enveloping the space before him instantly beginning to condense once more. Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haoxing and the others in the distance as well as Guosong who had just been about to attack him had all vanished. The dim radiant mausoleum reappeared, its sturdy floor, walls and roof appearing before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. However, the next instant, the mausoleum disintegrated once more, transforming into formless dust which suffused and dispersed, transforming into numerous layers of space. "Where do you think you're going?" In the distance, Luo Ziyuan gripped the dim radiant lamp, his gaze cold. The surface of the dim radiant lamp was densely covered in radiant runes as it looked like it was about to light up once more. Yan Zhaoge was neither panicked nor flustered as he slapped the stone door forcefully with his palm. Streams of strange qi suddenly spurted out from within the open door. The originally dim radiance amidst space instantly dimmed even further, even the dim radiant lamp shaking slightly. The chaotic flows of space vanished once more, the internal structure of the dim radiant mausoleum reappearing. Guosong mightily struck the wall of the mausoleum with his palm. He frowned as he looked at all this, not knowing where Yan Zhaoge was. Everyone was still within the dim radiant mausoleum, but in different spacetime. After space had transformed into a mausoleum, they had been located in different locations within the mausoleum. A moment ago they had still been within sight. Now they were unable to find a path, the complex mausoleum making it hard for them to determine their direction. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners instantly dispersed as well, only those who had been battling within the same spacetime still facing each other. Only Zhou Haoxing and the Dim Darkness adept remained before Luo Ziyuan. He ignored Zhou Haoxing, instead frowning as he looked at the dim radiant lamp in his hand and the mausoleum that had reappeared. Finally, Luo Ziyuan's gaze fell on the stone coffin on which the dim radiant lamp was placed. Looking at the empty sarcophagus, his gaze turned solemn. Is the emperor really dead? Where is that great door in the mausoleum? What exactly is behind it? Zhou Haoxing's expression was gloomy as he too could not make heads or tails of this sudden change. Finally, Luo Ziyuan retracted his gaze, lowering his eyelids. Radiant runes appeared unceasingly on the surface of the dim radiant lamp. Lustrous runes surged unceasingly on the surface of the mausoleum, rapidly extending. While the threat of Luo Ziyuan, Guosong and the others had been temporarily lifted, the Radiant Luo's group still remained. The threat posed by Luo Ziyuan, Guosong, and the others was temporarily removed, but the crisis was still there. Allowing Luo Ziyuan and the Radiant Light sect to obtain the dim radiant lamp and allow the Radiant Light sect's strength to rise greatly was naturally not something that Yan Zhaoge would be happy to see. Sucking in a deep breath, Yan Zhaoge strode through the open stone door. After passing through the stone door, the dim light that bewitched one's mind vanished. Before him was an empty foreign space, a stretch of pitch-black darkness. Only in the distance could a speck of radiance flickering, resplendent and pure. Carefully feeling the flow of qi within this foreign dimension, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned solemn a moment later. This foreign dimension seemed to have recreated the primordial changes of the universe. Everything was in primordial darkness until the first light was born. After the first bit of light was born, time seemed to have frozen at this moment, no longer moving and changing. Everything was preserved at the very beginning. The flow of time seemed to have lost its own meaning. It was extremely mysterious. Yin Zhaoge approached that first speck of radiance. However, the dark cosmic void seemed boundless and without boundaries. No matter how long Yin Zhaoge walked, that speck of radiance still seemed to be far away, not approaching in the slightest. That feeling was like he was walking on the spot. Looking at the distant speck of radiance, Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant as he silently circulated the peerless heavenly scripture. Streams of qi that resembled chaos soundlessly suffused Yin Zhaoge's body. Yin Zhaoge advanced once more. This time, the darkness of space finally had a sense of distance once more. Yin Zhaoge could tell with his naked eye that he was gradually getting closer and closer to that speck of radiance. Finally arriving at the center of this foreign dimension, that speck of radiance that he had first seen was still as tiny as a grain of corn. Yin Zhaoge reached out, the surrounding qi that resembled chaos tainting this millet of radiance. The radiance was no longer graceful. However, Yin Zhaoge could already see that amidst that tiny speck of radiance, another world was actually concealed. Enveloped by that radiance, there was an altar. While it seemed tiny, it emanated an extremely majestic feeling. Yin Zhaoge even felt that this altar was even more majestic than the entire dim radiant mausoleum. The problem is, how do I get in? Yin Zhaoge carefully inspected it, unceasingly analyzing it. He extended a finger, his fingertip lightly touching that speck of radiance. The radiance was like a speck, but Yin Zhaoge seemed to be touching an independent heavens and earth. The power of dimensions seemed tangible as it obstructed Yin Zhaoge. This time, however, Yin Zhaoge felt that it was different. The concept contained within that radiance was not just the legacy of the dim radiant sect alone. There was also an aura that Yin Zhaoge felt familiar with mixed within. His expression turned rather strange. Why does this seem a little like the concept of the life creation heavenly scripture? Also, the comprehension and understanding of the scripture seems to be the handiwork of that legendary mother of mine? Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge recalled his exchange with his father Yen Di back then as he extended a finger, drawing something in midair. His true essence transformed into a stream of light, leaving a mark in the air as it quickly formed a unique rune. As the rune circulated, a profound concept emanated from within. Some things that resembled secret codes that Yen Di had previously imparted to him were all contained within. In the current situation, while some of these things were useless, others were beginning to show their effects. The rune shrunk, becoming even finer than a speck of dust as it descended towards that altar. The speck of light that resembled a speck of dust finally expanded at this moment, forming an existence that resembled a ball of light. A door soundlessly opened on the surface of the ball of light. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be that the person who had first entered the dim radiant mausoleum had been Xue Chuqing? How had she managed to enter the dim radiant mausoleum? Based on her previous cultivation base, even if she had improved rapidly, the chances would still be relatively small unless she had lived in a world where time flowed faster for many years. Or perhaps she had some other special method. Still, there had been no signs of her being related to the dim radiant sect before this. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge entered the world within the ball of light. A majestic altar stood at the center of space, seemingly filling up the surrounding heavens and earth. Bright radiance flickered at the top of the altar as it alternated between bright and dim. Meanwhile, a great amount of things were piled up at the foot of the altar. Sweeping his gaze over them, Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel astonished. Good fella, I've struck it rich this time. Gazing over, all sorts of precious resources and rare treasures were piled up like a mountain beneath the altar. The dim radiant sect had flourished for a time in the past, possessing immense wealth. While the most important dim radiant lamp was not here, just a portion of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's accompanying treasures that had been buried with him was already enough to cause one to sigh in amazement. Still, Yin Zhaoge was more interested in the existence at the top of the altar. And, was there anyone else here? Chapter 7:14. The radiance at the top of the altar was bright at times whilst dim at others, forming layers of light mist that obscured one's sensory abilities as Yin Zhaoge was hard-pressed to see through it. Still, his heart suddenly jolted slightly as he felt that there was clearly someone else present amidst the pile of treasures at the foot of the altar. This somewhat surpassed Yin Zhaoge's predictions. After all, from the environment of the dim radiant mausoleum outside, it had already been quite a while since someone had entered. Could it be that that person had remained here all this time, not having left at all? Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw the pile of treasures that resembled a mountain suddenly shake. Even more bright light surged from below, pushing aside the pile of treasures and materials. A blue bottle rose up from the bottom of the treasure mountain, flying into the air. Numerous runes circulated on the surface of the bottle, gradually dissipating. Observing those runes, Yan Zhaoge wondered, it should have originally been used for sealing purposes. Now that the seal has been broken, what is within the bottle? Could it be that there was still a guardian of the treasures slumbering here, and that he would have to fight it in order to obtain the treasures? Some rather nonsensical thoughts flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind before he saw the seal on the bottle vanish completely. The bottle landed completely on the ground, a seven-colored streak of light shooting out from its mouth as a figure appeared amidst the rainbow light. Yan Zhaoge blinked, staring at that person and appraising her for a long time. It's not her. Yan Zhaoge could not tell whether he felt dejected or relaxed, but he was certain that he would not be mistaken for Xue Chuqing. Whether it was the impression left behind in the depths of his memories or the images of light that he had obtained from his father Yan Di in the past 2 years, Yan Zhaoge clearly remembered Xue Chuqing's appearance. While this person before him was also a woman, she was someone else entirely. Also, she was dressed as a young girl. Dressed in a white dress, this young girl had a drowsy, sleepy look on her face as if she had not had enough sleep. Seeing Yan Zhaoge standing before her, the white-dressed girl sobered up slightly, her big eyes blinking as she appraised Yan Zhaoge. After observing this girl for a while, Yan Zhaoge suddenly extended a finger, tapping towards her forehead. The girl had a dazed look on her face as she looked at Yan Zhaoge in surprise, somewhat unable to recover. Still, as a martial practitioner, her body moved faster than her mind as she unconsciously dodged backwards. As he dodged, he naturally displayed the martial arts movement technique that he had learned. This finger of Yan Zhaoge's had intentionally slowed down its speed and power, giving her sufficient time to display all that she had learned. With just a single move, Yan Zhaoge was already able to tell that this girl's movement techniques were extremely close to those of his mother's maidservant that year, the jade crane Su Yun of the floating life world. It was also of the same lineage as what his father Yan Di had described of his mother, Xue Chuqing. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, retracting his finger, no longer attacking. The white-robed girl stared blankly at Yan Zhaoge. Don't be afraid. A smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face, his tone gentle as he prepared to explain and pacify the other party. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, that girl suddenly said, "Young master is so handsome." Huh? The other party's reaction caught Yan Zhaoge somewhat unprepared. The girl seemed to have finally woken up from her slumber and regained her vitality. However, she currently had a love-struck and admiring look on her face as she clasped her hands before her chest, staring unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge with her pair of starry eyes, handsome features, tall stature, jade tree in the wind, spirited gaze, possessing a sharp, high-spirited sharpness as well as the steadiness of confidence. There is nothing to pick on in all aspects. Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. I have to admit that your praises make me very happy. Still, is this all you care about? The white-robed girl nodded forcefully. This maid knows what Miss looks like and has also seen images of Lord before. But if it is you, young master, this maid has only seen images of you when you were young. I have always been looking forward to seeing how young master, who possesses both the strengths of Miss and Lord, will look like when he comes of age. She covered her face with her hands, twisting about. Miss, young master is really so handsome. Xiao Ai is so happy. Yan Zhaoge was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling like he was unable to keep up with this girl's thoughts at all. That, you called yourself Xiao Ai just now, right? Yan Zhaoge dispiritedly stopped the white-robed girl who was still in the midst of reveling in her joy. I did not have any ill intentions when I attacked just now. It was only to probe your martial foundation. From the looks of it now, it seems like everything is clear as well. Yan Zhaoge said, I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. My father is called Yan Di and my mother is called Xue Chuqing. Your martial arts are of the same lineage as my mother's, virtually the same in every detail as it would be hard for others to imitate you. You should have learnt martial arts from her before, right? The white-robed girl Xiao Ai nodded vigorously. Yes, young master. In addition to serving Miss also taught this maid some martial arts. Yan Zhaoge asked, on what basis are you able to ascertain my identity? Is it just based on looks? There are quite a few people who look similar yet are not related by blood. Xiao Ai answered, in order to treat this maid's injuries, Miss left me within this foreign dimension. This maid recuperated using the turtle breathing technique. When someone entered the foreign dimension using a special technique, if this maid has already recovered from her injuries and is only in a deep slumber, the barrier outside the bottle would automatically awaken this maid. If someone forcibly barged into the foreign dimension with their strength, this maid would not be awakened. Therefore, as soon as this maid awoke, I knew that it was either Miss who had personally returned or Lord or young master who had come. She was all smiles as she looked at Yan Zhaoge. This maid has seen images of Lord before, and young master is also so young. Xiao Ai glanced carefully at Yan Zhaoge again before covering her face and lowering her head once more, her body swaying wildly as she was unable to contain her joy. First grade? No. First grade. Young master must be first grade. Yan Zhaoge momentarily lost his temper towards this love-struck maid as he forced a smile and interrupted her, pondering for a moment before asking, "Then my mother, has she already left? Do you know where she went, where she might be now?" Xiao Ai shook her head. "This maid does not know." She said righteously, "In this world it is easy for Miss to find others, but it is difficult for others to find Mississippi." Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. These words, "I feel more and more of the same." Xiao Ai's mood turned rather downcast as she sniffled. If not for this maid being injured back then, dragging Miss down, Miss would not have been targeted by others, having to make use of this dim radiant mausoleum to deal with the pursuers. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened. "Who was pursuing you?" Xiao Ai was rather lost. "This maid does not know." Miss said that the less this maid knew, the safer it would be. Yan Zhaoge nodded, looking at the altar before him before surveying the surrounding space. "Did my mother bring you into the dim radiant mausoleum? Did anyone help you?" Xiao Ai said, "There was only this maid in Mississippi. According to Miss, the others have all been turned into puppets by the restrictions of this mausoleum." Yan Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, "I remember that my mother should not have anything to do with the dim radiant sect?" This maid also does not really understand. Miss only casually mentioned it, Xiao Ai said. She seemed to say that Mrs. Grand Master was on very good terms with the dim radiant emperor in the past. She suddenly thought of something as she tugged at Yan Zhaoge's sleeve, pointing at the top of the altar. Young master, Miss once said that there was something incredible there." Chapter 7:15. Seeing her innocent expression, Yan Zhaoge did not think much of it as he allowed her to tug on his sleeve. Hearing Xiao Ai's words, Yan Zhaoge gazed in the direction where she was pointing. He saw radiance flickering above the altar, bright at times whilst dim at others. Yan Zhaoge gazed up at the altar, not moving. "Xiao Ai, do you know that the stone coffin in which the dim radiant emperor is buried is empty?" Xiao Ai nodded. "Got it." She continued pointing towards the top of the altar. "The dim radiant emperor is right there." Yan Zhaoge looked rather quizzically at Xiao Ai. Did he not die at all back then, or did he come back to life? This time, however, Xiao Ai shook her head. "Miss says that the dim radiant emperor has indeed perished. However, he secretly set up a mechanism when he was alive, activating a ritual after his death. His corpse left the tomb chamber and fell onto the altar, becoming a part of the ritual. Miss didn't explain it in detail at that time, so I didn't quite understand." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. "Oh, like this?" Xiao Ai explained. "When the young lady went to the altar to take a look, she only said that there was still some time before the ritual was completed. She told me not to disturb it. But according to the girl, as long as the radiance on the top of the altar flashes with a fixed rhythm, it is a sign of the completion of the ritual." Xiao Ai paused for a moment, then added, "Miss said that she also helped to speed up the completion of the ritual. However, it is not convenient for her to stay in the mausoleum for too long, so she arranged for me to rest here. When it is convenient for her in the future, she will come back to wake me up." At this point, the white-clothed girl looked smilingly at Yan Zhaoge, who knew that before this maid could wait for Miss to return, young master would instead return. Yan Zhaoge asked, "How long have you been here?" Xiao Ai was rather at a loss. The flow of time in the dim radiant mausoleum is chaotic. This maid is rather uncertain. Still, it should have been a few years, right? Miss said that I would be able to recover in a year, but I have been sleeping for the next few years. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Oh, it must have been hard on you at such a young age, spending all your prime years sleeping away." Xiao Ai shook her head vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "How could that be? To be able to sleep in the middle of a pile of treasures? This servant doesn't know how happy I am." She had originally been concentrating on answering Yan Zhaoge seriously. At this point he could no longer restrain himself. His two eyes looked around at the surrounding hills of treasures, and he was extremely excited. From the looks of it, if not for the fact that she didn't want to lose her manners in front of Yan Zhaoge, she really would have wanted nothing more than to pounce on him. Yan Zhaoge held his forehead. Not only was she infatuated, she was also a little money grubber. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head, gazing upwards once more at the highest point of the altar as he fell into deep thought. Xiao Ai reluctantly looked away from the mountain of treasures and swallowed her saliva. "Young master, should we go up now?" Regaining his wits, Yan Zhaoge strode forward. "Why not?" Xiao Ai cheered and quickly followed behind him. As Yan Zhaoge walked, he casually asked, "Do you have a famous name?" "Xiao Ai is my name." Xiao Ai also answered casually, "My parents died early, so I don't know what my original name was. At first I was called Xiao Ai, which means sorrow. Afterwards, after following Lady changed it to Xiao Ai, which means love. This servant wants to follow Lady's surname. Lady said that her current name should be Yan Shui Chu Qing. Therefore this servant will be called Yan Xiao Ai." At this point she sneaked a glance at Yan Zhaoge. "That? Young master, you and young master won't object, right?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Of course I won't object. My father probably won't mind as well." Xiao Ai instantly grinned from ear to ear. Yan Zhaoge finally stepped onto that altar now. The altar mightily shook. The radiance in the sky up above gradually condensed into a figure. That figure stood proudly amidst space, a shocking aura surging over. The heavens and earth before them suddenly turned dim at this moment, radiance extinguished. Next, a speck of light suddenly lit up amidst the boundless primordial darkness, bright and pure. That figure that shocked one to the core and almost made one want to prostrate themselves in worship stood amidst light and darkness. His entire person seemed to have been split into two by a formless boundary, one half shining brightly with bright light while the other merged within the dim darkness, hard to see. Still, looking over, this person's entire body seemed to be covered by a layer of dim radiance, not bright and dazzling as it was all blurry. At first glance, the phenomenon of chaos vaguely seemed to be revealed. While it was only an illusory figure, that shocking aura seemed to cause the entire world to shake. It was not just this foreign dimension behind the stone door. Even the entire dim radiant mausoleum outside the stone door was shaking as a result, causing the minds of everyone within the mausoleum to waver. Whether their cultivation bases were high or low, the martial practitioners of the Radiant Light sect or the Dim Darkness sect all felt a sense of panic at this moment. On the altar, Yan Zhaoge gazed at that figure. He felt like that figure seemed to be gazing at him as well. That was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure. He wore black clothes and a white robe, his jet-black hair flowing down his back as his brows were pure white. His eyes were clearly black and white, pure to the extreme. The whites of his eyes seemed to emit immeasurable radiance while his black pupils resembled the deep abyss. This person was actually just standing there quietly, not gazing at anyone at all. Still, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Xiao Ai, they both felt as though this person was staring at them. Meanwhile, the others within the dim radiant mausoleum all vaguely felt as though a pair of eyes had opened amidst the darkness, gazing intently at them. While it was only a silhouette, Yan Zhaoge was still able to accurately identify the other party. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Still, meeting gazes with this silhouette allowed Yan Zhaoge to finally confirm one thing. This expert who had once reigned supreme for a time had truly perished. Otherwise, there was probably no one within the mausoleum who would be able to withstand the might of that gaze of his. It was just like how when Yan Zhaoge had glanced at Yin Luhua back then, she had been a dead person. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it was unreasonable. While he had already perished, he still emanated immense pressure that shook one's soul. Xiao Ai's cultivation base was low as she was naturally unable to bear it. Still, she emitted a muffled groan before suddenly extending a finger, writing and drawing in midair as a massive spirit pattern was drawn a moment later. The spirit pattern expanded unceasingly amidst space, gradually forming a spirit formation. As the spirit formation appeared, the pressure brought about by the silhouette of the dim radiant emperor in midair instantly lessened. That was not a defensive formation as its primary use was more for communication. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge and Xiao Ai seemed to have merged as one with that altar's radiance, no longer being repelled. Looking at that spirit formation, Yan Zhaoge felt rather taken aback with just a single glance. Oh, what high attainments in formations! This formation should not be something that a martial practitioner of her cultivation base should be able to control. As he thought this, Yan Zhaoge extended a finger, making some minor adjustments to the formation that Xiao AI had set up. The effects of the formation instantly became more evident. The silhouette in midair transformed into streaks of light once more, descending towards the top of the altar. Continued to be continued. Chapter 7:16. Within the sky, the figure of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia vanished. However, that suffocating pressure still existed everywhere within the dim radiant mausoleum, causing everyone to be unable to catch their breath. Only Yan Zhaoge and Xiao AI, who were the closest to the altar, were instead more relaxed. That formation had played a very important role. Analyzing the concept within, Yan Zhaoge could feel that the formation and the altar seemed to have merged as one, being completely indistinguishable from one another. This feeling was just like when they had first entered this barrier. Connecting this to what Xiao AI had said earlier about his mother having once helped to speed up the completion of the ritual, Yan Zhaoge understood that this formation must have been the handiwork of his mother, Shui Chuqing. With mother's cultivation base back then, wanting to activate the ritual left behind by the dim radiant emperor was not just a matter of how much knowledge she had and how high her attainments and formations were. A thought flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind: she really had to be extremely familiar with the legacy of the dim radiant emperor or the dim radiant sect. It is to the extent that the relationship between her Grand Master and the dim radiant emperor cannot even be described as close friends. It was very likely that the seniors of his mother's lineage were clearly aware of this ritual that the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia had set up after his death. Perhaps it was Yin Tianxia himself who had intentionally revealed it, asking this friend of his to help watch over him, ensuring the completion of the ritual after his death. Shui Chuqing had only been able to enter the dim radiant mausoleum so easily thanks to the teachings of her lineage, even helping to speed up the process of the ritual here. His mother's understanding of the dim radiant mausoleum even far surpassed that of the orthodox descendants of the dim radiant sect like the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect. Perhaps it was specially arranged by Yin Tianxia. After all, most people are keeping a close eye on the remnants of the dim radiant sect like the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect. If they make a move, it would be very easy for others to detect it, Yan Zhaoge thought, therefore they resorted to a covert method. If the world did not know of the relationship between Yin Tianxia and Grandmaster Shui Chuqing, at least not knowing that their relationship was so deep, it would be very difficult for them to think that the one who was truly guarding Yin Tianxia was not his disciple but someone else. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xiao AI sighed in admiration. Young master, your attainments and formations are so high. While you have yet to attain the martial saint realm when you set up the formation back then, I feel that your attainments and formations are even higher than Mrs. Yan Zhaoge said, that might not be the case. From the various details of the formation in front of him, he could tell that his mother's attainments and formations were extremely high. Not only was he knowledgeable and experienced, but he was also outstanding in terms of pure understanding of formations. Recalling how his father Yan Di had once mentioned that his mother, Shui Chuqing, possessed extraordinary attainments in the Tao of formations, Yan Zhaoge now deeply agreed with her after having personally experienced it for himself. Furthermore, Yan Zhaoge glanced at Xiao AI beside him, nodding approvingly. Xiao AI, your talent in the Tao of formations is indeed unparalleled. Xiao AI exclaimed, then cupped her face with both hands, unable to contain her joy. Young master praises this servant is so happy. Her body swayed a little. Miss, I'm so happy today. Looking at the girl who looked so blissful that she seemed about to faint, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched. If she were to intentionally exaggerate, wanting to bootlick, so be it, Yan Zhaoge would directly smack her on the head, silencing her. But the problem was that this girl seemed to be serious. This caused Yan Zhaoge to not know whether to laugh or to cry. Controlling the formation to envelop him and Xiao AI, Yan Zhaoge slowly walked towards the altar. As he advanced, numerous scenes seemed to appear before his eyes. The world of primordial darkness, the very first light being born. Then as time passed, all things changed, the seas turning into mulberry fields as the myriad phenomena of time manifested. The process of ascending the altar was like walking along the long river of time. The only special thing was that light and darkness were unceasingly alternating, a formless path separating light and darkness into black and white as a boundary was formed. As Yan Zhaoge walked upward step by step, this boundary gradually vanished. While radiance flickered above the altar, the higher Yan Zhaoge went, the darker it seemed before his eyes. He had actually felt this contradictory feeling earlier as well. When the figure of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had appeared, That figure had seemed to be half enveloped in light and half in darkness. Yet, it had also seemed like his entire body had been enveloped by a layer of light that was neither bright nor dark. These two phenomena had simultaneously appeared on Yin Tianxia's body, giving off a contradictory and illogical feeling. Yet they were both incomparably real as they coexisted harmoniously. This altar gave Yan Zhaoge the same feeling now. There was clearly radiance flickering above the altar as he moved upwards. Yet, when he truly ascended the altar, it seemed like he was getting closer to darkness the higher he went. When Yan Zhaoge finally arrived at the top of the altar, this feeling had reached its peak. Radiance illuminated the area before him while he himself seemed to be in darkness. One could not help but suspect that one of these two phenomena was an illusion. The phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. These two feelings are both real. This is the concept left behind by the dim radiant emperor. Able to surpass his predecessors and forge ahead, he is indeed no ordinary person. The phenomenon of chaos dissipated within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, yet a vast heaven and earth seemed to appear. The heavens and earth suddenly overturned. The peerless heavenly scripture transformed into the cyclic heavenly scripture. The cyclic heavenly scripture that comprehended the Tao of two opposites. The extremity of darkness birthed light, the extremity of light birthed darkness. The primordial darkness nurtured all things, being born alongside light as everything returned to the embrace of darkness in the end. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. At this moment he finally saw clearly what exactly existed amidst the radiance at the top of the altar. It was a massive metal wheel. There were 12 holes on the metal wheel which slowly rotated alongside it. It was also precisely as the metal wheel rotated that the radiance above the altar was bright at times whilst dim at others, flickering unceasingly. A great amount of ancient, profound patterns were inscribed on the surface of the metal wheel, deep, profound principles circulating within. Gazing at the metal wheel, Yan Zhaoge gradually comprehended the dim radiant 12 arts. The supreme scripture of the dim radiant sect that year was known as the dim radiant scripture, being a classic martial art that had been passed down in pre-Great Calamity times. It had been kept within the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's divine palace as well. The Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect that had not been extinguished after the Great Calamity had benefited from the complete legacy of the dim radiant scripture. However, after Yin Tianxia had soared into the world, he had improved upon the martial arts of his predecessors, improving upon the foundation of the dim radiant scripture as he had created the dim radiant 12 arts. Even as he had helped himself advance towards the peak, he had also led the dim radiant sect to the peak of its history. The martial arts of the current Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect were actually mostly derived from the incomplete Dim Radiant 12 arts. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge could feel that the concept contained within this metal wheel was clearly superior to that of the Dim Radiant scripture. He reached out, touching that metal wheel. The metal wheel suddenly ceased rotating. With this, Xiao Ai was also able to clearly see the appearance of the metal wheel. This was still the first time she had seen the true appearance of this treasure, as she could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Yan Zhaoge's body shook intensely. The face of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia suddenly appeared before his eyes once more. The two seemed to be mere inches apart as they silently stared at each other. A few words appeared within Yan Zhaoge's mind for no reason at all. The dim radiant wheel. Chapter 717. Yan Zhaoge met Yin Tianxia's gaze. While it was only a will, Yan Zhaoge felt like he had truly traversed thousands of years, coming face to face with this hegemon of a generation many years ago. Now he finally knew where Yin Tianxia's coffin had been empty and where his body had gone. The setup of this dim radiant emperor after his death had actually been to transform himself into this dim radiant wheel. A supreme treasure that surpassed sacred artifacts. An immortal artifact of legend. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. To think that I would actually see an immortal artifact here, even though it is an incomplete immortal artifact. It was just like how not all martial saints had holy weapons with them. Immortal artifacts were even rarer. One had to be at the cultivation base of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia at the very least before one could attempt to forge it. Not every expert above the martial saint realm possessed an immortal weapon. This had been the case in pre-Great Calamity times. For example, the Flame Devil Emperor who had created the lineage of the Flame Devil world did not possess an immortal artifact. The dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had been a brilliant shooting star, stunning the world. Yet he had also perished very quickly. While the dim radiant sect was wealthy, the materials for forging immortal artifacts were still scarce. Without sufficient time to accumulate and consolidate, it was common knowledge that the dim radiant sect did not possess immortal artifacts. Yin Qianxia's accompanying treasure that everyone was familiar with was the high-grade sacred artifact, the dim radiant lamp. Yan Zhaoge had not thought that the dim radiant emperor would actually have used himself as a part of the immortal artifact, the dim radiant wheel, after his death. Looking at the dim radiant wheel, other than desire, Yan Zhaoge's first reaction was more of doubt. The dim radiant emperor's actions were really too bizarre. Was it to leave behind a supreme treasure for his descendants, or was it purely to fulfill his unfulfilled wish in life? Shocking tides surged within Yan Zhaoge's heart, or perhaps this immortal artifact was the method that the dim radiant emperor prepared for his own resurrection. There was another possibility. The dim radiant emperor had painstakingly forged this treasure before his death in order to seal away a certain secret. Perhaps it was related to his death that year and the dim radiant sect's decline from its peak? Looking at the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia before him, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. While Xiao Ai could not see the dim radiant emperor's image, she asked curiously, "Young master, is this a high-grade sacred artifact?" "No, this is an immortal armament. However, it has yet to be completed." Yan Zhaoge answered, "Or rather, this is an embryonic immortal artifact. It would be more appropriate to call it an embryonic immortal artifact." Xiao Ai's mouth gaped open for a long time. She had never seen an immortal weapon before, but she had heard Xue Chuqing mention the legends regarding immortal weapons. Yan Zhaoge saw the white-robed girl's eyes turn bright as they had never been before. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be countless black iron wheels rolling up and down. At this moment, in Xiao Ai's eyes, the originally unremarkable black iron wheels seemed to have turned into coins that were round on the outside and square on the inside, flashing with an incomparably alluring luster. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, waving a hand in front of Xiao Ai's eyes. Young master, this thing. Xiao Ai regained her wits, swallowing her saliva as she spoke rather incoherently, gesturing wildly at the dim radiant wheel and then at Yan Zhaoge. "You definitely. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "Relax. Whether it is a fortuitous encounter or a calamity is still uncertain. Even if it is a fortuitous encounter, it would not be so easy to obtain it." Xiao Ai finally managed to catch her breath with much difficulty as she tugged at Yan Zhaoge's sleeve, looking at him with an expression of worship on her face. "Young master, you definitely have a way, right?" Yan Zhaoge said rather amusedly, "First, not speaking of the fact that your cultivation base is still low, even with my current cultivation base, it would still be impossible for me to wield the power of an immortal artifact. While delicacies are good, you can only look at them and not eat them. You don't have to be so enthusiastic, right?" Xiao Ai said righteously, "Such a good treasure, just looking at it fills one with bliss." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, smiling as well. "If you put it this way, it does seem to make sense." He turned to look at the dim radiant wheel once more, feeling the concept within as he analyzed the principles of the legendary dim radiant 12 arts. Time passed bit by bit. Yan Zhaoge remained silent and unmoving. Now Xiao Ai had calmed down as well, gazing nervously at Yan Zhaoge, yet not daring to disturb him. Every time her gaze fell on that tranquil black wheel, she could not help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, just feeling like a cat was scratching at her heart. After who knew how long, the world they were in suddenly shook intensely for a moment. Yan Zhaoge snapped out of his contemplation, raising his brows. Xiao Ai's expression changed slightly. "Someone else has come." The foreign dimension that the altar was in was gradually enveloped by a layer of blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark. Yan Zhaoge's mind was connected to the dim radiant wheel as the world before him suddenly fell into darkness. Then, amidst the boundless darkness, the light of a lamp suddenly lit up, resembling the light of the very beginning. "It's the dim radiant lamp. Luo Ziyuan has completely refined the dim radiant lamp," Yan Zhaoge said knowingly. Luo Ziyuan, a late-seeing divinity martial saint, had originally possessed the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. Now he had even refined the dim radiant lamp, which was also a high-grade sacred artifact. Who in the entire dim radiant mausoleum could still contend with him? Currently searching with the help of the dim radiant lamp, he had shockingly arrived outside the stone door, attempting to open it and barge into this foreign dimension. Xiao Ai looked nervously at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "There's still time." Still grasping the dim radiant wheel with one hand, he flicked his sleeve with the other, Feng Yunxing, who had been swept and kept away by his true essence earlier, leaping out. Xiao Ai stared wide-eyed at Feng Yunxing who had appeared before her. Feng Yunxing nodded and smiled at her. Yan Zhaoge said, "Be fast." Feng Yunxing smiled, "Of course there's nothing I can do if too much time passes." Dim blue radiance suddenly lit up within her pupils, resembling two cold suns that illuminated the surrounding area. A powerful aura that shook the heavens and the earth emanated from her body as the cold sun divine saber behind her was mightily unsheathed, landing within her hand. Principles intermingled, runes extending as the surface of the cold sun divine saber and Feng Yunxing's skin were both enveloped by dim blue patterns of light, a brutal, destructive, terrifying aura rising unceasingly. She circled to the other side of the dim radiant wheel, standing face to face with Yan Zhaoge. The saber was pointed forward, right at the center of the dim radiant wheel. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened as the power of reversed moon was infused within the dim radiant wheel as well, combining with Feng Yunxing's valiant power of reversed sun. The cyclic heavenly scripture circulated, reversing the heavens and earth, reversing yin and yang. Streams of light instantly shot out from the surface of the jet-black dim radiant wheel, illuminating the bodies of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Streams of air flowed out of the 12 holes and enveloped the entire altar. The next moment, the dim radiant wheel slowly rose amidst infinite radiance, resembling eternal darkness. The trajectory of its rise seemed to divide the boundary between light and darkness for the world before it. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing rose alongside the dim radiant wheel. Now the surrounding heavens and earth were already gradually enveloped by dim light. Darkness suddenly appeared amidst the light. A speck of light appeared at the center of the darkness. Continued to be continued. Chapter 7:18. Amidst the dim light that obscured the heavens and covered the earth, boundless darkness appeared. Amidst this darkness, a speck of light suddenly blossomed, bright and dazzling. Amidst the radiance was a speck of light. The light flickered lightly, breaking through the all-encompassing dim light as it descended at the core of this foreign dimension, arriving before the altar. That solitary lamp was, shockingly, the dim radiant lamp. Numerous bright patterns of light surfaced on the surface of the lamp, seemingly eternal and inextinguishable. Guided by the light, a few figures appeared within this foreign dimension. The person at the front was garbed in black, a sun and a moon coiling above his head as a shocking aura emanated from him without any concealment whatsoever. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw the figure of the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Driving the dim radiant lamp forward with the sun-moon wheels above his head, Luo Ziyuan truly illuminated the 9 heavens at this moment. Beside Luo Ziyuan were Guisong and the others. Not all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had entered the dim radiant mausoleum had arrived. This was because Luo Ziyuan had felt that there was an existence even more important and powerful than the dim radiant lamp within the mausoleum. Therefore he had hurried over as quickly as he could. With the mausoleum currently unable to transform into space, Luo Ziyuan could only find a limited number of people. Still, as long as he had the dim radiant lamp and the sun-moon wheels, it was already sufficient for Luo Ziyuan. Illuminated by the radiance of the dim radiant lamp, that terrifying aura which had caused the hearts of Luo Ziyuan and the others to palpitate and press down on them to the point of suffocation no longer affected them at this moment, as they instead felt like they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was as though they were enjoying the grace of their ancestors. Luo Ziyuan's gaze first fell on the dim radiant wheel on the altar. A look of shock involuntarily appeared within his eyes. It seems like it has not been successfully forged yet. However, let alone the sun-moon wheels, even the dim radiant lamp at its peak would probably be far inferior to it. What exactly? The expressions of Guisong and the others beside Luo Ziyuan were all uncertain as well. Could it be an immortal artifact of legend? Luo Ziyuan inhaled deeply. Could it be that this is the greatest secret of the dim radiant mausoleum, and also its most precious treasure? With the dim radiant lamp in hand, Luo Ziyuan had only felt gratified and joyous. Now, however, looking at the dim radiant wheel, he was virtually unable to control himself. Beside him, Guisong and the others all revealed looks of great joy as well. They could not be blamed for losing their composure. The significance behind the dim radiant wheel was truly far too great. The dim radiant wheel before them was still in its embryonic form, having yet to be completely refined. However, it was already exceptionally powerful. If the refinement was completed, it would be the #1 treasure of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory without a doubt. Luo Ziyuan himself had advanced further in his cultivation base, stepping into the immortal bridge stage. As he wielded the dim radiant wheel, even the southeastern exalt would be unable to do anything to him. In the entire southeastern Yangheaven territory, the Radiant Light sect could completely do as they pleased. Now that they had reached this point, they had truly taken an incomparably solid step in restoring the former glory of the dim radiant sect. The lifelong ambition of the ancestors of the Radiant Light sect and himself, Luo Ziyuan, would truly see light and hope. Luo Ziyuan's gaze swept across the mountain of treasures beneath the altar, and his eyes narrowed again. His gaze finally fell on the top of the altar once more, gazing at the dim radiant wheel and Yan Zhaoge who was currently grasping it. The blazing heat in Luo Ziyuan's eyes abruptly retreated, turning icy cold. Yan Zhaoge appraised Luo Ziyuan all over, smiling with a composed expression on his face. While you possess the sun-moon wheels and also possess the dim radiant lamp, being able to arrive so quickly, it should be because you did not spend any time on the dim darkness sect. This means that the dim darkness sect's chief Zhou and the others retreated of their own accord when you were refining the dim radiant lamp? Luo Ziyuan's gaze was icy cold, not rippling in the least. Don't try to stall for time. There is no use at all. The supreme treasure of the dim radiant light sect left behind by the emperor only has one current owner, and that is my sect. How is it something that you can touch? He raised his palm towards Yan Zhaoge from afar, his index and middle fingers forming a sword before he stabbed outwards. Let go. A sword light that was swift as a streak of light instantly traversed space, seemingly having no time at all as it was already before Yan Zhaoge. As an expert of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, this sword was virtually swift to the point that even Yan Zhaoge was unable to capture its trajectory. However, Yan Zhaoge completely ignored that sword light. The mightily rotating dim radiant wheel suddenly halted at this moment. Luo Ziyuan's radiant light sword of an instant suddenly changed direction, brushing past Yan Zhaoge. The 12 slots on the black metal wheel all resembled dark abysses, resembling 12 dim worlds. The bright sword light abruptly split apart amidst space, transforming into 12 streaks of light which separately entered the 12 slots of the dim radiant wheel. Dragging things out a little longer would actually be you all who would benefit from it. You would be able to remain immersed in your sweet dreams for a little longer. The smile at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth gradually turned cold. Now you have awoken from your dreams. Luo Ziyuan's pupils dilated intensely. Those of the Radiant Light sect were all bewildered. Yan Zhaoge being able to wield the high-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal, had already left them feeling that it was inconceivable. How could he possibly be able to wield even this supreme treasure which seemed to be an immortal artifact? It was not him who wielded this supreme treasure. Instead, he made use of the mechanism used to forge it originally. That mechanism was left behind by the emperor. Luo Ziyuan roared, "Destroy the altar down below, and he will not be able to touch the treasure in the slightest." Guosong and the others immediately lunged downwards. However, before they had even neared, that altar mightily shattered on its own. The dim radiant wheel that had come to a standstill began rotating once more. The dim blue light within Feng Yunqing's pupils dissipated as she immediately retracted her saber and retreated. Yan Zhaoge roared in a low tone, "Rise?" The dim radiant wheel left Yan Zhaoge's palm, continuing to rise into the air, resembling the center of the world wherever it passed. The dim radiant lamp before Luo Ziyuan suddenly trembled intensely. The next moment, its bright light was suddenly extinguished. Luo Ziyuan's expression changed. Just as he was about to stop it, he saw the dim radiant lamp fly into the air, directly breaking free of his control as it flew towards the dim radiant wheel. The bright, dazzling patterns on the surface of the ancient lamp rapidly faded, becoming dim and lusterless once more as it was simple and solemn. Luo Ziyuan's eyes looked like they were about to implode. While he had not come into contact with the dim radiant wheel like Yan Zhaoge had, the scene before him had also caused him to come to a realization. From the very beginning, in the plans of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia, this dim radiant lamp had been one of the raw materials needed to forge the dim radiant wheel. Unless they could break through Yin Tianxia's ritual, whoever obtained the dim radiant lamp, they would not be able to retaliate at all against the dim radiant wheel. It was its destiny to be absorbed and merged with the dim radiant wheel. However, while they understood this logic, how could Luo Ziyuan and the others of the Radiant Light sect accept it? They had gone through innumerable trials and tribulations, plotted for innumerable days, searched for innumerable clues to find this dim radiant mausoleum. After a great battle with the dim darkness sect and even having their mid-grade sacred artifact, the inextinguishable light armor, destroyed, they had finally obtained the dim radiant lamp. In the end, it had all been for naught, having been taken away so easily. Looking at this scene, Luo Ziyuan and the others felt their vision go black and they saw stars. Chapter 7:19. The light of the dim radiant lamp was extinguished, traversing space as it shot towards the dim radiant wheel like a tired bird returning to the forest. The dim radiant wheel halted its rotation once more. Suddenly, one of the 12 abyss-like holes released rays of light. The dim radiant lamp was swept up by that light, entering this hole and disappearing. The next moment, the light faded completely as the dim radiant wheel began to rotate once more. However, an even more terrifying aura spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. Luo Ziyuan forcibly stabilized his emotions, which had almost gone out of control. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel, he roared in a heavy tone, "The dim radiant lamp is also one with this treasure. As long as we obtain this treasure, the result will be the same." With a low bellow, Luo Ziyuan struck out with both hands and slashed forward. The revolving sun and moon above his head instantly transformed into two terrifying saber lights, one from the left and one from the right as they descended towards Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel. Wherever the saber light passed, everything in the void seemed to be purified by the boundless light. Not even ashes were left behind. The divine light blade's domineering and forceful nature was vividly displayed by Luo Ziyuan. Before the eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others, other than a vast expanse of white radiance, nothing else could be seen. Luo Ziyuan's gaze was ice-cold. Although it might be an immortal armament, it has not been refined yet. It is only an embryonic form. Also, without a master controlling it, Luo Ziyuan was confident that with his own strength and a high-grade sacred artifact, he would at least be able to temporarily lock down the dim radiant wheel. Hurry and make your move. Not needing Luo Ziyuan to say anything else, Guosong and the others had already lunged towards Yan Zhaoge's group once more. Feeling the changes in the dim radiant wheel, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he released his Northern Ocean clone, also smiling as he said to Feng Yunxing and Xiao Ai, "We can slowly split the treasures below later on." Amidst his words, the Northern Ocean clone descended, spreading his palm as he directly uprooted a treasure mountain and kept it. The Northern Ocean clone brandished both hands, his other hand going to collect another pile of treasures that were piled up like a mountain. It was as if he did not see Guosong and the others who had already descended from the sky. Guosong snorted coldly, "Come, let this old man see if you really have the ability to escape from a mid-seeing divinity martial saint?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "Worry about yourself first." After having absorbed the dim radiant lamp, the dim radiant wheel in the air up above spun faster and faster. As the black iron wheel spun, the foreign space they were in began to distort. A massive vortex seemed to have been formed with the dim radiant wheel at its center, sucking in its surroundings unceasingly. Luo Ziyuan's great light blade shattered, revealing the sun and the moon, one gold and one silver. Under Luo Ziyuan's control, the sun-moon wheels attempted to lock down the dim radiant wheel. However, when the radiance of the golden sun and silver moon came into contact with the dim radiant wheel, the black metal wheel which had already been astonishing in the first place suddenly erupted with an even more astonishing aura. A figure appeared with the dim radiant wheel at its center. He was dressed in black clothes and a white robe, had black hair and white brows, was tall and had a dignified expression. It was shockingly the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. "Disperse." The unhurried voice seemed to have traveled through the ages and resounded once again in the present world. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Luo Ziyuan, Guosong and the others, an unprecedentedly bright radiance shot out from the illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor, sweeping through everything in its surroundings. The golden wheels of sun and moon were sent flying. The foreign dimension began to collapse. A stone gate flashing with seven-colored light appeared in the void, its surface mottled and peeling. After the outer layer of stone had been completely shattered and peeled off, the lustrous jade light shook as a great gate of white jade appeared before everyone's eyes. The great gate of white jade expanded amidst space, quickly becoming more than 10 times larger than the original stone gate. The tall gate seemed not to be for people to pass through, instead being opened for divinities and immortals above the 9 heavens. Now, a light dragon shot out from within the gate, similarly flickering with 7-colored radiance. "It looks like this thing was not left for you." Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly as the Northern Ocean clone collected all the treasures, bringing along Feng Yunxing, Xiao Ai, Ahu and Pan Pan and flying into the air. The seven-colored light dragon lowered its head, opening its mouth and swallowing all of them before flying back to the great gate of white jade. Now, a layer of seven-colored radiance shockingly surfaced on the dim radiant wheel as well. Luo Ziyuan was taken aback. That stone gate and the mechanism jointly created this foreign dimension. This stone gate was a part of the mechanism from the very beginning? That Yan Zhaoge first refined the stone gate? The dim radiant wheel left the illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor, landing within the great gate of white jade along with the seven-colored light dragon. The great gate of white jade mightily closed. However, the seven-colored radiance still flickered unceasingly, the roars of dragons resounding amidst the radiance. Accompanied by the roars of dragons, a massive, majestic palace appeared. Then, amidst the seven-colored radiance, the palace gradually began merging with that great gate of white jade. Finally, the great gate of white jade shockingly transformed into the door of a palace, the seven-colored radiance dissipating as only numerous silhouettes of dragons remained coiling above the great hall. Within the great hall, Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position. Yet, the dim radiant wheel ceased circulating, completely devoid of any aura as it fell into the depths of the great hall, no longer moving. However, a blurry light that was neither bright nor dark emanated from the surface of the myriad dragon palace, protecting it as it gradually vanished amidst the darkness of space. Those of the Radiant Light sect were unwilling to accept this as they wanted to stop the pursuit. Yet, the silhouetted figure of the dim radiant emperor shook mightily amidst space, exploding and transforming into a rain of light. Where the rain of light passed, the foreign dimension which had already been collapsing originally was completely destroyed. Violent chaotic flows of space swept the area, actually causing the entire dim radiant mausoleum to begin collapsing as well. The actual mausoleum and illusory space intersected unceasingly, causing storms that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth to spread even further out of the mausoleum, destroying everything. The eyes of those of the Radiant Light sect bulged. Could it be that the existence of this dim radiant mausoleum is not for the Emperor's own matters at all, but for the sake of forging that supreme treasure? Now that the ritual had come to an end, the dim radiant mausoleum had also completed its historical mission. It was just that Luo Ziyuan and the others were feeling sad at this moment. The terrifying chaotic flows of space were even more terrifying, even more violent than they had ever been before. Even Luo Ziyuan, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, would be hard-pressed to protect himself as he had to rely on the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were scattered in all directions, only able to struggle amidst the shocking tides. The Sun-Moon Wheels had separated earlier, now being jolted flying in two different directions. Luo Ziyuan barely managed to grab the Sun Wheel, yet could only watch helplessly as the Moon Wheel was swept away in another direction, vanishing amidst the chaotic flows of space. He wanted to chase after it. Yet, he who only had the Sun Wheel was only able to barely resist the terrifying chaotic flows of space as he was forced to go along with the flow. Having been damaged for many years, the Moon Wheel, which had finally been repaired recently, had yet to be warmed in his hand when it was lost once more. This time, even where to look for it had become a problem as it had almost been lost. The dim radiant wheel was gone. The dim radiant lamp was gone. Even the Sun-Moon Wheels, which had originally belonged to him, had been destroyed. Luo Ziyuan's enraged roar resounded amidst space as he was unable to suppress it any longer. Chapter 720. The eruption of the chaotic flows of space had begun with the dissipation of the silhouette of the dim radiant emperor. Thanks to the dim radiant wheel, the surface of the myriad dragon palace was enveloped by a layer of blurry radiance which ensured its safety as it traversed the chaotic flows of space. Otherwise, even having refined the door of white jade, the myriad dragon palace would only have been destroyed amidst such terrifying tides. Yan Zhaoge and the others within the palace would naturally not have it easy either. Now, however, they could sit stably on the fishing platform. Still, Yan Zhaoge noticed that the dim radiant wheel had gradually fallen silent. Even having absorbed the dim radiant lamp, the dim radiant wheel was still incomplete as it was still a half-finished product. There was still a long way to go before it could truly become an immortal artifact of legend that shook the heavens and shook the earth. Yan Zhaoge attempted to communicate with it but received no response. This treasure that had just displayed its splendor seemed to have become a completely inconspicuous black metal wheel now as it hovered silently amidst the numerous layers of space within the myriad dragon palace. Still, Yan Zhaoge was not in a rush as he just gazed at that black metal wheel and observed it carefully. Everything that had happened earlier had mostly been within his predictions, even having been single-handedly brought about by him. Still, some things had allowed Yan Zhaoge to see through many things that he had not known previously. Young master. Ahu rubbed his hands, curiously coming over from the side. What else did we gain this time besides this thing? Yan Zhaoge smiled. If we are talking about benefits that can immediately be seen, this is the best. The Northern Ocean clone smiled, spreading open his palm as light was emitted from it. The next moment, a grayish-white object that resembled a bone appeared on the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Ahu looked curiously at that bone, carefully identifying it for a long time before confirming that he had never seen it before. It looks like the spine of something, a vertebra? Ahu scratched his big head. Instead, it was Pan Pan who came over from the side, his nose twitching forcefully as he looked like he somewhat understood. He himself had never seen the other party's kin before. Still, engraved deep within his bloodline, his ancestral memories vaguely gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Pan Pan stared at it for a moment before revealing an expression that read, "While I don't recognize it, it looks very tasty." Then he licked it with his tongue, moving towards that bone. The Northern Ocean clone, however, stopped him now as Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Wait. It's fine if it's anything else, but I can't let you eat this." Pan Pan blinked as if not understanding, once more extending his tongue to lick that piece of bone. Bang. Yan Zhaoge snappily flicked his big forehead. "Stop acting dumb with me, it's not like you don't understand what I'm saying." Pan Pan hugged his head with his two front paws, opening his mouth wide and revealing a simple and honest smile. Looking at that bone, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "To you, it is merely a delicacy. But to my Northern Ocean clone, it is something that could not be any better." The Northern Ocean clone smiled, force surging from his palm as that grayish-white bone shook. The grayish-white color gradually dissipated, and rays of golden light shot out from the bones. The entire bone became bright and translucent, like a golden crystal. The skeleton seemed to have a life of its own as it began to pulsate incessantly. Rumbling sounds came from within the skeleton, as if it was a desolate roar that had traveled through the ages. Within the golden light there was a vague illusion. In the illusion there was a vast and boundless sea. Amidst the roiling waves, a massive figure could vaguely be seen traversing within. Massive waves that surged to the heavens, violent tsunamis, were all crushed to smithereens as this massive figure approached. As this massive black figure floated upwards, gradually arriving at the sea's surface, it resembled a small piece of land as its length and width were hard to estimate. The black figure finally surfaced from the water's surface. It was shockingly and incomparably massive Kuan. The massive Kuan swam within the sea, its vast, majestic power manifesting as it seemed able to carry the heavens and the earth on its back. This massive Kuan leapt up from the seawater, transforming into a similarly massive rock in midair. The great rock spread its wings, instantly soaring above the 9 heavens as it vanished amidst the sky, no traces of it left to be found. Seeing this, Ahu turned his gaze towards Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, blurting out, "Kuanping." "That's right," Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, "this is precisely a Kuanping bone." Illuminated by the golden light, a silhouette appeared as that Kuanping bone that was bright and clear as crystal gradually regained its original appearance, its size beginning to expand rapidly. From the looks of it, it would become much larger than the Myriad Dragon Palace. A satisfied look appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. This is the spine of a pure-blooded Kuanping, condensed within the concept of that Kuanping, pure and abundant. The Northern Ocean clone extended his hands, pressing down on that Kuanping bone. Beneath his true essence, the Kuanping bone ceased expanding. Still, everyone could still feel the surging aura within. Light surged on the Northern Ocean clone's palm, seemingly able to contain the heavens and the earth within a speck of dust. The Kuanping bone vanished, but golden light surged about the Northern Ocean clone's entire body. Amidst a breath's time, the golden light rapidly turned black before changing back the next instant, repeating the cycle. The Northern Ocean clone sat in the meditative position, his eyes tightly shut as he entered a meditative state, no longer speaking as he was fully focused on refining that Kuanping bone. It was not just absorbing its essence chi. More importantly, it was experiencing the concept that originated from the true ferocious beast, the Kuanping. Like this, it combined with the Northern Ocean clone's own martial arts foundation as he began his assault towards a higher level. Seeing that the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation was already on the right track, Yan Zhaoge turned his attention back to other things. The treasures beneath the altar were as numerous as clouds. While analyzing the dim radiant wheel, Yan Zhaoge had also successfully obtained the most powerful martial art of the dim radiant sect, the dim radiant 12 arts. Yan Zhaoge knew that there were martial arts that surpassed the dim radiant 12 arts. Still, he was very interested in this one. This was because he discovered that this supreme martial art vaguely resembled the primordial chaos somewhat. This was extremely rare. This was because the primordial chaos, the source of all profundities, was the might of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. The second scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the origin heavenly scripture of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures, symbolized the creation of all things from nothingness, the original, 1. The origin heavenly scripture could be simultaneously cultivated in by many. Still, only a single person could attain major accomplishment in it. Whoever attained major accomplishment first would block off the path of others. As for the peerless heavenly scripture, the head of the 10 scriptures and the source of all arts, it was even more extreme. The Lord of Primordial Beginning was unique. The peerless infinity of all things returning to nothingness was similarly unique. Only after the Lord of Primordial Beginning had transcended would others be able to cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. Also, only a single person could cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture at the same time. Once this position was occupied, it would be impossible to displace it unless the cultivator died. Not long ago, Yan Zhaoge had discovered that even his Northern Ocean clone was unable to comprehend the peerless heavenly scripture as he could only cultivate in it himself. Like this, others might be able to see through him when he executed the peerless heavenly scripture. Now, with the dim radiant 12 arts, he would be able to conceal this somewhat. Chapter 721. Before having come to the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge had already had a premonition. Because legacies had been preserved more completely, there might even be experts who had survived the great calamity. The knowledge and vision of the peak figures of the world beyond worlds were not something that the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world could compare to. As Yan Zhaoge executed the various secret arts of the heavenly court's divine palace of pre-great calamity times, there might be people in the world beyond worlds who would recognize them. After arriving here, his premonition gradually came true. Still, Yan Zhaoge had ways to deal with most of them. The cyclic heavenly seal was concealed by the heavenly broad creed palm. When it was truly used, it would change in secret, retracting as soon as it was released, its traces fleeting and fleeting. The immortal end sword was ever-changing in the first place. So long as one grasped the appropriate degree of control, it would not be as easy to recognize as it had been the first time he'd used it to kill Nong Yuxuan and the others. Comparatively speaking, the bigger problem was the peerless heavenly scripture, which was not easy to conceal. However, with the dim radiant 12 laws now, the situation had improved greatly. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was rather interested in the dim radiant 12 arts. While it is only a very shallow bit, the dim radiant emperor is indeed a hero of his generation for being able to comprehend the true intent of peerless infinity on his own. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Still, it is a pity that it is precisely because of this that I have blocked my path of advancement. Limitless before the original one, it was both the beginning of the beginning and the end of the end. The primordial Lord of Heaven was one of a kind. Wuxia was also one of a kind. The second book of the primeval era, the origin heavenly scripture, could only be cultivated by one person to the great accomplishment realm. The peerless heavenly scripture, on the other hand, could only be cultivated by one person from the very beginning. The dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia was not the only one who had the ability to comprehend the true intent of peerless infinity. But everyone without exception gave up on this path. Because the peerless heavenly scripture already stood at the peak. Although the matters of the world weren't necessarily the same as the past, the path of seeking the Tao was always one that carried on the past and opened up the future. However, the problem was that the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had successfully transcended. This proved that the path he had taken could almost be said to have reached a dead end. Those who came later wanted to walk the same path, but the result was that the path became narrower and narrower, until there was no path left to walk, and in the end they still had to return to the peerless heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge did not know if Yin Tianxia had realized this. Analyzing the true intent of peerless infinity, he had created the dim radiant 12 arts that surpassed the dim radiant scripture, allowing him and the dim radiant sect to attain unprecedented heights. But if he could not find another way to jump out of the fence, this height would be his end. No one knew what Yin Tianxia was thinking back then. Dying prematurely at the prime of his life had caused all his future possibilities to turn into bubbles. As Yen Zhaoge analyzed the dim radiant 12 arts and compared them with his peerless heavenly scripture, countless thoughts also flashed through his mind. At the same time, only one person could cultivate the peerless heavenly scripture. There was one person who had already begun to comprehend the peerless heavenly scripture and was already on the right path of cultivation. Even if the others knew about the peerless heavenly scripture, they could only lament their inadequacy. Back in the Eight Extremities world, when he had chosen his fundamental martial arts and established his foundation, he had also rejoiced at the fact that this seat had not been occupied by someone else. After all, since the ancient times until now, the peerless heavenly scripture was one of the top ultimate techniques, and there were even times and occasions where the word, one of, could be removed. Still, at the time he had wondered if there were others who coveted this supreme martial art? Was he the only one in this world who grasped the essence of the peerless heavenly scripture? In pre-Great Calamity times, he had never heard of anyone cultivating in the peerless heavenly scripture. There seemed to be a contradiction here. Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position on the ground, pondering as he silently circulated his profound art. Scenes of half light and half darkness, half white and half black, gradually appeared on his body. As the light flickered, there seemed to be a blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark enveloping his entire body. With the peerless heavenly scripture as a foundation, Yen Zhaoge cultivated in the dim radiant 12 arts much more quickly and easily than others. Ceasing his thoughts, Yen Zhaoge regained his wits. He saw that Pan Pan was already having a good time amidst the treasure mountain, and who was currently holding a pile of rare and precious green underworld golden pages, smiling to the point where only his teeth could be seen. Oh! Yen Zhaoge suddenly felt rather curious. Hadn't a new little money grubber just been added to his team? According to his previous impression of her, she should be like Pan Pan now, having thrown herself entirely into a pile of treasures. Where was she? Swiveling his head, Yen Zhaoge almost laughed out loud. He saw that Xiao Ai was currently near Feng Yunxing, staring nervously at her. Feng Yunxing did not feel uncomfortable being appraised by her as she instead revealed an amused smile on her face as she looked back at Xiao Ai. In the end, Xiao Ai was the first to be unable to bear it as she nervously came over to Yen Zhaoge's side asking, young master, this shouldn't be, Yen Zhaoge asked casually, shouldn't be what? Xiao Ai grit her teeth, asking in a suppressed voice. Shouldn't be young mistress, right? Yen Zhaoge smiled as he glanced at Feng Yunxing. Why do you ask this? What are you basing this on? A man and a woman traveling together might not necessarily be a couple. Feng Yunxing looked rather interested as she wanted to see how Xiao Ai would answer. Xiao Ai curled her lips, looking like she was about to cry. The way she looks at you is different. More importantly, the way you look at her is different too, young master. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing both laughed upon hearing her words. Xiao Ai was just short of hugging Yen Zhaoge's leg as she wailed loudly, young master, you can't be like this. Such a handsome figure like you should be able to pass through countless flowers without a single leaf touching you. Young master, can you not look for young mistress? Being single is perfect. Yen Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. So you mean that I should be a bachelor for life? Looking pitifully at Yen Zhaoge, Xiao Ai nodded repeatedly. Yen Zhaoge was amused whilst also exasperated as he flicked his finger on her forehead. Feng Yunxing could not help but smile. Xiao Ai appeared listless. Young master, now that you have a young mistress, this maid is going to lower your rating from A to A. Yen Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Don't be like this. Let's discuss this and adjust your rating appropriately. Your original rating is really too inhumane. Ahu's eyes now swiveled as he came before Yen Zhaoge, asking secretly, young master, isn't Miss Feng already with you now? Have you eaten her yet? Yen Zhaoge chuckled, not yet. As compared to me, her body is currently a little weak, unable to withstand my attacks. Feng Yunxing's face did not turn red as she said smilingly, many thanks for your pity. With their relationship no longer the same, Yen Zhaoge was much more open with his words. He appraised Feng Yunxing all over before smiling in a very dirty manner. Actually, there are many other ways. Feng Yunxing rolled her eyes exasperatedly. For example? For example. Yen Zhaoge dragged out the word as he looked at Feng Yunxing with a sneaky gaze. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to be too explosive as his gaze shifted downwards, finally landing on Feng Yunxing's hand. Feng Yunxing bared her teeth, chuckling, all right, you can lie down. Yen Zhaoge chuckled, relax, I'll obediently lie down in the mu shape and let you do whatever you want. Feng Yunxing was taken aback. It should be the dish shape, right? The next moment she reacted, her hands at her waist as she smiled, still the Tai shape. This time it was Yan Zhaoge's turn to be taken aback. Is there a big difference between the Mu shape and the Tai shape? Feng Yunxing's smile carried a rare hint of charm. The so-called Mu shape is still attached to your body, while the Tai shape is broken, just casually placing it between your legs. Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 722. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing spoke openly. Ahu chuckled foolishly as he listened by the side. Xiao Ai's face was filled with grief and indignation. Young master, your lofty, glorious image in my heart has completely collapsed. She sighed dejectedly, looking as though there was nothing left to live for. Miss, young master is going to have a young mistress. What should we do? Still thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing not speaking in a manner that implied their trust in her, Xiao Ai felt slightly better. Should I demote young master from a grade or not? She had a conflicted look on her face as she turned around, covering her ears as she walked to the side. Looking at her back, Feng Yunxing smiled. Her actual age should be a little older than mine. She's a big sister, right? Yan Zhaoge said, recuperating in the dim radiant mausoleum. I fell into a deep slumber for some time. Feng Yunxing swiveled her head to look at the dim radiant wheel. Speaking of the dim radiant mausoleum, this should be our greatest gain this time, right? Having activated the dim radiant wheel together with Yan Zhaoge earlier, she had a deep impression of the terrifying power concealed within this treasure. There had been the extreme Yin crown before and the cold sun divine saber behind. Feng Yunxing was far more sensitive to this kind of high-level treasure than ordinary people. Yan Zhaoge glanced at the dim radiant wheel as well, lightly rubbing his temples. Whether it is a gain or a calamity, it is still a little hard to say now. He raised his head to look at the roof of the myriad dragon palace. I was thinking earlier that the dim radiant emperor who used his corpse as a material to forge the dim radiant wheel should not be someone who placed too much importance on his death. As the ritual for forging the dim radiant wheel concluded, the collapse of the dim radiant mausoleum further verified my earlier guess. The dim radiant mausoleum did not exist as a place of burial for the dim radiant emperor. Instead, it was to forge the dim radiant wheel. Still, Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. The final illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor that resided within the dim radiant wheel seems to vaguely reject those of the radiant light sect. Feng Yunxing pondered. That disperse message was the same as the dim radiant emperor's words. From this, it can be seen that it is probably not just those of the radiant light sect. Those of the dim radiant sect would most likely be rejected by the dim radiant wheel as well. Yan Zhaoge nodded. The death of the dim radiant emperor and the decline of the dim radiant sect has always been a big mystery. Feng Yunxing asked, do you mean that the dim radiant mausoleum or the dim radiant wheel holds the answer? Yen. Yin Qianxia and the dim radiant sect's expedition to foreign lands that year was likely not as simple as everyone thought. Tian long ago he. Xie long tian he tian, yen he. Yang I he tian he yang tian king he. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, a valiant figure like Yin Tianxia would not give up so easily. There, the yang as he tian long chen he did not. There. Yin Tianxia didn't want to implicate the other middle and low-level disciples in the cult. However, as a hero of an era, Yin Tianxia was certainly unwilling. He wanted to give himself and his fellow sect members an explanation, as well as leave behind the truth for future generations. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Young master, could you be thinking too much? Yan Zhaoge chuckled. I hope so too. After a slight pause, Yan Zhaoge said, the final silhouette left behind by the dim radiant emperor has already dissipated. The dim radiant wheel will no longer reject those of the radiant light sect. Sadly, if we had not kept the dim radiant wheel, we would have been hard-pressed to escape from the radiant light sect's attacks. If the dim radiant wheel had fallen into the hands of the radiant light sect, their strength would have increased greatly within a short period of time. While it would be a small matter if we could continue to stand firm in the Royal Reed Sea, the Eight Extremities world would be completely unable to resist them. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. If not for that, I would have even considered giving the dim radiant wheel to the radiant light sect. Who was greatly shocked. Young master? Yan Zhaoge waved his hands indicating for him to calm down. The dim radiant wheel hovering amidst space did not seem special at all, also emanating no power or aura at all, as it seemed just like an ordinary black metal wheel. However, looking at this supreme treasure, Yan Zhaoge's gaze grew increasingly deep and distant. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories were the current hegemons of the world beyond worlds. While there were conflicts or disagreements between them, there were few conflicts on the surface as they seemed to be of the same branch. This was especially so as the world beyond worlds was not without external enemies. The 9 underworlds threatened every single world. Yet, when Yin Qianxia had perished and the dim radiant sect had declined that year, the other major figures of the world beyond worlds had all expressed an unfathomable attitude towards this. There were too many things that were worth mentioning here. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that it was the handiwork of one or a few of them. Under such circumstances, it really felt like the closer one was to the truth, the faster one would die. Perhaps this was the reason why that illusory figure of the dim radiant emperor had instead rejected the descendants of his sect? Looking at the dim radiant wheel amidst space, Feng Yunxing and Ah Hu fell into deep thought for a time. Yan Zhaoge clapped his hands, smiling, "No need to be so nervous. Speaking of which, we are still safer than the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect at the very least." After a moment's pause, Yan Zhaoge added, "Of course, there are many things that need to be carefully grasped within. The so-called crisis has always been one where danger and opportunity coexist. The problem is how to grasp the opportunity and avoid the danger. There are definitely people who know about what happened that year." As Yan Zhaoge said this, his expression turned rather strange. "Right, for example, my mother. If not for that, it would be impossible for Shui Chuqing to have helped the dim radiant emperor. Even if she had been acting on orders, she would still have understood some things." Taking 10,000 steps back, the person who had guided Shui Chuqing into the dim radiant mausoleum and handled this matter would definitely be in the know. Yan Zhaoge chuckled and waved towards Xiao Ai. "Xiao Ai, what else do you know about my mother? Tell me about it. For example, that Grand Master of my mother whom you mentioned being on good terms with the dim radiant emperor, do you know who he is?" Xiao Ai blinked. "Young master, this maid is a dutiful person not asking about ladies' matters." Yan Zhaoge grinned. "Pretty good, keep it up. Just tell me what you know. You don't have to keep it a secret from me, right?" Xiao Ai rambled on for a while. Indeed, it was all about daily matters. Still, one of them drew Yan Zhaoge's attention. "You said just now that my mother came from Kunlun Mountain?" Xiao Ai answered, "This maid does not know if she came from there, but she has definitely been to Kunlun Mountain before. Viewing the snowy scenery in the northern profound heaven territory once, Lady once mentioned that the snowy scenery here was even more desolate than that of Kunlun Mountain." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This Kunlun Mountain was not the Kunlun Mountain of pre-Great Calamity times. Instead, it was the new Kunlun that had been rebuilt by the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, located within the central June heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 723. It was rumored that the Kunlun 9 luminaries had established the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity, re-establishing Taoism and re-establishing Kunlun Mountain. The new Kunlun Mountain was the core region of the world beyond worlds. It was currently where the Tao arenas of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were located. It was worth mentioning that when the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia had still been alive, he had once had his own Tao arena at Kunlun Mountain as well. At its peak, the dim radiant sect had similarly been active in the central June heaven territory, its main altar at Peaceful Moon Mountain not far away from Kunlun Mountain. Afterwards, the dim radiant sect had fallen into decline as it had moved out of the central June heaven territory, coming to the southeastern Yang heaven territory to re-establish itself. In the process of its migration, it had split into the current radiant light sect and dim darkness sect. Ah Hu said slowly, "Young master, while similarly inheriting the name of the 5 peaks of Taoism of pre-Great Calamity times, our Broad Creed Mountain really does not live up to its name as compared to Kunlun Mountain." Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Of the 5 peaks of pre-Great Calamity times, Kunlun Mountain was also the most unique one. Moreover, who knows what will happen in the future? Ah Hu grinned, raising his thumb. "Young master, you are really too arrogant with your words." Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before looking at Xiao Ai, suddenly asking, "Xiao Ai, I have something to ask you." Xiao Ai blinked. "What is it, young master?" Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned rather deep and distant. "Have you ever heard my mother mention what happened to Buddhism after the Great Calamity?" Xiao Ai pondered for a moment before answering, "There really was." Yan Zhaoge asked, "What is it?" Xiao Ai said, "I am not clear on the specifics. It is just that once, when we explored the ruins of a foreign dimension together, Miss grumbled to herself rather unhappily afterwards." In Xiao Ai's memories, Shui Chuqing's exact words had been, "What the hell are these monks up to?" Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. "Can you still find that foreign dimension?" Xiao Ai shook her head. "Miss might be able to, but this maid cannot." Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. "Yes, it is fine even if you cannot find it." He fell into deep thought. Feng Yunxing, Hu, Xiao Ai, and the others looked at each other feeling somewhat confused. Hu asked curiously, "Young master, why do you suddenly care about Buddhism?" Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "In the great thousand worlds before the great calamity, Buddhism similarly flourished to the extreme. It is just that after the great calamity, whether it be in the eight extremities world, the vast ocean world, the floating life world or the flame devil world, the legacies of Buddhism have never been seen. It is the same here in the world beyond worlds." Hu scratched his big head. "That's true. I've heard the family head mention it before. Before the great calamity, it was rumored that the Buddha had transcended just like the founders of the three clear lineages. However, Buddhism was still filled with divinities and Buddhas, seeming to be even more powerful than Taoism. Especially amongst the common people of the secular world, there were more believers of Buddhism than believers of Tao." Yan Zhaoge said, "It is rumored that now that the Gautama Buddha has transcended, the future Buddha has appeared in this world, establishing a Buddhist kingdom on earth, receiving the worship of all. As for what happened after the great calamity, it is unknown." Yan Zhaoge's gaze narrowed slightly as he said nonchalantly, "It is rumored that the Buddhist arts of the future Buddha are different from those of the Gautama Buddha who has already transcended. All those who devoutly recite Buddhism will be bolstered by the Buddha power of the future Buddha, not having to spend much effort in cultivating as they will already possess great abilities. Even more profound are those who attain Buddhahood, enjoying extreme bliss." Ahu's eyes widened. "Really? Young master, then what is the point of us spending so much effort in cultivating? Wouldn't it be fine if we all just memorize Buddhist scriptures together?" Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. "The rumors are indeed so profound. As for whether they are true or not, that is hard to say." Ahu shook his head like a rattled drum. "No matter how I think about it, it still feels inconceivable." Xiao Ai now said, "This maid does not understand much about Buddhism. Still, I have indeed heard Miss mention before that the essence of Buddhism before the future Buddha was to seek freedom in one's nature, seeing the Gautama within one's heart and achieving Buddhahood. However, the future Buddha's teachings were different. Still, before the great calamity, there were indeed numerous Buddhist believers with incense spreading throughout the entire world. As for what happened after the great calamity, Miss seems to know a little about it, but this maid is not clear about it." Feng Yunxing frowned. "I have never come into contact with Buddhist martial arts and scriptures before, so it is hard for me to comment on it. Still, I feel that even if it is true, it should not be so simple, right? Is there really such a good thing as a free lunch in this world?" Ahu said rather hesitantly, "If it is true, it would feel like a transaction between merchants?" He shrunk back, unconsciously looking upwards. It was hard to say now. Still, in this world before the great calamity, the saying that divinities were 3 feet above one's head had not been a lie. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Many things are hard to say now. Throughout the long years since ancient times, there have also been times when Buddhism and Taoism interacted harmoniously with one another. Still, the better one developed, the more the other's development would inevitably be restricted. At the end of the day, it was still fine for Feng Yunxing, Hu, Xiao Ai and the others to discuss it for a while longer. Yan Zhaoge, however, was different. There was something that he did not say out loud. While he could not be certain, if Yan Zhaoge had to name the culprit behind the tribulation of the heavenly court's divine palace, it would unquestionably be Buddhism. Instead, it was hard to say whether the great calamity that year had anything to do with Buddhism. After all, Buddhism had been developing very well in the environment back then. Still, this was just a vague guess with no basis to speak of. As for the reason and the details of the process, Yan Zhaoge could not clearly see through it. There were also many strange and contradictory aspects within that were hard to explain. This was related to the insufficient information he possessed. As a result, Yan Zhaoge could not easily make a guess as he was filled with doubts. The great calamity that year had always been on Yan Zhaoge's mind as he had never forgotten it. He had actually gained quite a lot from chatting with Xiao Ai today. At the very least, Yan Zhaoge felt that his mother Shui Chuqing might be able to help him resolve some of his doubts. After sorting out his thoughts, Yan Zhaoge focused his attention on the situation before him once more. While the dim radiant mausoleum was protected by the dim radiant wheel, the chaotic flows of space still caused the myriad dragon palace to be shaken for a long time. After all, this was a great tide of space that even seeing divinity martial saints could be drowned by. In order to ensure peace, everyone could only go with the flow and wait patiently. Only after the chaotic flows of space had gradually calmed would they be able to plan their return to the world beyond worlds. Before Yan Zhaoge had left, he had already made arrangements for the world beyond worlds. There was no need to worry about getting lost. What was reassuring was that Luo Ziyuan and the others of the Radiant Light sect would only be in an even worse state. Besides Luo Ziyuan, who was protected by the Sun-Moon Wheels, Guosong and the others would have to depend on their luck to survive. Those of the Radiant Light sect were destined to struggle free of the chaotic flows of space even later than Yan Zhaoge's group. Still, it was not that there were no other problems. For example, while those of the Dim Darkness sect might have successfully avoided the Great Tribulation of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum's destruction, they had previously offended that 9th-level martial saint of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory who reigned above all others, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide. The other party might not let them off just like that. How was the Dim Darkness sect doing now? As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he lightly rubbed his temples. Chapter 724. Amidst the chaotic tides of space, time flowed differently in different spatial domains, as it was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. In such an environment, even Yan Zhaoge was hard-pressed to grasp the flow of time. He simply calmed his mind, focusing all his attention on his cultivation. His main body was currently still in the accumulation phase. Merging his avatar with his soul and advancing to the mid-merging avatar stage would not be a simple matter at all. This was related to Yan Zhaoge's cultivation method. While the path of merging the three purities granted him combat power that far surpassed other martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, it was destined to be a difficult path as well. Still, having reaped great gains in the Dim Radiant Mausoleum this time, Yan Zhaoge felt no pressure in terms of accumulating resources. He had already reaped great gains in the Dragon Tomb earlier, and the treasures that had piled up like a mountain beneath the altar this time had further enriched Yan Zhaoge's foundation. Currently, Yan Zhaoge only needed to focus on his cultivation, stabilizing his path step by step. He did not have to worry about accumulating resources, as he had more than enough to provide for those by his side. Meanwhile, it was a joyous matter for his Northern Ocean clone to have obtained the Kuanping bone this time. This precious Kuanping bone allowed the Northern Ocean clone to complete his accumulation of vitality, saving him much of the painstaking effort that he would have had to spend time on originally. At the same time, it also helped the Northern Ocean clone to comprehend the Great Wilderness Fishrock art, taking a crucial step forward. After unceasingly inspecting himself, Yan Zhaoge confirmed that his Northern Ocean clone already had the possibility of advancing further. He possessed a superb foundation, limitless resources to nourish his body, comprehended peak martial arts, and even had a suitable fortuitous encounter. With all these conditions working in tandem, the Northern Ocean clone had consecutively leapt through bottlenecks within a short period of time, having the hope of breaking through to the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Not a single one of these conditions could be omitted, as a miracle that was virtually impossible to replicate had been accomplished together. The Northern Ocean clone had the hope of surpassing obstacles that many peak experts would find hard to surpass in their lifetimes, stepping into a brand new heaven and earth. Yan Zhaoge sat facing the Northern Ocean clone, feeling the changes in his body. With every step the Northern Ocean clone took, he was actually also providing Yan Zhaoge with much direct experience and comprehension. While they cultivated in different supreme martial arts, this was still Yan Zhaoge's own experience at the end of the day, as it was not like listening to the experiences of others. To any martial practitioner, this was an invaluable and valuable experience. From a certain perspective, this was also a great fortune for Yan Zhaoge himself. Refining the Northern Ocean clone did not just mean gaining a powerful helper. The feedback that the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation provided to Yan Zhaoge was similarly a priceless treasure, allowing Yan Zhaoge to avoid many detours in his martial cultivation over the past few years. In being able to transcend mortality and enter sainthood at such a young age, attaining the Martial Saint realm, the Northern Ocean clone's contributions could not go unnoticed. Of course, in the process of cultivation, there were many differences between the main body and the clone. He still had to carefully distinguish them and get rid of the impurities. The Northern Ocean clone sat on the ground, golden and black light flickering about his entire body, forming a mist of light. The mist of light gradually spread out like an ocean. He opened his eyes, and the same scene appeared in both of his pupils. During the desolate era of the ancient era, the vast and boundless primordial ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, and the seawater continuously churned. The gigantic Kuan Peng bobbed up and down on the surface of the sea. When it entered the water it was a Kuan, and when it came out it was a Peng. Swimming in the sea was like a small piece of land, it was difficult to measure its size. Soaring within the sky, with a single flap of its wings, it soared high above the 9 heavens, vanishing without a trace. Besides this ancient Kunping that rampaged through the great wilderness, countless other ancient massive beasts had appeared amidst the heavens and the earth, rampaging amidst this primordial era. The interior of the Northern Ocean clone's body, avatar and soul seemed to be an independent heaven and earth. The acupoints of his entire body were all shaking slightly at this moment. Now, the Northern Ocean clone, who was already at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, only had to consider one thing. Breaking through the barriers between the inside and the outside world, connecting the universe within his body with the actual universe of the outside world, his acupoints resonating with actual stars. With this, his acupoints would be refined into true divinity. As soon as this layer was pierced through, the door to a whole new world would be opened. Breaking through space, one would be able to see divinity. With this, the martial practitioner's strength would increase greatly. There was no need for much. As long as a single acupoint was refined, there would immediately be a qualitative change. The more acupoints that were refined afterwards, the more powerful they would be. In the Suffering River region of the Royal Reed Sea earlier, Yan Zhaoge had battled Nong Yuxuan, Qing Song and the others of the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect's elder Cheng Song was an early seeing divinity martial saint. At the same cultivation level, the Northern Ocean clone was confident of beating him to the point of being unable to take care of himself. Still, the Northern Ocean clone, who was a late merging avatar martial saint, would not be a match for Cheng Song, who was an early seeing divinity martial saint. He would have to rely on the assistance of more than one sacred artifact in order to obstruct Cheng Song. The Northern Ocean clone, who cultivated in the Great Wilderness Fishrock art, was extremely powerful in terms of strength, speed and endurance. Still, in a drawn-out battle he might not be able to defeat Cheng Song. This was the difference between the seeing divinity and the merging avatar martial saints. Whether or not their acupoints were refined into divinity, whether or not they were able to connect to the inner and outer universes, whether or not they could resonate with the stars, all made a huge difference. The Northern Ocean clone was currently already standing at that doorstep. Still, it would not be easy for him to cross it. Yan Zhaoge was calm, as he was neither anxious nor impatient. The Northern Ocean clone attempted to comprehend the world of the outside world while thinking about the profundities of the Great Wilderness Fishrock art. Within his consciousness, Yan Zhaoge felt as though his Northern Ocean clone had transformed into a true fishrock, unceasingly rising and falling within the Great Sea. There seemed to be no end to this, as his cultivation remained stagnant, as he was unable to take that final step. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as the Northern Ocean clone in the form of the fishrock shot out of the sea's surface, transforming into a great rock as it soared into the sky, unceasingly rising and rising. The sky seemed limitless. As the fishrock soared high, it would eventually grow tired. Yet, in the midst of its flight, the great rock suddenly retracted its wings, actually transforming into a massive fish in midair once more. With a leap, the fish seemed to have leapt into the Great Sea once more. The Great Sea up above. The Great Sea up above. The Sea of Stars. Having leapt into the Sea of Stars, the great rock transformed into a massive fish once more, as it was instantly like he had leapt into a brand new world. Yan Zhaoge's body shook as he opened his eyes. The Northern Ocean clone before him suddenly stood up, light flickering above his head where the vital acupoint of his head was located, the Baihui acupoint. A fishrock seemed to soar into the air, shooting straight up into the 9 heavens as it transformed into a bright star. While he was currently amidst the chaotic flows of space at this moment, the Northern Ocean clone shockingly felt as though there was an actual star within the actual sea of stars of the universe in the outside world resonating with him. In an instant, the Northern Ocean clone's consciousness seemed to merge with that star as they stood amidst the sky together, overlooking the world. The inherent barriers were broken as he and the heavens and the earth were closer than they had ever been before. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone successfully broke through space, seeing true divinity as he advanced from the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, into the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge could feel that, while he did not know how much time had passed, the chaotic flows of space had already weakened to the point where the myriad dragon palace which was protected by the dim radiant wheel could escape from them. Yan Zhaoge stood up, laughing loudly. Double happiness has arrived. It is time for us to return. Chapter 725. Feng Yunxing, Hu, Xiao Ai and even Pan Pan could all feel the heaven-shaking, earth-overturning changes in the Northern Ocean clone. With their current cultivation bases, the Northern Ocean clone had already been extremely powerful earlier. But at this moment he could still feel the huge increase in his strength. It was obvious and impactful. Xiao Ai, who had grown up in the world beyond worlds, aside, Feng Yunxing and Hu were both appraising Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone curiously. To them who had always lived in the Eight Extremities world, experts of the third level of the Martial Saint realm were very different from experts of the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm. Those who had surpassed the third level of the Martial Saint realm and stepped into the Seeing Divinity stage would be able to leave the Eight Extremities world and ascend to the world beyond worlds. From this point of view, the inherent impression that the two of them gave people seemed to be separated by a chasm, which made people pay special attention to it. Yan Zhaoge stood up and clapped lightly. As the myriad dragon palace shook, it seemed to transform into a dragon of light that traversed chaotic space. The dim radiant wheel within the hall, which had remained silent all this time, remained unmoving. However, blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark circulated on its surface. The myriad dragon palace was also enveloped in a layer of dim radiance before it broke through space and fled. Amidst the chaotic flow of space, numerous talisman markings appeared and intersected with each other, causing the surrounding space to become even more chaotic. However, protected by the dim radiance, the myriad dragon palace successfully broke through multiple layers of spacetime. Within the great hall, Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, a rune appearing on his palm, light circulating within. A streak of light shot out from the myriad dragon palace, seemingly guiding the way as it traversed through the layers of space. At the end of the light, a black hole formed in the space, and the scene inside the black hole was distorted. Before heading to the dim radiant mausoleum, Yan Zhaoge had left behind a mark in the world beyond worlds so that it would be convenient for him to return. Previously, because the space-time turbulence was too violent, it was difficult to travel. Now that the space-time turbulence had gradually weakened to an acceptable level, the time to return was ripe. As the space-time within the black hole distorted and changed, a complicated scene gradually appeared. Still, the rhythm of the roiling spiritual qi within was in accordance with the characteristics of the world beyond worlds. The myriad dragon palace shook as it transformed into a dragon of light, coiling towards that black hole as it began its journey back to the world beyond worlds. However, just as the myriad dragon palace neared that black hole, the black hole suddenly distorted intensely as though it was about to shatter. The spacetime changes in the black hole became even more complicated. The originally distorted scene turned into pure colors, looking like a colorful whirlpool. Hu was shocked. "Young master, did someone obstruct us and destroy the signpost you left in the world beyond worlds?" Yan Zhaoge gazed at that grotesque and dazzling vortex. "No, it is not that someone is intentionally destroying the signpost I left behind. Instead, someone is currently attempting to break through space in the vicinity of the signpost I left behind in the world beyond worlds." Their side attempted to break free from the chaotic flows of space and enter the world beyond worlds. Meanwhile, within the world beyond worlds, within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Royal Reed Sea, someone was attempting to leave the world beyond worlds and flee into the chaotic flows of space. The place where the other party had attempted to pierce through space was not far from the signpost that Yan Zhaoge had previously left in the world beyond worlds. Because of this, when the two of them exerted their strength together, they affected each other. They gathered their strength at the location of the hole in the void. The seemingly colorful vortex gradually stabilized in the next moment, and the scene reappeared. Amidst the numerous silhouettes, the surface of the world beyond worlds Royal Reed Sea appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. The myriad dragon palace shot into the world beyond worlds through this hole in space, breaking free from the terrifying chaotic flows of space behind it. And in front of him, someone was also rushing over. The other party's ferocious fist intent shook space, forming numerous layers of blazing fire. A phoenix spread its wings amidst the blazing fire, forming a prairie fire. The cry of a phoenix and the roar of a dragon resounded throughout the horizon, clashing head-on amidst space. The myriad dragon palace shook mightily, nearly collapsing from the other party's impact. If not for having refined the door of white jade, the myriad dragon palace of before would probably have been broken apart by a single punch from the other party. While the chi of true dragons was still abundant within the Great Hall, it was not suitable for direct combat. Meanwhile, the dim radiant wheel had only protected the myriad dragon palace from being destroyed by the spatial storms caused by the collapse of the dim radiant mausoleum. It had remained dormant throughout as Yan Zhaoge had been unable to wield it. The other party's fist was like fire, violent and ferocious as it caused the myriad dragon palace to be on the verge of collapse, virtually about to be pushed back into the chaotic flows of space behind it. Within the Great Hall, who had a nervous expression on his face, "Young master." Having been knocked back now, the signpost from earlier had been expended. It would not be so easy for them to accurately return to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "It's fine." The other party seemed extremely anxious as well as he looked like he was on the verge of fleeing. Still, there was only one way out. Yan Zhaoge could only apologize. Looking at the phoenix spreading its wings amidst space, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Please make way." Before his words had landed, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, a streak of light that was half black and half gold shooting out, emitting a long roar as it collided with that phoenix. The streak of light abruptly grew incomparably massive amidst space as a great rock shot out from within, resembling leaping up from the surface of the sea as it transformed into a massive green rock. The green rock spread its wings, soaring to the 9 heavens as it directly caused that phoenix to halt in midair. Without the impact of the phoenix, the myriad dragon palace instantly halted its retreating momentum, avoiding the misfortune of falling back into the chaotic flows of space. Scram! The exasperated voice of a woman resounded from within the silhouetted phoenix. The next moment, the phoenix spread its wings, infinite, endless rain of fire descending from the sky. Every single raindrop was a terrifying meteor of fire that was virtually sufficient to flatten the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of meteors of fire congregated together, forming a terrifying rain of fire that enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it descended. Even the boundless winds and clouds that were stirred up by the massive green rock as it flapped its wings were instantly riddled with holes as it fell in all directions. However, the green rock let out a long cry as it shook its body, transforming into the massive black fish once more. The massive fish rampaged between the heavens and the earth, dense radiance that was half black and half gold as vast as the ocean as it completely obstructed that terrifying rain of meteors of fire. The next moment, the massive black fish left the water once more, a boundless force that seemed able to knock down a divine mountain as it directly ripped through the rain of fire, mightily colliding with that silhouetted phoenix. The light of fire exploded, dispersing within the air. The figure of a middle-aged woman was revealed as she looked at the massive rock before her with an incredulous gaze. As the silhouetted phoenix dissipated, a tall, lofty figure was revealed. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone clenched his right fist, punching forward. That woman raised her arms, blocking before her eyes as she blocked the terrifying iron fist of the Northern Ocean clone. She could only feel that the other party's fist resembled a terrifying spear as it very nearly punched a bloody hole through her crossed arms before stabbing towards her throat. While it had not really pierced through, the intense pain told her that the bones of her arms had probably already been broken. The Northern Ocean clone looked indifferently at that woman, his face expressionless. His right hand did not move as he raised his left hand, punching out once more. Chapter 726. The Northern Ocean clone substituted a spear with his fist, punching out consecutively with his left fist after his right. His fist was like the tip of a peerless spear, sweeping up the boundless power of the Kunpeng as he attacked his opponent. The woman was shocked. The martial arts she cultivated were also extremely exquisite. She had obtained the true form of the phoenix and the profound meaning of raging flames, but in terms of physical strength she couldn't compare to the Kunpeng. The woman's expression became solemn. She was no longer anxious and restless, and a clear and melodious phoenix cry sounded from her mouth. Streams of true essence surged around her, turning into a purple light that enveloped her entire body. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone punched out once more, yet was blocked by the purple light of fortune this time. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze turned slightly solemn. Being able to cultivate in the fortuitous virtue purple light, it is not just the fiery phoenix but a phoenix that truly bears the 5 virtues, possessing the concept? With good fortune on him, he would not be tainted by killing intent. That woman had cultivated in the blessed virtue purple light with her own supreme martial art, a defensive supreme martial art that surpassed the radiant light sect's inextinguishable light body. The purple light that seemed thin and feeble forcibly protected her from Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's fierce, domineering Northern Ocean divine spear that was filled with killing intent. Having not succeeded in his first move, the Northern Ocean clone's movements did not cease in the slightest as his fists turned into claws, the Northern Ocean divine spear changing into the fishrock divine claw, his ferocious 10 fingers piercing into the purple light. Not to kill you but to break your technique. The woman's expression changed, but she didn't dare to continue resisting. Instead she turned around and whistled. From the distant space behind her, a streak of golden light rapidly flew over, descending from the skies as it struck down towards the head of the Northern Ocean clone. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge instead laughed. You haven't cultivated the thick earth of meritorious virtue. With fortune on one's body, one would not be tainted by murderous intent, and with boundless merit, one could mend the heavens and extend one's Tao, which was suitable for the destruction of the Kunpeng's divine claw on the blessed purple light. However, the other party could only summon treasures from other places to save her. It could be seen that although she had cultivated the virtuous purple light, she had not cultivated the virtuous thick earth. As that golden light neared, Yen Zhaoge saw that it was a golden inkstone. But as this inkstone flew over, it directly crushed the void, forming black cracks. The power within it was extremely domineering. It was clearly a mid-grade sacred artifact. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone retracted his technique and retreated, evading the attack of that golden inkstone. His opponent immediately transformed into a fiery phoenix, flapping his wings as he shot towards the myriad dragon palace where the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds intersected with the chaotic flows of space. Behind her, there was a powerful aura coming from the distant horizon. It seemed like there was indeed someone chasing after her. What made Yen Zhaoge a little surprised was that he knew the person chasing after this middle-aged woman. A longtime elder of the 5th level of the martial saint realm of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the mid-seeing divinity stage. There was also an old man of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. It was Bai Ziming whom he had met on the riding wind heavenly vessel previously. Yen Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he had some guesses about that woman's identity. Seeing her pursuers draw near, the middle-aged woman once more wielded the golden brick to block Bai Ziming and the others before charging towards the myriad dragon palace, prepared to push the myriad dragon palace along with her into the chaotic flows of space in an attempt to extricate herself. As for what would happen to the myriad dragon palace, she didn't care about it at all. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. From the looks of it, the water ripples of holy virtue definitely won't stand a chance. The dawn mist of moral virtue might be enough as well. The Northern Ocean clone who had originally retreated appeared before the myriad dragon palace in a flash, transforming into a Kunpeng as he clashed once more with that fiery phoenix. While they were both early seeing divinity martial saints in terms of speed, while the Northern Ocean clone had only just stepped into the seeing divinity stage, he was still faster than the other party. That woman was enraged to the point of seething with anger. She roared, transforming into a fiery phoenix as she soared into the air, her wings transforming into a fiery saber light that directly split the heavens and split the earth apart as it hacked downwards, the sharpness of her attack causing one's spirit to waver. The Northern Ocean clone was expressionless as he crossed his arms, resembling hugging the moon. What he hugged was not the moon, instead being a strange black hole. The all-encompassing flowing fire was devoured by the black hole. The fiery phoenix before him seemed like it had walked right into a trap as it seemed about to slam into the black hole. The cry of a phoenix resounded as a crimson saber light flickered. Besides that mid-grade sacred artifact in the form of a golden inkstone, that woman actually possessed a low-grade sacred artifact as well. Several of the acupoints of her entire body shook simultaneously. The actual stars of the universe in the sky resonated with it. Bolstered by the power of stars, the fiery red saber light condensed into infinite flames, forming a terrifying destructive force as it forcibly hacked apart the black hole condensed of the Northern Ocean clone's fist intent. Yet, a speck of golden light suddenly shot out from the shattered black hole. Fish Dragon Spear. Similarly wielding the low-grade sacred artifact, the Fish Dragon Spear, the Northern Ocean clone struck out with an even more terrifying Northern Ocean divine spear. Infinite power was concentrated at the tip of the spear, the bright golden sharpness seemingly able to pierce through the very heavens and the earth at this moment. Before that woman's saber light hacked onto the Northern Ocean clone, she would first be stabbed to death by this spear. The woman's expression changed slightly as she swept her saber light horizontally before her, the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue appearing once more as it blocked this virtually sure-kill spear of the Northern Ocean clone. However, the Northern Ocean clone had long since been prepared as he brandished his spear, its tip drawing a graceful arc in the air. At the same time, the Northern Ocean clone strode forward, clawing out with another fishrock divine claw as it broke through the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. The fish-dragon spear that had traversed an arc pierced towards its target once more, forming a sure-kill momentum. The woman emitted a clear roar, a faint white chi surging which helped her find a chance of survival amidst the impossible as she narrowly avoided this spear of the Northern Ocean clones. Nether virtue concealed life unending. A smile suddenly appeared on the expressionless face of the Northern Ocean clone. Lacking all 5 virtues, you are but a featherless phoenix. His body abruptly straightened, the Baihui acupoint on his head shaking. The extreme northern star flickered above the sky, shaking and drifting. The heavens and earth seemed to be thrown into great chaos at this moment. A speck of golden light mightily exploded at the tip of the fish-dragon spear. The massive Kunping spread its wings amidst space. Countless streaks of golden light shot out like a tempestuous storm, piercing through space as they were far more terrifying than the meteor shower caused by his opponent earlier. Great wilderness fishrock art, heaven-shattering feathers. Even though that woman had attained the true intent of the phoenix and cultivated in the white chi of nether virtue, against the Northern Ocean clone who had similarly attained the true intent of the Kunping, it was still extremely difficult for her to find a chance of survival. Blood stained the sky as the middle-aged woman staggered backward. Yan Zhaoge controlled the myriad dragon palace, continuing at his own pace as he successfully left the chaotic flows of space and returned to the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. At this point, Yan Zhaoge was no longer in the mood to continue clashing with this woman. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ziming and Bai Li had caught up to her, and they blocked her path from the front and back. The opening in the sky barrier, the crack connected to the chaotic flows of time and space. It didn't exist for a long time, quickly disappearing. This woman was unable to break out of the encirclement immediately. Being held back by Bai Ziming and the others, she could only watch as the void crack disappeared. She instead calmed now as she gazed at the Myriad Dragon Palace and the Northern Ocean clone. Yan Zhaoge walked out of the Myriad Dragon Palace, similarly appraising the other party. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the two were taken aback as well. Little friend Yan, this person is the one who intended to kill a junior of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, Bai Ziming said in a heavy tone. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows lightly, thinking that it was indeed so. Chapter 727. Looking at that girl, Bai Ziming said, she has companions who have fled in 2 different directions. The other is an expert of the peak of the late seeing divinity stage. Mr. Zheng of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage is currently pursuing him on the riding wind heavenly vessel. Yan Zhaoge nodded in understanding. Now that Bai Ziming was tightly cozying up to Golden Court Mountain, he would naturally have to exert his strength. That North Sea Sword Pavilion elder beside him was one of the powers active in the Royal Reed Sea, assisting the Southeastern Exalt's lineage in capturing people. When he had parted ways with Zheng Ming's group earlier, they had been investigating the matter of Yi Xian being attacked in the Royal Reed Sea. In the territory of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Zheng Ming and the others would naturally be enraged if they dared to take the initiative to attack and kill a junior of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage. However, the woman in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. While Yan Zhaoge had jokingly called her a featherless phoenix with incomplete 5 virtues, that was only relative to Yan Zhaoge's horizons. To be able to cultivate the power of fortuitous and nether virtue, his martial arts inheritance was definitely not ordinary. Just this alone had already surpassed the supreme martial arts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light Sect, the Dim Darkness Sect and even the Grand Shen Dynasty. Only Shun Lingzi's lineage of the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture could be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, it was hard to say if this woman's cultivation was not up to par, or if her martial arts inheritance itself was flawed. If the martial arts inheritance she cultivated had all 5 virtues, it would basically be comparable to supreme arts like the primordial heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly scripture. With such a martial legacy, her background in the world beyond worlds was definitely not simple. Yan Zhaoge was currently appraising that middle-aged woman rather interestedly. The other party was similarly staring at Yan Zhaoge and the North Ocean clone beside him in bewilderment. The ultimate arts that I cultivate, the fortuitous purple light and the nether virtue white qi, are actually no match for this person. What martial arts does he cultivate? It can manifest such a complete and pure true will of the rock? The middle-aged woman sucked in a breath of cold air. He's like a human-shaped rock. Bai Ziming and that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder were actually also secretly looking at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone now, feeling secretly speechless. They had experienced how ferocious this woman was. Although they were chasing after the other party, it was actually because the other party was an outsider. Now that their tracks had been exposed, they were worried that they would be besieged further. He was especially worried that Jing Ming would chase after him with the riding wind heavenly vessel. Therefore he did not linger in battle, fleeing the entire way. If they really clashed head-on, while he felt very defeated, Bai Ziming had to admit that he who was also an early-seeing divinity martial saint like her would not be a match for this woman at all. The world beyond worlds was truly filled with dragons and tigers. That bit of ambition he had felt before ascending had already completely transformed into caution in his words and actions. Fortunately, the North Sea Sword Pavilion elder accompanying them was an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, possessing extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have been the one to catch up to. The elder of the North Sea Sword Pavilion felt the same way. Even though his cultivation level was higher, it wasn't easy for him to say that he would win against this middle-aged woman before him. Yet, this middle-aged woman was no match for Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. This North Sea Sword Pavilion elder had just wanted to speak to the Northern Ocean clone when his gaze suddenly hardened, the shock on his face growing denser. Yan Zhaoge now asked, "Are you of the Southern Exalt's lineage?" According to what Xin had said back then, the person who had tried to kill her had come from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Possessing such a peak martial legacy in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, it was naturally most likely that she was of the Southern Exalt's lineage. That middle-aged woman snorted as Bai Ziming answered, "According to Mr. Zheng's words, she is indeed a direct disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage. While little friend Xin does not recognize her, Mr. Zheng does." Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "How should I address you?" The other party said coldly, "I am Wang Hui. Who are you?" She first gazed at the Northern Ocean clone. Even Jing Ming and Chen Zhiliang of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage might not be able to defeat her at the same cultivation level. The Northern Ocean clone's strength was truly something that she was concerned about. You should have only refined a single acupoint to resonate with the stars. Still, having such a cultivation base, just having stepped into the early seeing divinity stage, your master should not be a nameless figure. Wang Hui said in a heavy tone, "The first acupoint you refined to see divinity was actually the Bai Hui acupoint at the top of your head. The star it resonated with was actually the purple micro-emperor star?" Having clashed with the Northern Ocean clone and personally experienced it, she was most able to sense how powerful the Northern Ocean clone was. As soon as her words left her mouth, Bai Ziming and that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder were both shocked once more. The purple micro-emperor star, the North Star, was one of the peak existences amongst the myriad stars of the heavens. The Bai Hui acupoint at the top of the head was also one of the most important acupoints of the human body. Generally speaking, it was not so easy to refine such an acupoint to see divinity. Few people would be able to break through to the seeing divinity stage with the first acupoint of the inner and outer universes being a vital acupoint like the Bai Hui acupoint. If other acupoints were damaged, it would still be fine. If a vital acupoint like the Bai Hui acupoint was damaged, it might be fatal. Wang Hui already had more than one acupoint refined to see divinity. Still, none of them were major acupoints that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Bai Hui acupoint. Still, after carefully looking at the Northern Ocean clone for a moment, Wang Hui's gaze suddenly turned doubtful. Her gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Could it be that you, that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder side, a merging avatar martial saint actually refined a seeing divinity martial saint clone? This is truly an inconceivable anomaly. Wang Hui's gaze was no longer on the Northern Ocean clone this time, as it instead fell firmly on Yan Zhaoge himself. At this moment, Wang Hui regarded this young man who had still been rather inconspicuous in her eyes before this with unprecedented importance. Who exactly are you? Yan Zhaoge said, I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. Before clashing with you I did not know who you were. Because you tried to force me back into the chaotic flows of space I sent you flying back. You are of the Southern Exalt's lineage. I was disrespectful earlier. I am personally uninterested in why you have come to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, even attempting to silence me and conceal your tracks. Still, I am acquainted with the two seniors of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, Senior Zheng and Senior Chen. It would not be difficult for me to help them out. Yan Zhaoge looked at Wang Hui and the golden inkstone that had flown back into her hands. You still have the ability to fight. Still, it won't be so easy for you to leave. Wang Hui glanced at Bai Ziming. He mentioned that you were surnamed Yan just now. It looks like you indeed reported your real name. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I have always been like this, not changing my name. Wang Hui said indifferently, rather than saying that I'm upright, it's better to say that I'm young and arrogant and have never suffered setbacks. People like you need to be careful of dying young. This world is far bigger than you can imagine, and there are more capable experts than you can imagine. Yan Zhaoge smiled, that's right. Let's encourage each other. Wang Hui nodded, no longer saying anything else. Still, her gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Her figure suddenly moved, instantly arriving before Yan Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone frowned, blocking Wang Hui. Yet, a streak of light flickered on Wang Hui's body at this moment as another figure suddenly appeared, lunging towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 728. That figure suddenly appeared before Yan Zhaoge himself. It was a red-clothed youth. This red-clothed man's entire body similarly surged with boundless blazing fire, his palm like a saber, resembling a fire phoenix spreading its wings as he chopped towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge blinked. The other party was a late-merging avatar martial saint. While he looked young, he was actually a veteran expert. In the earlier battle between Wang Hui and Bai Ziming as well as Wang Hui's battle with the Northern Ocean clone, he had been lacking in strength even if he wanted to help. Yet, now that Wang Hui controlled the golden inkstone to obstruct Bai Ziming and Yan Zhaoge while she faced the Northern Ocean clone once more, this man was attacking Yan Zhaoge himself. Capture him and force him to use that seeing divinity martial saint level clone of his to help us. With that, we will have a chance to escape. There was no need for detailed discussion. Wang Hui and her junior brother had already made up their minds. Yan Zhaoge, who had still seemed insignificant earlier, merely at the first level of the martial saint realm, had suddenly become a hot commodity in the eyes of the two. It was like the key to solving the current predicament. Looking at the saber chopping towards him, its actual target enveloping the entire area, cutting off all of his paths of retreat, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. He did not dodge as his opponent had expected. Instead, he faced the flaming saber light and stepped forward. The red-clothed man was slightly taken aback as he could not understand why an early-merging avatar martial saint would dare to do such a thing. His actions looked no different from throwing his life away, as if he was voluntarily throwing himself at the flaming blade. Yan Zhaoge raised his palm, flipping it over and slamming it down towards the top of his opponent's head. Wherever his palm passed, it was as if the heavens were falling. The fiery sabers that had originally enveloped Yan Zhaoge were all distorted as they were swept back in reverse at this moment. A scene appeared in front of the red-clothed man's eyes. The sky above his head seemed to be collapsing, wanting to smash him down. Greatly shocked, he no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of capturing Yan Zhaoge alive as he circulated his saber arts with all his might. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, all-encompassing blazing fire transforming into infinite blades, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge with the momentum of a prairie fire. He realized that the opponent in front of him was not simple. He and Wang Hui's previous thoughts were completely wrong. Yan Zhaoge was not a small fry that could be easily captured like he had imagined. Instead, he was a mortal enemy. Now he only wished to kill Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge ignored his opponent's movements as he just slammed down with a palm. In the eyes of others, it was as if the sky had collapsed. However, the red-clothed man who was directly facing Yan Zhaoge was greatly shocked. Not only did the sky before him collapse, the entire heavens and earth even seemed to have reversed at this moment. The heavens and earth were overturned, and the universe was displaced. The flames that filled the sky were like fragile candlelight in the wind in the face of this earth-shattering calamity, easily extinguished. The red-robed man let out a long roar. Raging flames swirled around him as he turned into a scarlet fire phoenix and retreated rapidly. The fiery light shuttled back and forth between the heavens and the earth, trying to escape from this earth-shattering catastrophe. However, Yan Zhaoge just laughed, raising his other hand as well, both his hands clapping downwards together. It wasn't just within the red-clothed man's consciousness. Even the actual space itself had been shattered and roiled by Yan Zhaoge's attack. Unable to evade, that red-clothed man could only let out a shout, his hands hurriedly blocking Yan Zhaoge's descending palms. As soon as the two sides clashed, the red-clothed man's entire body shook intensely, his bones emitting explosive crackling sounds as he seemed about to be slammed directly into the ground by Yan Zhaoge. So much power? This is an early merging avatar martial saint? The red-clothed man was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. In terms of pure strength, the early seeing divinity stage is merely this much, right? The red-clothed man emitted a muffled groan as a lustrous purple light appeared on his body as well. Where the purple light passed, it blocked Yan Zhaoge's descending palms, preventing this red-clothed man from being smashed into smithereens. Seeing the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue surging on the body of this red-clothed man as well, Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Have you succeeded in cultivating in the white chi of nether virtue? Executing finger-flicking shocking thunder, Yan Zhaoge struck out with palm after palm, the terrifying force of his palm resembling a chain of thunderbolts as it was continuously unleashed without pause. A terrifying force that could shake the heavens and overturn the earth unceasingly overturned the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue on the red-clothed man's body. Under the terrifying concept of the true intent of two extremities which had been established after the heavens and earth had been split apart, even that fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue which was untainted by killing tribulations began to shatter beneath its unceasing barrage. Beneath that red-clothed man's horrified gaze, his protective purple light was forcibly broken through by Yan Zhaoge. A tyrannical, vigorous force invaded his body, causing his entire body's bones and blood vessels to shudder and shatter. Still, he was even more shocked by the fact that beneath Yan Zhaoge's terrifying palm force of the cyclic heavenly seal, the blazing hot true essence within his body that resembled fire actually completely turned into extreme yin and extreme cold, freezing his very soul. You. The red-clothed man opened his mouth wide, but before he could finish speaking, he was already powerless to resist Yan Zhaoge's descending palm. Yan Zhaoge's massive palm that obscured the heavens descended, directly smashing that red-clothed man's skull apart as he died on the spot. Stop. Wang Hui was caught off guard as she was about to summon the golden inkstone to save him, yet was obstructed by Ziming and Yan Zhaoge. She herself was not a match for the Northern Ocean clone as her shoulder was directly pierced through by his spear. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. My apologies. The martial arts that this Yan cultivates in are rather violent as it is not easy to hold back. Please do not blame me for offending you. Wang Hui grit her teeth, staring at Yan Zhaoge. You actually... Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly clapped his hands. It is true that your master is the Southern Exalt. Still, this does not mean that you are as capable as your master, much less that this Yan will just stand there and let you slaughter him as you please. You want to pick the soft ones to squash? That's nothing, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. I like squashing soft persimmons too. Wang Hui's vision darkened as she nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Ziming and Yan Zhaoge were similarly shocked as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. While they had heard that Yan Zhaoge's strength was inestimable, far surpassing that of other martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Still, having personally seen Yan Zhaoge of the first level of the martial saint realm slay a third-level martial saint with a single palm, that impact caused a chill to run down their backs. This was especially so when that red-clothed man was actually not weak at all. On the contrary, as a disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage, he was extremely outstanding amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Yet, against Yan Zhaoge, he had been defeated without any suspense at all. It is not that he is too weak, it is that this Yan Zhaoge is too strong. Ziming sucked in a breath of cold air. Wait, this palm of his seems to have been seen somewhere before, but it was not as majestic and tyrannical as this one, giving off a feeling of being unable to withstand it. Wang Hui wanted to fight with her life on the line, but a powerful aura suddenly came from afar, shaking heaven and earth. The clouds parted, astral winds sweeping through the 9 heavens as a massive divine vessel appeared before everyone's eyes. It was precisely the riding wind heavenly vessel. Zheng Ming stood on the riding wind heavenly vessel, his expression extremely ugly. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoge and Bai Ziming knew that the late-seeing divinity martial saint he had been pursuing had most likely managed to escape. Zheng Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Hui. Chapter 729. While the riding wind heavenly vessel was powerful, it was still an external object at the end of the day. Of the Southern Exalt's lineage, having inherited the Southern Exalt's supreme martial art, the Phoenix true form scripture, cultivating in the true form of the fire phoenix and cultivating in the true intent of the five virtues. If he managed to cultivate the white chi of nether virtue, the heavens would leave him a sliver of hope. If he was bent on escaping, it would be very difficult to stop him. The opponent had to be clearly stronger than him or have some special technique to have a chance. As Zheng Ming wielded the riding wind heavenly vessel, it was not easy for his opponent to block him. However, the other party did not think of competing with Zheng Ming, instead focusing on fleeing. In the end he still managed to escape. It was instead Wang Hui who had been intercepted due to Yan Zhaoge. Bai Ziming and that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder both felt rather resentful. Still, they had to admit that if not for Yan Zhaoge just happening to be blocking their way, Wang Hui and the other would have had a great chance of escaping. Looking at the riding wind heavenly vessel, Wang Hui let out a long sigh towards the heavens, completely losing all thoughts. While her fellow disciple of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage had been able to escape from the riding wind heavenly vessel, she did not possess this ability. Zheng Ming clapped his palms together, and a streak of light instantly descended from the riding wind heavenly vessel, sweeping Wang Hui up and keeping her within. Wang Hui no longer resisted, just staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge as if wanting to imprint his figure into her mind. Yan Zhaoge kept the myriad dragon palace, boarding the riding wind heavenly vessel alongside Bai Ziming. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Zheng Mingyan said, "This Zheng is filled with gratitude for the righteous actions of the three of you. I will not make things difficult for the three of you. If the Southern Exalt mentions it afterwards, my master will bear the consequences." Yan Zhaoge and the others nodded, smiling. "You are polite." Zheng Ming looked at Yan Zhaoge, saying, "Little friend Yan, did you just happen to come here this time or were you invited?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "It was just a coincidence. Still, it was good that I was of help." Zheng Ming nodded. "I will soon be escorting the captured target back to Golden Court Mountain, asking my master to decide on this matter. Does little friend Yan want to accompany me to Golden Court Mountain to meet my master?" Before Yan Zhaoge could answer, Zheng Ming added, "It is fine if you intend to remain in the Royal Reed Sea. My eldest apprentice brother is already here. I will introduce him to you. With him looking after you, you will also not have to worry about the Southern Exalt's lineage coming to find trouble with you." As he spoke, he looked towards the elder of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The expression of that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder changed slightly. "Mr. Zheng is saying that the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua has arrived?" The Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, an expert of the mid-immortal bridge stage and the head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. Usually, the daily affairs of Golden Court Mountain were all handled by him. Unless there were extremely major matters, the Southeastern Exalt would not be alerted. It was also rumored that Lin Hanhua's background was deep, as it was not merely limited to his identity as a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt. While Lin Hanhua did not reside in secluded cultivation at Golden Court Mountain like the Southeastern Exalt, he would occasionally roam the outside world. Still, he seldom came to the Royal Reed Sea. The last time Lin Hanhua had set foot in the Royal Reed Sea had been more than 100 years ago, when the Grand Shen dynasty had established its foundation in the Royal Reed Sea. After a period of secret discussion, Lin Hanhua represented the Southeastern Exalt in tacitly allowing King Xianwen and the others to establish themselves in the Royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Now that the facts had proven that King Xianwen, Shenlingzi, and the others had been harboring evil intentions all these years, Lin Hanhua's decision back then seemed a little hasty. Yan Zhaoge felt that this Shadow Mountain Sword King's opinion of him was rather hard to predict. "I have long heard of your great name, Mr. Lin. It is always good that we have the fortune to meet," Yan Zhaoge said as he pondered. The others were naturally happy to do so as well. The riding wind heavenly vessel turned, heading into the distance. Yan Zhaoge paid attention to its direction, yet saw that the riding wind heavenly vessel was traveling in the direction of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, which he had left a marker for earlier. Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Is the Shadow Mountain Sword King a guest at the dim darkness sect? Zheng Ming sighed. That is not the case. The star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide suddenly arrived in the Royal Reed Sea, aggressively attacking the headquarters of the Dim Darkness sect. I heard that it was due to the matter of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum that he was made a fool of by the Dim Darkness sect. Enraged from embarrassment, he came to take revenge. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's expression instantly turned rather strange. Zheng Ming said, Senior Guan said that he came here only for revenge. The Dim Darkness sect would not take a single cent of what they obtained from the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. Eldest apprentice brother just happened to be in the Royal Reed Sea. After much persuasion, he barely managed to preserve the Dim Darkness sect's lineage. Still, the headquarters of the Dim Darkness sect was still destroyed, countless of their experts killed or injured. Zheng Ming said, with Senior Guan's departure, the Dim Darkness sect was virtually decimated as well. Eldest apprentice brother remained there at the time, and should still not have left. Yan Zhaoge asked, Is Chief Zhou Haoxing there? Zheng Ming nodded. Chief Zhou was heavily injured. If not for eldest apprentice brother's intervention, he would probably have been slain by Senior Guan on the spot. Yan Zhaoge sighed as well. It should be that Guan Lide had come knocking on their door right after Zhou Haoxing and the others had returned from the mausoleum. Perhaps Guan Lide had also wanted to intercept them outside of the world beyond worlds, obtaining both wealth and people at that time without anyone knowing. Having failed to intercept them afterwards, they had just killed their way to the Royal Reed Sea. Zhou Haoxing and the others of the Dim Darkness sect had let go of all reservations and gone all out in that battle back then. If not for Lin Hanhua's arrival, the Dim Darkness sect would probably have been eliminated from the Royal Reed Sea already. In the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, the Dim Darkness sect had not obtained much of value as they had been overtaken by the Radiant Light sect, finally having been forced to retreat from the mausoleum prematurely. Otherwise, the chief of the Radiant Light sect Luo Ziyuan, who had possessed the Dim Radiant Lamp and the Sun Moon Wheels back then, would probably have been able to keep most of them there forever. It was just that the affairs of the world were ever changing. After Zhou Haoxing and the others learned of all that had happened with the Dim Radiant Wheel afterwards, who knew what expressions they would have had? That North Sea Sword Pavilion elder said bemusedly from the side, I only heard that the Dim Darkness sect's newly constructed main altar was breached before it was even completed. Still, I did not know who the enemy was. There were many speculations for a time, not having thought that it was actually the star-plucking practitioner who made a move. The Shadow Mountain Sword King also arrived. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking, I wonder what the situation is with the Radiant Light sect now? Now that he had asked this, the other party regained his wits, his expression turning even stranger. Speaking of which, it is strange. The Radiant Light sect has not moved at all. Normally, they would have long since made use of this chance to attack, completely exterminating the Dim Darkness sect. Because the Southeastern Exalt did not like outsiders taking advantage of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, while Guan Lide had only come for revenge, Lin Hanhua still had room to interfere. Meanwhile, the Southeastern Exalt and Lin Hanhua would not interfere in the conflict between the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect. While that North Sea Sword Pavilion elder was inwardly bewildered, Yan Zhaoge knew that the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan and the others, were currently still trapped amidst the chaotic flows of space, having yet to return. This had originally been a good chance to attack the Radiant Light sect. Sadly, their natural ally, the Dim Darkness sect, had suffered a great tribulation as well, being in an even worse state than the Radiant Light sect. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, thinking, should I take the risk? Chapter 730. While the Dim Darkness sect had served as a warning, Yan Zhaoge was not averse to taking risks. It was just that the chances of success had to be carefully weighed and considered by everyone. Still, if he went to meet the head disciple of the Southeastern Exalt now, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, he would most likely encounter people of the Dim Darkness sect. The other party had lost everything, but he had made a lot of money. When they met, it would inevitably be a little awkward. Even with Yan Zhaoge's thick skin, he still felt that he should consider this matter. However, it was still necessary to meet Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanhua was a man who looked like a young man. He could be said to be extraordinarily handsome and had an imposing appearance. However, his true age was much older than Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang. He was like a sharp, unsheathed sword, revealing his ability to the fullest, causing others to feel dazzled by him and subconsciously want to avoid him. Yan Zhaoge found this rather interesting. Normally speaking, Lin Hanhua had already attained the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. For cultivators with lower cultivation than him, it would be easy for them to restrain their sharpness. They would lock their chi in blood and prevent it from leaking out, preventing the wind and frost from eroding them. The treasured sword was sharp and powerful, but it would also be eroded by the outside world. Putting the sword back into the scabbard seemed ordinary, but it was beneficial to the user. When needed, he could draw the scabbard and drink blood. A martial artist's cultivation of their own chi and blood followed a similar principle. Controlling one's chi and blood was a compulsory lesson for every martial artist. However, this logic didn't seem to apply to Lin Hanhua. His entire person exuded a sharp aura, causing others to cast sidelong glances at him. It was difficult not to notice him. Lowering his head, Yan Zhaoge saw that the ground beneath Lin Hanhua's feet was completely fine. However, that was merely an illusion. After Lin Hanhua left, he could casually blow on that piece of land, and the ground would immediately collapse into a large pit. The soil and rocks there had already been completely pulverized by Lin Hanhua into dust. It was only temporarily maintaining its original appearance. Meanwhile, when Yan Zhaoge, Bai Ziming and the others arrived before Lin Hanhua, they even felt like they were unable to approach him. If they got too close, they would become like the ground beneath Lin Hanhua's feet, pulverized by the myriad of sword chi. Yan Zhaoge did not think that Lin Hanhua was unable to restrain his sword chi, and there was also no need for him to intentionally show off his might in front of them. There was only one possibility. This was Lin Hanhua's own cultivation method. Furthermore, it was just like the cultivation of the cyclic heavenly scripture. He was doing it all the time. For Lin Hanhua, it was as natural as breathing. It was just that the destructive power of this method was a little too strong. Yan Zhaoge guessed that he might be using himself as a sword, borrowing the entire heavens and earth outside as a whetstone, tempering himself at all times, never ceasing to rest. Although his aura was extremely strong and terrifying, making it hard for people to approach him, Lin Hanhua's attitude was quite calm. This is just me cultivating in my spare time. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. The sword chi on his body gradually retracted until it was hard to detect. The pressure on Yan Zhaoge and the others all relaxed. After greeting each other, Lin Hanhua looked at Wang Hui, who was captured, and nodded slightly. Thank you for your help. Junior brother Zheng, take her back to Golden Court Mountain quickly and meet Master. Zheng Ming acknowledged this before glancing at Yan Zhaoge, saying, her junior apprentice brother, also a disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage, Phoenix Sweeping Sun Flame, Li Jing, was slain by little friend Yan in the process of fleeing. Lin Hanhua was a little surprised. Wang Hui stared at Yan Zhaoge, saying coldly, Master will not let you off so easily. Yan Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. While a look of surprise appeared on Lin Hanhua's face, it was just that. He looked at Wang Hui and said calmly, you nearly killed my junior apprentice niece. While she is fine now, do you think that this matter will end so easily? This little friend Yan is helping my Golden Court Mountain apprehend the culprits. Whatever happens, my Golden Court Mountain will bear it. Wang Hui said hatefully, Shadow Mountain Lin, I have nothing to say in front of you. Still, you might not be able to bear my master's rage. Lin Hanhua waved his hands, let your master and my master say this. What you need to do is to tell master honestly what exactly you came to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory to act violently for after meeting him. Having Zheng Ming take her away, Lin Hanhua nodded towards Yan Zhaoge. Little friend Yan is welcome to visit Golden Court Mountain anytime. Yan Zhaoge smiled, this Yan is very honored. After pausing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge still asked, Sword King, I wonder what the outcome of the Grand Shen dynasty's Kong Ping following Mr. Chen to Golden Court Mountain was? Lin Hanhua's expression did not change as he said mildly, speaking of which, this Lin was careless back then. I still have to thank little friend Yan for detecting the peculiarities of this royal reed sea and discovering the secret of the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Kong Ping followed junior apprentice brother Chen to Golden Court Mountain long ago. Master has already seen them. Still, this Lin does not know of the final outcome. It is only that I came to the royal reed sea on master's orders afterwards. His introduction was very detailed. Yan Zhaoge nodded, Sword King is polite. This Yan just happened to be there. After leaving Lin Hanhua's place, Yan Zhaoge and the others glanced over. Indeed, that sword chi that surged to the heavens appeared once more. While it was formless, it caused one to feel a real piercing pain. Looking back, Yan Zhaoge suddenly discovered that Bai Ziming was currently staring at him with a complex gaze. Yan Zhaoge had seen many probing and admiring gazes of his. He felt that Bai Ziming's gaze was rather strange as it seemed to contain some special questions. It was a kind of question that had a definite target in mind. Bai Ziming pursued the idea of protecting himself. He rarely asked about matters that did not concern him. Now that he was acting like this, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Is there something, Mr. Bai? The old man pondered for a moment before finally saying candidly, to tell you the truth, having seen little friend Yan personally kill that Li Jin just now, amidst my shock, this old man also has some special questions. Little friend Yan possesses shocking strength. This is something that this old man admires greatly. Still, the martial arts that little friend Yan executed seemed rather familiar to this old man. While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, he felt slightly shocked within. He can recognize the cyclic heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly seal. Yet, Bai Ziming continued, little friend Yan's palm is majestic and tyrannical, emanating an aura of invincibility. This old man has seen others execute similar palm arts before. They were also extremely outstanding, just that they did not seem as domineering and vigorous as the one executed by little friend Yan. Hearing that he did not recognize the cyclic heavenly seal, Yan Zhaoge first relaxed. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Bai Ziming did not recognize his cyclic heavenly seal, instead recognizing the heavenly broad creed palm. Other than himself, who else had he seen execute the heavenly broad creed palm? His heart jolting, Yan Zhaoge's gaze instantly hardened as his breathing even halted imperceptibly. Chapter 731. The heavenly Broad Creed palm was a supreme martial art created by the founder of Broad Creed Mountain from the legacies of their predecessors of pre-Great Calamity times. In terms of origin, it was a relatively incomplete variant of the Flipping Sky Seal. If there were other martial arts that similarly originated from the cyclic heavenly seal, they might also look similar to the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Still, Yan Zhaoge could not help but think a little more about it now. Bai Ziming should not have been to the Eight Extremities world before. In the world beyond worlds, there was only him, Yan Zhaoge, who knew the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Then, where had Bai Ziming seen others executing the heavenly Broad Creed palm before? Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened as he looked earnestly at Bai Ziming. I wonder where and with whom, Mr. Bai, have you seen this palm art of mine before? Bai Ziming could feel that Yan Zhaoge's attitude had become solemn without any concealment at all. Therefore, he said solemnly, little friend Yan should already know that this old man is not someone of the world beyond worlds. The world that I originally resided in was known as the Floating Gate World. After this old man refined his acupoints to see divinity, I ascended from the Floating Gate World and came to this world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. It was precisely because he knew this that many guesses had arisen within his heart. Then Bai Ziming continued, when I was in the Jianghu realm, this old man once saw someone who could overturn the heavens with a single hand. His palm force enveloped the surroundings. It was majestic and extraordinary. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said, this person calls himself Yuan Jingfeng, one-armed. A few years ago he suddenly appeared in my Floating Gate sect. This old man included, everyone guessed that he came from another world. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge suddenly let out a sigh of relief. It really was his Grand Master, the long-lost old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng. Back then, in order to suppress the crack of the nine nether in the earth domain, Yuan Jingfeng was lost in the turbulence of time and space. Since then his whereabouts were unknown and his fate was unknown. This matter became a sore point for everyone in Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge included. Although everyone comforted each other, saying that the old sect master would definitely be blessed by the heavens, there was no news at all, and they were still worried. This was especially so when there were no clues. Even if he wanted to search for it, he had no idea where to start. Yan Zhaoge could only sigh helplessly. Now that there was finally news of him, Yan Zhaoge's heart that had been hanging in the air all this while could finally be put at ease. He looked at Bai Ziming and said, allow Sir Bai to know that the person you speak of is precisely a senior of this Yan's lineage. We were previously separated from each other, and we have never been able to find any clues. Bai Ziming said, it is indeed so. Rest easy, little friend Yan. While Mr. Yuan lost an arm, that was a matter of my Jianghu Gate sect. In the Jianghu realm he was fine. Later on he became a guest elder of a large sect in the Jianghu realm. At least before this old man ascended, his life was fine. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly, that's good. As Bai Ziming spoke he sighed. Speaking of which, although this Mr. Yuan has lost an arm, his cultivation and skills are still not to be underestimated. This old man has met him a few times before. I've seen him fight with others, so I was able to recognize little friend Yan's palm technique. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Bai Ziming. I wonder if Mr. Bai has any way of ascertaining the location of that floating gate world that you were born in? This Yan wishes to make a trip to the Jianghu kingdom. Is that convenient? Bai Ziming answered, it will be a little difficult. Still I can try. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he asked, is little friend Yan in a hurry to see Mr. Yuan? Yan Zhaoge answered emotionally, to tell you the truth, it is precisely so. Bai Ziming smiled, then little friend Yan, there is actually no need to be in a hurry. Who knows when you might be able to meet again in the world beyond worlds. When this old man ascended, I once invited fellow Taoists of the Jianghu world to attend the ceremony. This Mr. Yuan was present as well. This old man observed that he was only a half step away from refining his acupoints to see divinity. Back then, I even joked that he would most likely be the next person to ascend in the Jianghu kingdom after this old man. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge was taken aback. Oh? After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge asked Bai Ziming about the time flow of the floating gate world and the world beyond worlds before comparing it to the time flow of the eight extremities world. After the comparison, Yan Zhaoge could not help but wonder, Grand Master has already reached the peak of the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, so quickly? While his father Yan Di had surpassed his father, his Grand Master Yuan Jingfeng's talent and strength were similarly outstanding. Due to his old injuries, Yuan Zhengfeng had remained in the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm for a very long time. While this was something that could not be helped, it had also allowed him to accumulate extremely abundant accumulations, his path having been smooth after transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Yan Zhaoge did not doubt in the slightest that if not for the simultaneous upheavals in the East Sea and the Earth domain that year, Yuan Zhengfeng would have been confident of attaining the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage, very soon. The difficulty of this would have been far lower than that of Huang Guanglia that year. After all, Yuan Jingfeng's talent and strength had already surpassed Huang Guanglia's in the first place. Still, if one were to say that Yuan Zhengfeng had reached the peak of the third level of the martial saint realm within a few short years, even being able to attempt to break through into the seeing divinity stage and soar into the martial saint realm, wouldn't this be a little too fast and unexpected? After all, not everyone could improve as rapidly as Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone being able to make a great leap in 3 short years, breaking through space and seeing true divinity had been a result of many factors, with many fortuitous encounters being involved. In other words, this was an occasional case that could not be used as a standard to judge the majority. Just look at the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world that year. Or perhaps it was that descendant of Xin Lingzi who had been in charge of escorting the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, the earth ocean lung crystals and those other treasures back then, only to have been intercepted and slain by Yan Zhaoge in the end. That old man was of the same generation as Kong Ping and Madame Kong, his age and seniority both being higher than Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan. Still, like the Kong brothers, he was also at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Even in the world beyond worlds, it would not be an easy thing for an outstanding, powerful martial practitioner to advance from the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, to the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Bai Ziming's evaluation of Yuan Jingfeng being likely to attempt to break through into the seeing divinity stage within a short period of time implied that Yuan Jingfeng was already no longer simply at the late merging avatar stage. Instead, he was already standing at a critical point. Perhaps there is some special reason? Thinking along these lines, Yan Zhaoge said to Bai Ziming, after ascending, I still cannot be certain where I will land. I hope that Mr. Bai can point out the path for me so that this Yan can head to the floating gate sect more quickly. Bai Ziming nodded, that is naturally fine. It is just that this old man cannot guarantee its accuracy. If this old man can personally return to the floating gate sect, I will be able to establish a path for you. Now you can only depend on yourself, little friend Yan. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly, I will be troubling you, Mr. Bai. Bai Ziming retrieved a jade pendant, handing it to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge received it, infusing his true essence within as per Bai Ziming's instructions. Jade green mist instantly arose from the jade pendant. Chapter 732. Wisps of smoke rose from the jade pendant and floated in the air before gradually dissipating. These jade-green clouds merged amidst space, seemingly entering deep within as Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see a jade-green path seemingly appearing amidst space. However, the path was winding and it was difficult to tell where it led. Bai Ziming had not come to the world beyond worlds through a wound of the sky. Instead, he had naturally ascended after his cultivation base had surpassed the tolerable limits of the floating gate world. It had not been long since he ascended, and he had been traveling with Zheng Ming, Qin Zhiliang and the others. He did not have the time to patiently study. Therefore, it was equally difficult for him to attempt to return to the Jianghu Grand Realm in such a short period of time. Therefore, Bai Ziming had said that it would depend more on Yan Zhaoge himself. Yan Zhaoge stared at that spatial path formed of the jade-green fog for a moment before he gradually came up with an idea. Let's first find a wound of the sky and leave the world beyond worlds before using other spatial traversing techniques to confirm and head to the floating gate world. Having made up his mind, Yan Zhaoge did not delay any longer. After taking his leave of Bai Ziming, he headed south. His target was precisely where he had first arrived in the world beyond worlds, the Phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea's 72 regions. While Yan Zhaoge could not be certain about other places, there was definitely a wound of the sky here in the Phoenix-bearing region. He had ascended from there previously. The Phoenix-bearing region was the territory of the Grand Shen dynasty which the Dim Darkness sect had infiltrated as well. Previously, because the secret of the heaven-bearing effecate formation had been exposed, the Grand Shen dynasty had not dared to act ostentatiously for fear of angering the southeastern exalt. Under the situation where they were conservatively shrinking their forces, a borderland like the Phoenix-bearing region was actually equivalent to being temporarily abandoned. The Dim Darkness sect had originally made use of this chance to expand and occupy this place. Yet, not long ago the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm had trampled on their headquarters, nearly being eradicated. Currently, the Dim Darkness sect which had suffered a great blow to its vitality could only retreat and defend. The Phoenix-bearing region had actually been pretty much left to its own devices in recent times. The small and medium-sized forces that were born and raised here could only wait and see for now. Upon arriving here, Yan Zhaoge did not greet anyone as he headed straight for that wound of the sky through which he had first come to the world beyond worlds. The wound of the sky did not always exist. After confirming its approximate location, Yan Zhaoge controlled the Northern Ocean clone to stir space. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already refined his acupoints to see divinity, shook the space which had already been unstable in the first place. Very soon, a crevice was gradually torn open here. The crack was not as dark as an ordinary black hole. Instead, it was bright and dazzling, and there seemed to be the sonorous voice of the great Tao ringing out. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the wound of the sky for a long time before he tossed the jade pendant in his hand as well as the paper fan of divine wood to the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone received the jade pendant, striding into the wound of the sky. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already attained the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the early seeing divinity stage, possessed the ability to traverse the wounds of the sky without relying on external objects. This way, when he went down to search for the Jianghu Great Realm, he would not need to expend the power of the paper fan. At that time, if he successfully found his Grand Master, he would be able to let Yuan Zhengfeng decide for himself whether he wanted to borrow the power of the paper fan of divine wood to come to the world beyond worlds first or return to the 8 Extremities world by relying on the signposts of the 8 Extremities world that Yan Zhaoge provided. Yuan Zhengfeng was fully prepared, and he could decide his next step based on his own will. Walking near the wound of the sky, the Northern Ocean clone's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he felt as though his soul had been touched. Yet, as he carefully sensed the surroundings, everything was calm as per usual. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened as he scanned the surroundings, seeing no abnormalities. Am I too sensitive? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, releasing his spiritual sense as he carefully sensed the surrounding situation. The Northern Ocean clone hesitated momentarily before finally still striding towards the wound of the sky. Amidst space in the distance, flowing light distorted the scenery as a few figures were obscured beneath the illusion created by the radiance. One of them frowned. Even you, mother, were nearly discovered by him when you made a move? The one who spoke was none other than Kong Jinyuan, the youngest son of Kong Ping and Madame Kong of Shenlingzi's lineage. Beside him stood a graceful, noble-looking middle-aged woman. She was naturally Madame Kong, Kong Maoxing also standing beside her. Madame Kong said in a heavy tone, "This person is extraordinary. I have long since heard of him. It is not like I only learned of him today. Kong Maoxing said slowly, the rumors are not false. He indeed hails from the lower worlds. Still, we still cannot know what exactly his relationship with the exalted solar luminary is. The Grand Xian dynasty was currently keeping a low profile, not daring to be overly ostentatious lest they further infuriate the southeastern exalt. Still, the entire Grand Xian dynasty naturally hated Yan Zhaoge to the very core. Even as they hated Yan Zhaoge, they were also curious about the background of this youth who had suddenly appeared, how he was able to possess such extraordinary methods. Due to the news that the Radiant Light sect had spread back then, some of Yan Zhaoge's circumstances were now widely known. Still doubtful, everyone began attempting to verify this. Madame Kong and her two sons had deceived many people, secretly coming to the Phoenix-bearing region without leaving a trace. Based on the many rumors, they had traced the source of Yan Zhaoge's appearance step by step. It was just that, unexpectedly, Yan Zhaoge himself had actually returned to the Phoenix-bearing region now as well. Madame Kong pondered as she said, there is a wound of the sky here. Is he leaving the world beyond worlds now? I wonder where he is going. Is he returning to his original world or is he going somewhere else? Kong Jinyuan lowered his head, not daring to look in Yan Zhaoge's direction. While he had long since known that Yan Zhaoge was extraordinary, he had not thought that his mother would still have to be cautious in concealing her tracks. It had been his gaze earlier that seemed to have been detected by Yan Zhaoge, resulting in him being reprimanded by his mother. This caused Kong Jinyuan to feel exceptionally aggrieved. Mother, while that clone of his is unexpectedly at the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, it would still be impossible for him to be your match. Wouldn't it be fine if you just directly captured him? Madame Kong glanced dissatisfiedly at him. When will you not be so hot-tempered? First, not speaking of what the Southeastern Exalt thinks, this Yan Zhaoge possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal. How can he be so easy to capture? Kong Jinyuan lowered his head hatefully. Seeing this, Madame Kong sighed inwardly. Swiveling her head to look in the direction of the wound of the sky, she saw that the Northern Ocean clone had already entered it. Yan Zhaoge himself remained by the side of the wound of the sky, quietly looking at it. Now, the wound of the sky suddenly shook intensely, light even flickering and dispersing in all directions. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, seemingly feeling taken aback. This sudden turn of events was out of Madame Kang's predictions as well. Her expression changed as she stared unblinkingly at the wound of the sky. Chapter 733. Yan Zhaoge stood outside the wound of the sky, quietly looking at the spatial crevice that radiated light in all directions. While his gaze seemed focused, his attention was actually all around him as he carefully observed every single thing that was happening. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge himself who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood or the Northern Ocean clone who had attained the seeing divinity stage, their spiritual senses were not to be underestimated. This was especially so as his main body cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, its sensory abilities were even stronger. His mind had been shaken in a flash just now. Yan Zhaoge did not believe that it had been a misperception. There could only be one possibility then. Someone else was attempting to hoodwink his senses. The better the other party concealed it, the more dangerous the situation was. This meant that the other party's cultivation base was higher, their strength greater. Therefore, even his sensory abilities had been affected. The person whom I detected at the start bore great hatred, enmity and killing intent towards me. Therefore, I was able to detect him immediately. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he quickly pondered. Someone who has clearly had enmity with me before cannot be of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Coppermen Island or the Dim Darkness sect. They are either of the Southern Exalt's lineage, the Radiant Light sect or the Grand Xian dynasty. Being able to hoodwink my senses, it means that their cultivation base is not low. Still, they did not immediately make a move. That means that they are not completely confident of taking me down or that they have other plans, wanting to observe my movements. Yan Zhaoge liked to take the initiative. Therefore, he did not retreat just like this, instead still having the Northern Ocean clone enter the wound of the sky. It was just that after entering that spatial crevice, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly resisted the pressure of the power of dimensions, not venturing deeper. Instead, the Northern Ocean clone remained near the entrance of the wound of the sky, suddenly punching out. Beneath the shock of his power, the wound of the sky instantly shook. The abnormalities in the wound of the sky that Madame Kong and the others had seen had actually been an illusion created by Yan Zhaoge himself. Looking at the wound of the sky that shook with radiance, a look of surprise appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face as he secretly paid more attention to his surroundings. While Kong Jinyuan was rather anxious, Madame Kong still suppressed her thoughts, not making a move. Still, ripples abruptly emanated from Yan Zhaoge's mind. He involuntarily gazed into the distance. There, immeasurable radiance suddenly flickered, enveloping half the sky as it rapidly approached the wound of the sky. This kind of power concept? People of the Radiant Light sect? Yan Zhaoge could not help but frown. The people I sensed just now should not be them. This way there are two groups of enemies here. Madame Kong and her two sons similarly noticed the approaching radiance in the distance. Without the slightest hesitation, Madame Kong retracted her aura, leading Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan to conceal themselves even deeper. Even from far away she could sense that they had come with ill intentions. The Radiant Light sect had experts who were not inferior to her on this trip. Madame Kong did not fear it. However, it was clearly more advantageous for her to choose to conceal her family's tracks and be the oriole behind, quietly watching the mantis stalk the cicada. Boundless light quickly enveloped the world, covering the entire phoenix-bearing region. The few of them streaked across the horizon, rapidly approaching the wound of the sky which was located in a corner of the phoenix-bearing region. The person in the lead was a white-haired old lady. She wore a white robe and had a stern expression on her face. She was holding a round mirror in her hand, and the scene on the mirror was constantly changing. This woman who seemed old was one of the major figures of the Radiant Light sect, the Lord of the Illusory Light Hall, Tanjin. She was of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Beside her were several other experts of the Radiant Light sect. They had hurried here in order to receive their chief Luo Ziyuan and the others back to the world beyond worlds. Luo Ziyuan and the other experts of the Radiant Light sect had been lost amidst the great tides of the chaotic flows of space following the collapse of the dim Radiant Mausoleum. Without the assistance of the dim Radiant Wheel, even a peak-seeing divinity martial saint expert like Luo Ziyuan would find it harder than ascending to the heavens to escape within a short period of time. Still, the group of the Radiant Light sect had not been completely unprepared before departing. Recently, while Luo Ziyuan and the others had still been trapped by the chaotic flows of space, they had successfully established contact with the Radiant Light sect experts who had remained in the world beyond worlds, attempting to work together from the inside and outside to receive them back to the world beyond worlds. It was just that they needed to make use of the wound of the sky here in the Phoenix-bearing region. The Radiant Light sect still retained the wound of the sky that led to the 8 extremities world within their domain. Yet, with space and time in chaos, they were unable to use it there, leaving Luo Ziyuan, Tanjin and the others feeling helpless. Tanjin could only lead them in hurrying over to the Phoenix-bearing region. Fortunately, both the Grand Shen dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect had no time to attend to the Phoenix-bearing region now as they were in a state of no concern. Those of the Radiant Light sect had hurried over here to set up the ceremony, not fearing that they would be disturbed. Yet, when they had arrived at the Phoenix-bearing region, they discovered that Yan Zhaoge was actually there as well. Now there was a feeling of enemies meeting, their eyes blazing with fury. Whether it was because of their past enmity or because Yan Zhaoge just happened to be blocking the wound of the sky, after being momentarily taken aback, Tanjin and the others all shot towards Yan Zhaoge in unison. There is still another group of enemies who are hiding somewhere, spying on us in the dark and waiting for a chance. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. I have come to look for my kin this time, not having any intention of dealing with you. Do you really have to form a few mahjong tables to surround me like this? After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge suddenly turned, shooting into the wound of the sky as well. As those of the Radiant Light sect neared, before they could make their next move, the wound of the sky which had already been shaking strangely in the first place shook even more intensely. As Yan Zhaoge entered the wound of the sky, he instantly felt a powerful distorting force virtually about to rip him apart. Within the myriad dragon palace which had been swept along and shrunk by his true essence, Feng Yunxing, Hu Xiao Ai and the others could clearly feel it as well. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, receiving the paper fan of divine wood from the Northern Ocean clone, making use of this treasure to protect everyone. He and the Northern Ocean clone remained in the vicinity of the wound of the sky, controlling the Northern Ocean clone who was within to further shake the chaotic space. The Northern Ocean clone punched out with his left fist, his right hand continuously drawing and scribbling within space. Complicated and profound runes appeared at the same time. Tens of thousands of runes stacked together, forming a boundlessly profound array. Affected by this formation, that spatial crevice that flickered with radiance actually began expanding further. It was like a wound had been ripped open even further. Bright radiance still flickered at the edges of this crevice. Yet, an existence that resembled a black hole had formed within the crevice, an immense suction force emanating from within. Caught off guard, even a veteran expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm like Tanjin was instantly sucked in by the black hole. The wound of the sky seemed to have transformed into a massive, ferocious beast at this moment, opening its bloody maw as it madly devoured the Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners in the vicinity. Tanjin and the others unceasingly stabilized their figures, yet discovered that they had brushed past Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, the Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners were infuriated to the point of seething smoke. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were clearly still near the entrance of the crevice where radiance enveloped it. Chapter 734. A change occurred in the original wound of the sky at this moment. Radiance still flickered at its edges as the power of dimensions distorted and intermingled, forming a relatively stable region even as it exerted immense pressure. The stability and balance here was extremely fragile as it was a temporary equilibrium formed of unceasing turbulence. Meanwhile, at the central region of the spatial crevice was an existence that resembled a black hole that led directly to the chaotic flows of space. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone barely managed to stay within the folds of space while Tanjin and the others were swept into the chaotic flows of space. Realizing this, the Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners could not help but feel exasperated as they hurriedly attempted to stabilize themselves. We all knew that this brat's methods were strange and unexpected. We were already extremely careful, yet still fell for his tricks in the end. Even as Tanjin and the others felt despondent, they also felt their hairs stand on end. How could this brat from the lower worlds possess such shocking methods, seemingly endless? While they had been caught off guard and fallen into the chaotic flows of space, Tanjin and the others still reacted quickly, striving to stabilize themselves. The Radiant Light Sect martial practitioners who had come here all possessed high cultivation bases. Being prepared, the chaotic flows of space created by the Northern Ocean clone would not be able to restrict them so easily. While Yan Zhaoge watched this scene calmly, his attention was mostly focused on the area outside the wound of the sky. Indeed, radiance flickered in the distance as 3 streaks of sword light that resembled the flowing light of time flew over. The first was a woman who had maintained herself well and had a graceful bearing. It was precisely Madame Kong. Beside her were 2 youth-looking men, one with a heavy, majestic aura while the other was brash and unrestrained. Yan Zhaoge recognized them as Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan respectively. Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. It really is someone of the Grand Shen dynasty. Risking further enraging the Southeastern Exalt, they have come here? His mind spun as he already understood. Perhaps they have heard rumors and have come to verify my background? Madame Kong and her children were on their guard. As they approached the wound of the sky, Madame Kong was the first to make a move. The sword light that resembled water resembled a long river as even the wound of the sky seemed to be frozen where its light passed. The flickering radiance turned sluggish as it appeared to be in slow motion. The terrifying black hole seemed to have been solidified, resembling a still image. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge within the wound of the sky, Madame Kong had a rather complex expression on her face. Beside her, Kong Jinyuan said hatefully, "Mother, let him die amidst the chaotic flows of space." No one would know about it at all. Even the Southeastern Exalt would be hard-pressed to know about it. Madame Kong pondered for a moment before her gaze turned resolute. "Don't move." As she finished speaking, she soared into the air. A round mirror that looked like a heart-protecting mirror appeared in front of her. The light of the round mirror spread out and formed a light armor that supported her body. With the protection of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, Madame Kong swung her sword and transformed into a streak of sword light that resembled a river of time. This sword beam enveloped the entire wound of the sky, and the water-like radiance kept seeping into the spatial rift. Under the erosion of the water light, the spacetime inside the void crack began to change. The flickering light and the stable area formed by the twisted and intertwined layers of dimensional power began to tremble. The originally wrinkled void gradually unfolded and returned to its original state. However, in this way, this wound of the sky was gradually unable to be maintained and was on the verge of healing. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Not bad. With a thought on his part, the Northern Ocean clone donned the imperious cold martial armor, the fish-dragon spear appearing in his hands before he struck out with all his might. The dark golden radiance condensed into a single point, producing a drilling effect as a black hole was forcibly opened up amidst that water-like light. The water-like sword light circulated, rapidly mending this hole as everything returned to normal. The Northern Ocean clone did not cease as all of his true essence surged, concentrating on the spear in his hands as he continued attacking. As the water-like light shook, a gap seemed to appear on a piece of silk. Due to this gap, a loophole appeared in the freezing of the wound of the sky with Madame Kang's time-flowing sword. As space distorted, the wound of the sky continued to be maintained. Madame Kang, who was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint coupled with the mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, was naturally stronger than the Northern Ocean clone as she was even able to lock down the entire wound of the sky. Still, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone still managed to reap some benefits from concentrating all of his power on a single point. Unable to concentrate on dealing with him, Madame Kang could only watch as the Northern Ocean clone's spear pierced through a gap in her sword light. Still, she was not in a rush as she said mildly, "While you have a treasure protecting you from the power of dimensions within the wound of the sky, that is only for a short period of time. How long can you last?" The two sides entered a stalemate for a time. If this continued, Madame Kang and the Northern Ocean clone would be able to hold on. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others would not be able to. The protection of the paper fan naturally had its limits. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw that Tanjin and the others of the Radiant Light sect were currently striving to break free of the chaotic flows of space as well. Madame Kang's methods had greatly harmed them as well. Even as the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were resisting the attacks of the chaotic flows of space, they were also dispelling the changes brought about by Madame Kang's sword light. Tanjin held a treasured mirror that flickered with radiance, its mirror light seemingly penetrating through the distant space. Seeing this mirror, Yan Zhaoge realized, so that's how it is. Through some unknown method, they have established contact with Luo Ziyuan and the others who are still trapped within space. Following their guidance, they have come here in an attempt to assist Luo Ziyuan and the others in returning to the world beyond worlds. They want to make use of the wound of the sky. Noticing the actions of Tanjin and the others, Madame Kang frowned slightly as well. While they had been tricked by Yan Zhaoge in order to protect themselves, Tanjin and the others could only sit in the same boat as Yan Zhaoge now. With the combined forces of both sides, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Madame Kang to continue suppressing the wound of the sky. Outside the spatial crevice, Kang Maoxing and Kang Jinyuan could only feel anxious as they watched this scene. A severe look flashed within Kang Jinyuan's eyes as he took out a blood-red awl. Seeing this, Kang Maoxing was instantly shocked. Blood curse space shattering awl? Quickly stop. With space in chaos, who knows what effects this thing will cause? Kang Jinyuan said hatefully, "Mother will be fine. Apart from this, whatever consequences there may be, it will also be borne by that brat surnamed Yen." Saying thus, he raised his hand, the awl transforming into a streak of blood-red light that flew into the wound of the sky. Within the spatial crevice, seeing the blood-red light, Madame Kang was stunned. Yan Zhaoge, Tanjin and the others were stunned as well. This thing, why does it look so much like the blood curse space shattering awl? After his initial shock, Yan Zhaoge's thoughts flashed as he raised his hand, a streak of blood-red light flying out as well. It was one of his blood devil plates that he had shattered. This treasure was most proficient in breaking through various barriers. Apart from that, it had other miraculous uses as well. The two streaks of blood-red light merged strangely amidst the chaotic flows of space before exploding mightily, forming a screen of light that enveloped the various spaces here in a layer of blood-red color. Chapter 735. In the chaotic void, the boundaries of space were distorted and time flowed at different speeds. But at this moment, it was covered in a layer of blood. Madame Kang's knowledge was extraordinary as her heart immediately grew heavy. Blood devil plate. Yan Zhaoge extended his hand and pierced the tip of his finger. Using his finger as a pen, he used his own blood essence to quickly write an entire incantation in the air. The surrounding characters were not the words that people were used to seeing. Instead, it was a strange and rare special language. It was hard to understand and its meaning was profound. The blood-red incantation was engraved in the air, fusing with the blood-red screen of light. Yan Zhaoge roared in a low, strange tone that no one else could understand, "Sacrifice." The blood-colored light seemed to come to life, and an extremely ancient will descended from the void. That will was illusory and indistinct. It was unknown whether its master was alive or dead, but right now, it seemed to have traveled through endless time, releasing a heart-shaking roar. The entire wound of the sky suddenly tore open even further, and the spatial fissure expanded by more than 2 or 3 times. Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan, who were outside the wound of the sky, couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked into the crack. Madame Kong was greatly shocked as she could no longer attempt to seal the wound of the sky in place. Expanding her sword light, she enveloped Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan, intending to leave first before anything else. However, as Yan Zhaoge executed this sacrificial ritual, the wound of the sky seemed to possess a life of its own as it resembled a truly brutal, massive beast. Wherever the bloody light passed, the void crack would be sealed. One could only enter, not exit. Space rotated, forming a huge blood-colored vortex that wanted to devour everyone. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were in the same predicament as the mutated wounds of the sky were similarly brutal towards everyone and everything within it. Tan Jin and the others of the Radiant Light sect were hard-pressed to escape as well. The only thing that allowed Madame Kong to heave a sigh of relief was that the current variant wound of the sky was in utter chaos. Its light had completely dispersed, and the power of dimensions was no longer so interweaving and distorting. In this way, Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maoxing, who possessed cultivations below the seeing divinity realm, were able to stay here for a long period of time and not be crushed by the energy of the region. Similarly, Yan Zhaoge kept his paper fan and turned to the Northern Ocean clone, trying his best to stabilize his figure so as to avoid being completely devoured by the blood-red vortex amidst space. He knew very well about the sacrificial ritual he had created himself. Those that fell into the blood-colored vortex wouldn't be swept away by the chaotic flows of space, but would instead become sacrifices for the sacrificial ceremony. They would be sacrificed on the spot and would die without a doubt. The 3 parties fell into a stalemate once again. Everyone was trying their best to stabilize themselves so that they wouldn't be swallowed by the scarlet vortex. They couldn't care less about each other. As the creator of the sacrificial ritual, while Yan Zhaoge was also threatened by it, he was still able to deal with it easily for the time being. Madame Kong and the Lord of the Radiant Light sect's illusory light hall, Tan Jin, possessed higher cultivation bases and were able to just barely hold on. After all, the duration of the sacrificial ritual was limited. They believed that as long as they persisted for a period of time, they would be able to successfully escape. While they were enemies, the 2 female experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm were both feeling incomparably despondent at this moment, wishing that they could just kill Yan Zhaoge and be done with it. If the 2 of them joined hands, it would be no small matter. Yet, they were completely unable to make a move at all as they had been trapped by Yan Zhaoge's mutated wound of the sky, being badly battered. Coincidentally, both sides made up their minds that as soon as they escaped, they would first take care of Yan Zhaoge. Otherwise, only the heavens knew what other strange methods Yan Zhaoge might display. Even as Yan Zhaoge resisted the suction force of the scarlet vortex, he was also carefully analyzing the changes in space before him. Abnormalities had occurred with the wound of the sky, temporarily losing the ability to leave the world beyond worlds and descend to the lower worlds as the pathway had been sealed. The blood-red light resembled a barrier that obscured this entire region of space. Whether it was Madame Kong and her son, those of the Radiant Light sector himself, they were all temporarily confined here, none of them able to leave. The layers of folded space resembled a bright, crystalline wall as they combined with the blood-red light, forming a blood-red crystal wall that resembled a solid. Meanwhile, the changes in space outside the blood-red crystal wall gradually stabilized and made sense. It was even more stable and calm than usual. 2 completely different worlds appeared within and without a streak of blood-red light. The more stable spacetime was, the more beneficial it would be for him to search for the floating gate world. While he was unable to leave due to the blood-red crystal wall, it was not that he was completely powerless. Yan Zhaoge wielded the Myriad Dragon Palace, stabilizing his figure alongside the Northern Ocean clone before taking out the jade pendant that he had obtained from Bai Ziming once more. As his true essence was infused into the jade pendant, jade green smoke instantly emitted from it once more. As the smoke came into contact with the blood-red crystal wall, it was not obstructed by it as it instead slowly permeated through the blood-red crystal wall formed of folded space. After passing through the blood-red crystal wall, the jade-green smoke drifted amidst space, spreading far into the distance as it gradually condensed into a single line which extended into the distance. A portion of Yan Zhaoge's mind merged with the jade-green smoke, seemingly drifting into space along with it. There seemed to be some existence guiding the way for him amidst the unseen world. After who knew how long, light gradually appeared amidst the jet-black space before him. The jade-green smoke that had originally been drifting aimlessly suddenly sank, seemingly having found a foothold as it merged within that light. As the light faded, various scenes appeared before Yan Zhaoge. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and beautiful lands were all within his eyes. This is the floating gate world? As Yan Zhaoge pondered, his mind was swept along with that jade-green smoke as they speedily flew into the distance. The scenes before him suddenly changed, pure white snow appearing. This old man hails from Great Snowy Mountain of the northern border of the floating gate world. Bai Ziming's words resounded by his ears once more. Looking at the scenery of the north, Yan Zhaoge knew that the target of this jade-green smoke was Bai Ziming's sect in the floating gate world, Great Snowy Mountain. It was just that he was not a guest elder of Great Snowy Mountain. As the jade-green smoke rapidly traversed the horizon, Yan Zhaoge pondered as he saw the scenes before him change once more. A continuous mountain range appeared, enveloped beneath ice and snow. Amidst the snowy mountains an ice palace entered his sight. Yan Zhaoge's mind followed the jade-green smoke as it descended towards the ice palace. The jade-green smoke that resembled formless jade-green smoke activated the protective formation of the ice palace. Streams of radiance intermingled, merging as one with the jade-green smoke, not repelling it as it instead guided it through the majestic ice palace. Yan Zhaoge's mind followed the smoke all the way to the back hall, where he saw that there was clearly a memorial tablet of a divinity enshrined within. Looking carefully at that divinity statue, it was no different from Bai Ziming in appearance. Before Yan Zhaoge could think carefully, the jade-green smoke directly shot into the divinity statue. The divinity statue shook, its eyes suddenly lighting up as the memorial tablet beneath it shone brightly as well. Regaining his wits, Yan Zhaoge discovered that his field of view was clearly the same as that divinity statue, as though he was currently residing within it. At the same time, numerous martial practitioners were gathered within the great hall before him, all of them being the higher echelon of Great Snowy Mountain. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.